Hey, what is up, everybody? Welcome to the Guilty as Charged podcast. This is our day 3 2025 NFL draft stream. It's been an incredible turnout so far this week, and we are definitely hoping to finish it strong today. Joining me to do that is my guy, Tyler. Tyler, what's up, man? How you doing this morning?
Doing very well. I can't help but be feeling well because of how yesterday went. Although I noticed like everyone's so nice and positive about my reaction and so happy, and we're all excited for Tre Harris. And then I realized how many people were bookmarking that reaction, and hopefully it works out. There's no shot he does better than McConkey did last year, but as long as it works out in the end, he's a solid receiver for the Chargers. I'm happy. If you guys just joined a little bit earlier, I posted a very bare bones like Google sheet of just the remaining big board and their rankings for me through 133 players. Not really much there to go off of. So it is very bare bones. All my position, like grades and such, are on my own sheet. And if you're on my Patreon, you have all that. But for this, for you guys to follow along, I figured it'd be fun. Like if you're here, you're a sicko and you're supporting us, and I appreciate it. So yeah, have at it with that Google sheet. I'll update that one as I go or as they go. So I'll cross off names. It'll be very fast at a certain point. So I'll try to keep up. But yeah, that's my available group. If anybody cares to know how I feel about them. And if you're, I don't know, think I make up stuff on the fly, like it's right there.
Yeah, I'm going to finish mine. So I did mine through 75, and most of those players are gone. So I'm gonna do some updating while we wait for the draft to officially get going here. But before we kind of get into this process and everything like that, do sincerely want to thank all of you guys for the turnout. We've had almost 17,000 views on our day 1 stream. Our day 2 stream is up to, I think, almost 13,000. We've had a ton of super chats, ton of great comments. So this is our time to shine, I think. And you guys have repaid us in kind, and we really appreciate it. I love doing the draft. The draft is so much fun. This potentially might be actually, I don't even want to go there right now. But the draft is one of the most fun things to do for me because I love like finding these players and liking these players, and that's why you get a reaction like Tyler with Tre Harris. It's why you got a reaction from last year, like with Junior Colson or Kamani Vidal. And it just makes it so much more fun. And hopefully all of these players hit. Obviously, not all of them will. It's very difficult to repeat last year's success, but I think the Chargers have done a good job so far. And at the end of the day, we like the players that they have taken. 3 for 3 so far, which is way more than we ever got in the previous regime. So that's always fun. And again, we thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for supporting the show, and we'll have some fun today. For those asking about the Alexes, they are going to be joining us at the start of round 5. So for this first particular round, it is going to be just Tyler and I. And we'll talk about some of the Chargers options here in a second. We'll talk about obviously who they select, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Steven and I can probably get through round 4, maybe even round 5. Like we've watched the back end of the class, guys, but not all 200 possible options. So we'll have you covered for I think the first couple of rounds, and then we'll see. We lucked out last year, that's for sure. We lucked out last year with the guys that they selected. But this year we'll see. But then once round 5 rolls around, Alex Katzen can tell you about whatever guy from whatever place. It was all 22 you've never heard of. Like Alex Katzen would have had a scouting profile on Trey Pipkins from Sioux Falls, like easily. I don't know where he was on the consensus board. I'm going to assume it was a reach.
He was very low. Yes, he was very low.
So it is what it is. And hey, 2025, he's still in the league, so I'll respect that for sure.
Definitely.
But yes, as Steven was saying, thank you everyone for liking, commenting, subscribing. I wasn't sure because we took some time off. As Steven was gone, I ended up being sick. I did like one show. We kind of like I thought maybe we'd lost momentum heading into the draft. And then like our number 1 video of our channel was 2 days ago. And then the one we did yesterday is going to have, plenty of views as well. But it's just fun. It's a party in here for sure. I think I speak for Steven and I when I say like we work very hard at this. and all our reactions are genuine. So there's levels to it. I can react big and positive to every selection, but that's just not ultimately how I feel about every player the Chargers will pick. And then I can be wrong if it's a Tarheeb still, or I can be right if it's a Ladd McConkey and hopefully Tre Harris. But yeah, our reactions are genuine. Our work is genuine. It's on there for you guys. It's been there for you guys as much as we can. And ultimately, when in doubt, we can fall back on the other Alexes and even Thomas Martinez. Like, Thomas Martinez is not on the show. He's not made an appearance. If you're listening, Thomas Martinez, you are like a guy we've used for so much info. And I really appreciate you.
Yeah, I always message him about players and just to get his thoughts. And I know that he's done a lot of background work as well. So, I'll talk about a player, I'll tweet about a player, and then he'll message me. So, friend of the show, we're trying to get him to come on the show at some point.
Yes.
But he's a very valuable source of information. And if you guys are not following him, I definitely encourage you to go do that.
All right, so I found the person. Ian Rivers watched Trey Pipkins play in person at college against his team, NSIC football.
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice. What did you think?
Did you know he was like a draftable player? I have no idea.
The Tennessee Titans are currently announcing their pick, and they selected the other Florida receiver, Jamaree DK.
Yeah. I know. What's his name? Brett Coleman said like Chim DK. I don't know if that's just because he abbreviated it or because whatever, but yeah. So I have to get to my live stream. I guess I should get to the actual thing. Alrighty, watch live. Granted, I've been watching too much of the Bleacher Report one. Have not listened to a single thing because it's on mute. But all right, Chim DK, not on my board. So hey, a player that I have not watched. I don't need to cross that name off, which is good. I want to get into two things. One is the Jamaree Caldwell of it. The other is some stuff like late last night that we picked up on. Jamaree Caldwell, now you've watched it. You've not watched it, but like the pick happened. How are you feeling today? 12 hours, 13 whatever hours removed from the selection.
Oh, you're asking me? Sorry.
Everybody, but yes, you.
Everybody in the chat, yeah, definitely can let us know. I understand why they took him, and I do like the player. But I did have other defensive tackles graded higher. Mm-hmm. I think the thing with Jamaree to take into consideration here is that he is pretty inexperienced at playing defensive line. Dane Brugler mentioned this in the Beast that he actually started his college career in community college as an offensive lineman. And then the COVID year happened, and then he took like a year off from football, and then he went back and played defensive line. And I think it's funny because him and Derek Harmon essentially like switched roles, because Derek Harmon was like a true nose tackle at Michigan State. Mm-hmm. And then he loses weight and plays 3-tech for Oregon. And Jamaree Caldwell plays 3-tech 4-eye for Houston, and then he gains weight and plays nose tackle for Oregon. So I think this is a role fit, and I do really like the potential here with the Chargers, where he can play nose, he can give you some pass rush. This was like very clearly to me that they were looking for their next version of Poona Ford. And I think the pass rush upside is ultimately why they chose him over somebody like a Jordan Phillips, who I would have preferred, or a CJ West. And I think that's really where this comes down to, is they're betting that there is more room to grow for him, as opposed to this is going to be a like ready-made player right away. So I have him penciled in as a starter right now. But it wouldn't surprise me if he is kind of more of like the fourth defensive tackle in the rotation, just because there is some refining that needs to happen right now.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I was looking through my notes too. One of the things that I wrote was I almost feel like it's strange because Harmon was used awesome, but I wrote that Jamaree Caldwell I felt like was so used so often on stunts and stuff that I just didn't think, like, he's super athletic despite the testing for his size specifically.
Yeah.
but I felt like you watch him
even
yeah.
the combine drills I watched, and I was like, okay, like this guy is really athletic, and then you see the testing, and it just didn't unfortunately match up.
Yeah, I didn't expect a 4.3 from a guy who's 3.32, but like I watched him and felt like he was a freak, and watched the combine, and or at least got the numbers, and it didn't pan out that way. Which, like, fine, if the film looks great, but I just felt like he was also not used maybe as well as I would have liked. I think they thought like, wow, this guy's kind of freak talent. Like he has some twitch, some surprising short area quickness. Let's try to like twist him around and do certain things. And I just thought like, yeah, you could do that, but it really did diminish his overall numbers, I think. But as far as Caldwell, that's the thing. Like, okay, if they didn't go Phillips and they didn't go West, but they went with Farmer, I would have I would have gotten that, because you're trying to go after someone who's maybe more of a pass rusher option. I think Farmer presents of that group the better rusher, but Caldwell is definitely a them kind of guy on an NFL board, or on the consensus board, because people said he was 130th or whatever, or 127th. Like on a general consensus board, he's not that high up. On a Chargers board, it makes a ton of sense. Yeah. So sure, did I have other preferences? Did I have players that were graded better at the position or at other positions? Yeah. But on a Chargers specific board, I do get it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And I think that's ultimately, again, I think this is about fit. I think this is about his role. There was a quote from the combine that he said that he actually views himself as a 3 technique defensive tackle. But the Chargers were like very clearly like, this is our nose tackle. And they mentioned on the phone call with him, they mentioned the run wall, they mentioned his run defense. But Jesse Minter did also bring up the pass rush upside. So I do really think this is a situation where maybe they had players graded similarly, and they're hoping that there's more to work with here. So, going back and watching some of the 2023 Houston tape, one of the comments we got was like, oh, he had 0 sacks in 2024. It's like, well, he had 6.5 in 2023 because he got to rush the passer more often. But his pass rush productivity rating and his pass rush win rate actually didn't change all that much. So it shows, like, from a statistical standpoint, that when he was at the nose, 1 technique, he was able to still be an effective pass rusher when given the opportunities. So I like the stylistic fit. I like the scheme fit, but I did have other players graded slightly higher.
Bashal Tutin just went to the Jags for what it's worth.
Yep.
So, yeah, have at it.
I
liked him more than I think like the fumbling narrative sort of just dropped him down, I feel like. But
yeah, he was fun, but the fumbles were definitely a concern.
Yeah, for sure. Kyle just joined up as a new member, and he says, thank you for all your work. Been a Chargers fan since Dicky Post and John Hadel, so appreciate your insight.
That was a good time to be a Chargers fan back then. It's a great time to be a Chargers fan now, but back then it was definitely a good time.
Okay, the Giants pick is in, and they are going with, I guess we should try to, like, where are you at the broadcast?
The Giants are announcing the pick. Victor Cruz is in Germany to announce this pick.
Oh, nice.
That's what I'm seeing on TV. Are they the Germany game this year?
Oh, I don't know. I love the Victor Cruz era, man. Like, I'm not a Giants fan. Obviously, I'm not a huge Eli Manning fan, but I like the Giants era of, Victor. Oh, nice. Okay. That's a fun one. I'm glad he
Cam Scadaboo.
Cool. All right. That's nice.
Arizona State running back.
Yeah. I wasn't sure how much further he'd go. This seems about appropriate range. If not late, I guess. Joe Cruz, we help you sleep. I understand that 100%. We can do some ASMR if you'd like. Does that help you sleep?
ASMR? What's that?
Nah, I don't know. Google it.
Okay.
It's not like the chicken thing. It's not. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess you could do that to ASMR, but you can just look up ASMR. Yeah.
Do I want that in my search history?
I don't. Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Don't use it on your work computer.
Okay.
People just like look at you funny while you looked it up, but not like,
Oh my God.
This is why everyone's here, by the way.
This is why everyone's here.
The info. Yeah.
I like that fit though. Cam Scadaboo, and they have Tyrone Tracy. That's a really nice 1-2 punch up there.
That is that's a good one.
Not sure how much it's gonna matter, but
Brandon's asking if we watched the Minecraft movie. No, I have not watched the Minecraft movie.
No.
Although I do know the Chicken Jockey and Steve and something about metal or whatever. But yeah, guilty as charged ASMR. It could be fun.
Okay, I'm trying to finish up my big board.
Okay,
I'm gonna look this up now.
A couple of Jack Sawyer questions. Tyler's out. Great first name. Tyler's asking, why are people so low on Jack Sawyer? I think as Steven pointed out perfectly, like there's very good college players, but you worry about the transition to the NFL there. I just wasn't a huge fan. He's a very like sawed off edge rusher.
Yeah.
Not super nimble, not a great rush arsenal. So, like Stewart, I liked more as an overall player, smaller guy. Yeah, so where do I think I have Sawyer as 105. Nothing really struck me. And I'm always generally lower on, like, if he has a thing, it's probably power. And I usually like a bender over power. So he drops a little bit more in my rankings. So
yeah.
I wasn't, there was nothing I was a huge fan of that I saw a huge like calling card thing for him. So he's a good, where he is right now, day 3 option.
Yeah, I think he's a really quality run defender. Round 4 is more than okay for him. I just think for the Chargers specifically, like they need an edge rusher who will come in and play special teams. That is very much a thing in Ryan Ficken's special teams unit. And that's kind of why I think they didn't go edge rusher earlier than this. So they need somebody that's a little bit more, spry on their feet, somebody that can, be a punt specialist, a punt protector, somebody that can be on punt return. I have a hard time envisioning him being good at that. I just don't think he has the athleticism to run down there consistently.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, like I'm doing my big board, right? And finishing it up here, sorting guys who I had graded, obviously. And, you get to some of these guys who are like, there's so much hype about them, like at the start of the draft process.
Mm-hmm.
And then like, things kind of cool on them. And then it's like, they realize like the athletic limitations. So like,
yeah,
Tez Johnson, like when the receiver from Oregon, when it started, everybody loved Tez Johnson, and he's a fun watch in college, but same kind of thing, like the NFL traits, I just don't know where they're at. So I have him sorting in kind of the 100 range ish, and it's just funny to me, like, everybody loved him when the draft process was starting.
Yeah. I guess we didn't get into this yet. So Aiden Clark is asking what's up with Swinson from LSU. We'll try to keep it like general, but it's not a great character thing. It's an actions and attitude sort of thing, coaches clashing kind of issue. There's a lot there, unfortunately. So it's not great. And again, I would love to have not brought that up for him, or as yesterday we mentioned Evans, but because we both like those players, but you learn more as you go, and that's why you're finding these things. These things happen. Now, in the 4th round, in the 5th round, at some point and you believe in your culture and Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
like at this point, I don't. Whatever. There's not none of the guys we've mentioned have like a Mike Green thing. Or worse.
Yeah.
So it is not unfixable.
Right. And at some point it just becomes, the juice worth the squeeze. Like that's the common saying at this point in time. In the where I had him graded in the 1st round, probably not worth the squeeze. But it here in round 4, round 5, like at that point, it's like if it doesn't work out, it's a 4th round, 5th round pick. Like who cares?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So why don't you tell us what the character stuff is? We could read it if you want. It's character stuff, and it's character stuff, and it's not awful character stuff. It's just some stuff that clearly is having him fall. Because I didn't expect this at all for Swinson. So it's bad enough where he's falling. Granted, Mike Green did go, but there's also that talent versus Yeah, both Costa Swinton's edge 10. He was like edge like 4, 5, whatever for me. So
Yeah, I mean, Brett Coleman threw him out as like a first-round pick a couple weeks ago.
yeah. No,
The Jacksonville Jaguars just took linebacker Jack Kaiser from Notre Dame.
Cool.
Honestly, did not even know that there was a Notre Dame linebacker in this class.
I didn't either. Okay, so I'm a little behind you now on this. We can go through a couple of super chats since we have some time.
Yeah, go for it.
Cool. So Aether says, this is why I love my new GM. Herbie will be the NFL, get back-to-back weapons. This is why I said destination San Francisco. No, destination AFC juggernaut. Bring it. We are not cowards. I think that's what I'm reading here. He's very confident, and I'm glad the offense is improving. They needed it. They got a good weapon. You know, Gus Edwards, Najee Harris, J.K. Dobbins last year faced so many like heavy stacked boxes. I'm glad they got themselves a Tre Harris. So yeah, I'm feeling more confident in the theater, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
From Dre, Telesco drafts versus Ortiz drafts are night and day. Yes, for starters, I knew who the third round pick was. It's a bar. You only have to do a light hop over it, but there was a bar.
Yeah, I will never forget the amount of like copium that we had to do in Las Vegas while we were at like the Chargers draft party and they announced JT Woods.
Yeah, and the whole audience is like, who? Granted, I knew who JT Woods was. I thought it, but see, at that time, I bit on the whole copium thing because, okay, like Brandon Staley, he needed help on defense that first year, didn't get it. Now you get this hyper traits, safety, and like,
yeah, we were still in on the Brandon Staley experience.
Yeah, like, okay, with his guys, he'll make the stamp that he wants, right? And it's a smart heir apparent to Nasir Adderley, who could be a free agent, who ended up retiring the next season, I believe. So, like, it made enough sense. And he wasn't an awful prospect. He was like someone I thought would go like early day 3. But it didn't work out. Scott Nava, probably. Free agent edge in case we don't draft one. Very, very possible. We'll have to do some work on who's remaining in free agency. Did Kyle Van Noy sign with the team?
Yeah, he's back in Baltimore.
Okay. Mr. Hobson, do you think we will trade up at all today? I hope so. I think packaging those 2-6 like we've done makes a lot of sense. Kyle, new member, mentioned him. Joe Cruz, super sticker, as always. Thank you very much. Colin says this podcast has made the draft so much fun. I'm happy to hear that. We've gotten all sorts of reviews. It makes you sleep. It makes it fun. All that stuff in the middle. So I'm happy. Whatever we do for you, I'm happy to be here to do that.
The "It Makes You Sleep" guy was a fun time yesterday.
Yes. But I love all you guys for going to war against.
Dude, the freaking Raiders, man, they are having a good draft. They have selected Dante Thornton Jr., the wide receiver from Tennessee.
Okay, yeah, I like that. So Bash is like a intermediate, obviously guy, great player, Thornton Jr. as a pure, you saw him guy. That's a good one. I mean, absolute freak show, size wise, height wise, at least. Speed wise, yeah. How fast are any of the Chargers corners? Not that it necessarily matters.
I mean, Dante Jackson's very fast. Dean Leonard's very fast.
Yeah.
Cam Hart and Tariq still are more like middling athletes.
Yeah.
For that position.
Oh, the Raiders have had actually a very good draft as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. Yep.
So Ashton Genty, obvious. Jack Besh, love it. Darian Porter, love it. It hurts, but love it. Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant are 2 good offensive line prospects. Yep. And then they just went with Dante Thornton Jr. That's a good draft by the Raiders. The Broncos having a great draft.
Yep.
The Chiefs took Gelati recently, right? And somebody else. Or did they trade out? Am I crazy?
They did take Gelati, and then they traded up for that corner. Which corner was it? We liked the pick at the time, and very Chiefs corner. What was his name? I forget.
Oh, Noel Williams?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. Yeah.
The Bills have done another trade with the Chicago Bears. The Bills have given up 132 and 169 to move up to 109.
Well, at least they're not trading with the Chiefs.
Yeah. They have learned their lesson. Trade with NFC teams.
Yes, or literally anybody else. Oh, man.
That is too funny.
Okay, next on the super chats from Craig. Good afternoon from the UK. Been with you from the start of the draft. Great work from all of you. At least it finishes midnight today and not start then today. LOL. Who are we handstanding for? Yeah, congratulations. This is the UK. Is this why we get more views? Because international fans are able to pay attention more on day 3.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Potentially.
I like it. We're so global. Well, thank you, Craig. Who are the handstand picks today? I don't know. I think does Winston still qualify?
I would still be pretty happy with it, honestly, even though he's got the character stuff.
I would just like, for the sake of how we've viewed these players, Andrew Armstrong and Elijah Badger at some point for the Chargers, because we've been pretty, like, obviously not like a top 5 receiver, but we liked both those more than the consensus. So that would be fun. I love, as an addition to the team, even though it would be a crowded room, Lakeem Talon Jr., because now you have third down receiving, whatever down in that regard.
They're starting the fan announcers now.
Oh, great. Krosky Merritt's pretty fun. For vibes, like Jay Tuia would be pretty fun.
Yep. Even though he's pretty redundant at this point with.
Yeah. I like Drew Kendall. I don't like him as much as you guys, but I would love for Alex Katzen maybe specifically, but for you guys to get that one, or Frazier, obviously.
The Bills just took Deion Walker.
Oh, Kentucky
defensive tackle.
Yeah, he is. I hope he does well. By all accounts, like, worked his tail off to get out there and play way more snaps than anyone would expect someone that size.
He was playing with a broken back last year.
Playing with a broken back. Yeah, like, there's, like, as a character, it sounds like he's pretty A1, but the film was rough.
Yeah, especially from this past year, which, like, that makes sense if he was playing with a broken back.
Exactly. So I think in this range, like, he was, I think, the second D tackle I watched. And then I watched Derek Harmon, which is a very good experience. So I was like, wow, Harmon can really rush the passer. Somewhat by comparison here. Where is he on the list? CJ West. Jay Tuia. Deion Walker at 115. So yeah, that's kind of where I thought he'd go.
Making sure I'm not missing anybody on my board that I watched.
Alrighty, from Jack Foley. Thank you guys for being for the hard work, best content in the game. Better be practicing that swing, Steven.
Yeah, Jack and I have gone golfing before when I've been down in LA. I have not been golfing in the last few weeks, obviously, with the draft and being in Europe. But now that it's getting warmer and sunnier, I will definitely be out there on Saturdays.
Right on.
You're not much of a golfer, are you?
No, neither is Joel.
Oh, God. Oh, too soon. Too soon, sir. Too soon.
Yeah. Sort of spoilers for a show that came out 6 days ago, and the game's been out for a while.
Yeah, if you don't know about that, this is your own fault.
From Uncle Kevo, pick one player on offense and one on defense for each of you in the 4th. Greetings from Dublin, Ireland. On offense, I will say in round 4 specifically, Gunnar Helm. It would have been Mitchell Evans, but and then on defense, if it's not Swinson, I liked. I have Zaya Alexander as CB9, which is not saying a ton because I didn't watch a lot of corners, but I did like Zaya Alexander from LSU.
Okay. I think we talked a bit about him last night.
A little bit.
One player on offense. I think anybody listening knows how I feel about Miles Frazier. That's probably, like, I would I would get up and pass that for that. Obviously, that would be pretty fitting. I did like Drew Kendall a decent amount. Again, not as much as Alex probably does. I think that also could be a commitment to the bit. But I think so. In terms of the pure centers, I had him as center 4. Seth McLaughlin, his Achilles injury factors into that a little bit. You could maybe have McLaughlin down a spot, but I have Kendall and McLaughlin graded pretty similarly. My top 2 were Jake Majors and Jared Wilson, and then I had a pretty decent gap in between Wilson and Kendall, center 2 and center 3, center 4.
Yeah.
So Jake Majors was my highest graded pure center. I was a huge fan of his tape. Checked all the boxes. Smart, tough, physical, but I don't think he's really a super clean fit for the Chargers scheme. But Drew Kendall definitely is. Drew Kendall is much more of a brawler type of center. Played a ton of gap scheme stuff like that.
Yeah.
We know the Chargers are interested in him. They went to the pro day.
Yeah.
Mike Devlin, they've met with him. I know they're interested in him. I just think like they need somebody who can potentially play guard. Like I don't know. Like I know that they like him, and I know that they need a long-term center. But I'm a little nervous about taking like a pure center because they have no like great option at left guard.
Yeah.
The other question about defensive prospects. So Kobe Bryant, has he gone yet?
I don't believe so. I didn't watch it. I only watched Mello Dotson actually, so I don't know.
Okay, so either of the Kansas corners would be sick. I like both of them. I think Kobe Bryant, just like as a pure slot corner, probably is a better fit for what the Chargers need right now. Obviously, I know like they have Derwin James will play a lot in the slot for them, but this is a team that I do think could use like a legit slot corner, because if Derwin James were to miss any time, then you're talking about getting Jamaree Taylor probably more involved, and I just think we probably need to get away from that experiment a little bit, and just let Jamaree Taylor play special teams. He's great at it, and that's fine with me. So Kobe Bryant, love the film, definitely my type of corner. If he lasts to pick 125, I would be pretty happy with that. Edge rusher wise, okay, Arian Smith, the receiver from Georgia, just went. That is extremely early.
Wow. To the Jets?
The Jets at 110. Yep. He's very fast. And there you go. Fastest. So edge rusher wise, I think they have some good options. We talked about, Braden Swinton. You like, is it Darren, right?
Is it Baron Sorrell?
Baron Sorrell.
If that's how you say it, I don't know.
Baron Sorrell. I like Q Robinson from Alabama. We're running out of options, right? Fatal Diggs, who we've done a couple of times in mock drafts. He's an option. I'm going to do a Utah thing and bring up Connor O'Toole because he is a high-end athlete. He plays the run. He can turn the corner. Definitely has had some injuries that have really kind of limited his career. But if that's like worst case scenario, you can get to the 6th, 7th round, you throw a shot at Connor O'Toole, and he can be your athletic special teams edge rusher as well.
Nice. I like that. As if they skip out on tight end here, did you ever watch Luke Lachey?
I did, yes.
Okay. Liked him. Gadsden is very tricky for me because you're getting a big receiver. What the Eagles do?
Ty Robinson to the Eagles.
Oh, damn it. That's so fun. That's fun.
Wow.
Okay. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Yeah, he's a good player. That's a good player.
Did you watch the edge rusher from Virginia Tech, Antoine
Power Island?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's edge 17 for me, so like I thought he was fine. I think he has a 4th round grade from me.
Hello. Thank you.
I guess I can pull that up. Hello, Brooke, unless the lady decided to learn how to talk.
No, Brooke brought me a coffee. She had like a school event this morning, and I asked her to stop on the way for a drink for me.
What's the go-to? Or what's the one today?
It's a brown sugar shaken espresso.
Oh, Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of become my go-to drink. Yeah, the espresso I think hits a little bit more than cold brew coffee personally.
Yeah. Teresa Compapa saying Shadur's been the BP on ESPN for 3 rounds.
He really has. He really
That's
has. I mean, I think the NFL has sent a very clear message. Like, if you're not going to take our interview process seriously, like, we're just not going to take you.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the fallback there. Okay, so from Bolt Gang, give me Helm in the 4th and Jalen Ramsey for a 5th. I don't know much about Ramsey at this point. I don't think the Chargers would go that route.
I'd be very concerned about the length of time you get Jalen Ramsey. Like, he does play a lot more in the slot now, so there could be some longevity there, but that is definitely a concern for somebody who's pushing on the wrong side of 30.
Yeah. Gruder McBolt, what's your take on Jackson Hawes? Did not get to watch him.
Yeah, didn't get to watch him.
Sorry.
Luke Lachey was the last tight end I watched.
Okay.
I didn't necessarily sit down and watch tape of Brant Keithy. Obviously, I know him very well.
Yeah.
But I like Luke Lachey. I just don't. He's just not like a great athlete. So it is going to be interesting to see what the Chargers prioritize if they do go with a tight end. I did not watch Joshua Simon, the South Carolina tight end, but he's like an elite athletic tester. So if they want, he's kind of more of like, my understanding from listening to guys talk about him is that he's more of kind of a short area yak guy who can potentially become more than that. But if they want like a freak athlete, that's the next one.
Gotcha. Also, I realized I can add one more to my board. I didn't realize I didn't add Isaiah Nayor from Nebraska, the receiver. Isaiah Nayor from Nebraska, 7.35.
Not their best work today.
Oh, Starbucks?
Yeah.
I really didn't add him, Nayor.
It's okay. I just need the caffeine. It's whatever.
I'll put him. I'm going to make it up. Of course, I think about this for so long and I realize I missed somebody. I will put him, I don't know, 102nd. Sure. I don't care.
How many players did you end up with on your board total?
134, if I include this player.
Okay, you watched a little bit more than I did.
Yeah,
I mean, I was in Europe for
2
weeks.
Yeah, you went like heavy before Europe. I did nothing for 2 weeks and then went full tilt on spring break. Okay. Here we go. Isaiah. There
was a quote in there with Jesse Minter that when he was talking to Jamaree Caldwell, that they like big people who can rush the passer.
Yep.
And I would not be surprised if they took another defensive tackle in that same vein. Like, Thor Griffith from Louisville, Loki has some pass rush to him.
Okay.
Did you watch him?
Nope.
Okay.
Only watched Gelati.
That's fair.
26. Okay. So I watched 26 receivers. Has Higgins been drafted yet? Asks Alex. I'm assuming that's the receiver.
Yeah, the only Higgins I know of is Jaden Higgins.
Mm-hmm. So yes, if that's who you're talking about.
Okay, let's figure this part out. Now
Same
I have the players in order. I need
I just have a Don Francisco's at home French press roast deal going on. No creamer. Just let it rip, man.
Wow, you're just black coffee now.
Either one. Like, don't get me wrong. I think I've been drinking like the lavender matcha coffees from iced coffees from Starbucks on the show before. So just
nice.
Whatever. But at home, yeah, I just have it's easy in the morning.
Yeah, we have an espresso machine at home, and I love an espresso coffee, but we are out of creamer, so I had Brooke stop on her way home to get me one.
Yeah, that's fair. There's some like awful black coffee. Like it's just crap. Like this is a good black coffee, I suppose, or non-creamer in it, whatever coffee.
Sure.
But yeah. As Daniel says, yes, black coffee is when you get older and can't handle the calories. Someone asking about Jack Sawyer again. Like him in this range, just not a huge fan overall. Edge, like 18 for me, I think. Yeah, 18.
He was edge 17 for me.
Yeah. Joel Delete, what are your expectations for a Boygby this year? That is definitely the wild card because they lost Ford, kept Tart, brought in 2 run stopper guys, and Caldwell TBD on roll, I think. But yeah, Boygby's got to take a big step forward. If they don't go another D tackle here.
Oh, are you kidding me?
What cool defensive player did the Niners get?
CJ West.
Yeah, of course. All right. CJ West is definitely. I like.
They need the defensive line help, so they have hammered that point home so far.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm almost done with updating where these guys are sorted.
Just let it rip, man. You're gonna be out of players.
I know. I have 128 on my board, but I have. You know how we have like the position rankings on the right side? I want to make sure I get those updated here before I send it out. Because right now I have their grades, not their rankings.
Fun defense. So the 49ers draft has been. Let's see.
It's so funny. They had the linebacker pick yesterday that everybody kind of hated, but the rest of their draft has been pretty good.
So then Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, CJ West.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, that's a fun front to develop for sure. Good question. Who would they have taken in the third if they picked Harmon in the first? I think they were hoping he fell to them. I'm assuming, well, was that a weird spot where running backs weren't going?
In the first round or the third round?
In the third round. So like Caleb Johnson went and then just a no man's land.
Yeah. And then I think Bashal Tootin just earlier today was the next one taken.
Yeah.
So if they had taken Harmon first, in the I think they would have stuck with Tre Harris because Joe Ortiz said that they were considering trading up for Tre Harris. Like they liked him that much.
Yeah. As they should.
As they should. Third round, I think I need to see like who else has gone. I think that's probably not a running back. Maybe that's like an edge rusher or a corner situation.
Yeah.
Just based off of like how running back has played out. And I think, and then today they would have taken, one of the running backs that we've talked a lot about. Like based on how they took Hampton, I wouldn't have been surprised if they would have taken like a Jordan James, a Kyle Monongai, Khalil Mullings if they wanted to do that whole thing. So
I guess they could have just taken Caldwell.
They could have double dipped. Yeah, I would not have been opposed to that, honestly.
Yeah, that would have been, but
just reunite them.
Yeah, especially if they liked him that much.
Yeah. I was eating yesterday when the Texans traded up for Jalen Knoll. I didn't realize that they are reuniting Higgins and Knoll. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Oh, man. Nice, Mighty. Good try there.
Was he trying to like make us say something?
Correct.
Okay. I'm on a different screen, so I didn't see what was said.
Coffee's induced ADHD. That's funny.
Did you ever watch Jalen Conyers, the tight end from Texas Tech?
Yes, and I thought he was fine. But I have him as tight end 12, and that might be not saying a lot.
Katzen took him in his mock draft this morning.
Okay. Yeah, that's
so
definitely more vertical stretch, pure receiver.
Yeah, but he could do some like wildcat, and like he's actually thrown a couple passes. Ooh, shoot! The Panthers just took Trevor Etienne.
Okay,
114
from the killer.
10 picks away from the Chargers.
He's asking, how do I join the Discord? Either Patreon or YouTube members. I can probably repost the link. It's just I think it'll crash my stream if I try to open too much more things.
Yeah, I think so.
But yes, there will be a members link. If you're in there, great. If you join, and I guess it's easier on my phone to send a link if you need it. Yeah, we've been firing a lot of stuff in there.
It's funny, the back end of my big board is literally just like all the last defensive prospects I got to.
Yeah, mine's a
I have Aeneas Peoples, Junior Tafuna, GG Poogies, Dion Walker, all like right, which is for Walker, but
yeah. I've got my receiver graveyard: Trayshawn Holden, Kobe Hudson, LeJohntay Wester, KeAndre Lambert-Smith. I have Rivaldo Fairweather. Didn't watch a ton of Jacob Bear from Arkansas State, the center, but he was down there. Not a bad player, just a day 3 player. Colin Oliver, Tyler Beatty, and at the bottom of the list is Antoine Wells Jr. from Ole Miss, who dropped or fumbled everything I saw him.
That's not good.
No, it was.
So I ended up with 23 defensive tackles watched this year, which I feel like I've barely ever gotten to like 13.
Now, usually that's 10 nose tackles that have 4 pressures.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good there. Let's make these guys all bolded.
Jacob's asking, Elijah Roberts still on the board? Yes. But I don't know. He's listed as an edge. I think he's a horrible edge. I think could be a good defensive tackle.
Yeah, he's more of a hybrid guy for me, and I like him more than you though.
Yes. Pegues is on the board. Did I even put Pegues on here? Do I not have him on here? I'm not even gonna go find that. Okay, I don't have Pegues on my big board. Huh.
All right, folks. Here's my big board coming down the pipe. The Cardinals just took linebacker Cody Simon from Ohio State. So cool. I have not crossed out everybody who's gone yet. I already has 8 people in my big board already, so that's fun. So that is my next mission for right now.
Okay. Sounds good.
So for anybody wondering, I had Jamaree Caldwell ended up at 89th on my board.
Cool.
So I did watch tackles and safeties and things like that, but
yeah,
right in line there.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to come up here? Up here? Come on, up here.
Ooh, Daniel says trade alert
for the Chargers.
No idea.
He just Texans are up. Texans are up.
But you're feeling good if you're the Chargers. You want a tight end? Not a single one has gone, I think.
Yeah. Did Jalen Royals go yesterday?
No.
Princely went, right?
Princely did go.
Where did he end up? Do you remember?
Panthers?
Oh, that's good. They took Scourton early. That's good. I like that.
I want to say him. Yeah, good player.
Kyle Kennard has not gone. Is that correct?
Kennard. I believe that's correct. And he's
there's some good edge rushers here if they want an option. I liked Kyle Kennard. I know that there were some mixed feelings there, but we've talked about this a few times. I am a sucker for players who show out against their best competition, and the only edge rusher I saw give any kind of problems to Will Campbell was Kyle Kennard. Yeah, and that's kind of what put me on JT Tuimoloau first, is because he was the only one who gave Joe Alt problems last year.
Gotcha.
So I like Kyle Kennard. There's some twitch there, there's some burst there, but I do think I think here pick 125 would be a good selection.
Yeah, he was a 3rd round guy for me, so that's fine by me.
I had him at 60, so he was my last guy in the 60s.
Kennard for me would have been
Joshua Farmer. Did he go?
Joshua Farmer did not go.
Ty Robinson just went. Pat Bryant went. Jordan Birch went. Charles Grant went.
Can you send it in the private chat. If I do, when it comes up on comments, I can't access it because we just click the comments. But if I can help you cross off names, is what I'm saying.
You should have access to this, but I'll send it again to your email.
Oh, it's no. Oh, so it's that same one. It's not like a separate thing.
Correct.
Okay.
But it's okay.
No, I got you then.
Fairchild went. That was a bummer. I was hoping he would make it here for potentially a 4th round selection.
The Texans took Fairchild?
The Bengals, I think, took Fairchild.
Oh, I thought you were announcing the pick. Gotcha. Because the Texans just traded up.
Oh, sorry. My bad. The Texans have not, their pick has not been announced.
Is this one on our big board or oh, here it is. Okay, cool.
Noah Williams went. Savion Jones went. Was he the Chiefs too? I feel like he was.
Savion Williams?
Yeah.
No, he went to. Oh, it's raining. Out today.
Oh, like outside your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's supposed to rain up here today too.
I got rid of Landon Jackson for you.
Oh, I missed that one.
No, you're good.
Deion Walker just went.
Roberts, Dan Jackson.
I think that's
Ivy.
I
think you're good. You're the only one who's going to know the Utah corner. Burning Stool, Kendra.
So that one's maybe a little manifesting, but I think Zamaiwan's a good player, man.
Yeah. Oh, you did up watching Fedone. Yeah, I think we feel about the same way based on that.
For who?
Thomas Fedone, the tight end from Nebraska, who tested like an animal, and then I was like, where?
Yeah, I did not see that. Emmy2537 asking about Ty Robinson. We both really like Ty Robinson.
Yeah. I was only concerned with maybe like what's left and his certain age, but he's just straight up good player. Like I think he's what maybe not exactly the same because they're even just different body types, but he's almost like what I think people are discussing Sawyer as.
Yeah, and a lot of love for Jack Sawyer today.
Yeah.
Dylan asking about the asterisk and the hashtag on our big board. So the asterisk is medical concerns, and then the asterisk is character concerns, which need to be updated. Unfortunately, I need to do that. As well.
Yeah. I try to put more asterisks if it's significant and more, other stuff if it's not, or fewer if it's not.
The Texans took Woody Marks, running back from USC. That is early for him.
Wow. They traded up for Woody Marks.
Yep.
I didn't watch him, but
yeah, I didn't grade him, but that's the earliest I saw he ever had. Oh, the Rams traded up. The Rams are on the clock. So unfortunately, Mitchell Evans has a star and an asterisk next to his name.
Yep.
Sucks.
Same, unfortunately.
Some of them I need to switch because I had like a plus. That's what I usually do for a medical thing.
That makes so much sense. I don't know why I didn't even do that. And we've done that before. My brain was like, oh, that's an asterisk. So stupid.
Is there anybody else that we have heard recently? Oh, here's the Ram selection. That's so funny. I think Brooke is listening to the stream in the next room over, and I can hear my echo. The Rams just took Trikweze Hunter, the running back from Auburn. Did you watch him, the Trikweze Hunter?
Yeah, he's kind of like a Khalil Mullings, very much so. Yeah. Go forward, fall forward. Like strong. I think good post contact numbers as well.
He was one of Dane Brugler's like favorite day 3 players. So I'm sure he's pretty happy with that one.
Yeah. I had him at 115 as RB22. A very solid player. You can bet on more exciting traits maybe, but I thought he was a very solid player.
Can you look at my list and make sure I'm not missing any like
I went through and I didn't see. Oh, character guy. Sorry. That I did not do. With the understanding I don't know everyone. As long as you got the new ones there. I guess I could have put one by Badger as well. An asterisk for you is what again?
Isn't that what we said was the medical?
Oh, you are? Okay, you are doing that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, same as you.
I think you're good.
Just in time for the round 4 selection.
Yeah.
Only took me 20 minutes.
No, that's all good. Listen, we are 55 minutes and almost an hour into what will ultimately be a 7-hour live stream. So we have a ways to go.
Yeah. Once the Alexes come on, I will probably take a break at some point.
Yeah.
And you're obviously welcome to do the same. The Falcons pick is being announced from Germany. It's just one guy, though, instead of like, they usually do like a crowd. It's just the one guy.
Oh.
Oklahoma.
Billy Bowman Jr.
Cool.
Didn't watch him, but Trevor Sikkema was on this channel with Alex Insdorf talking about him potentially being like a slot kind of player.
Okay.
So the highlights they're showing right now look good, but I did not watch Oklahoma defense. I don't think I watched any Oklahoma defense, actually, now that I think about it. Like, I didn't watch any prospect play Oklahoma or anything.
No, and they usually have like an offensive lineman or two, and they didn't have that this year. It was just Landon Jackson.
So tight end wise, the Chargers are in a good spot here.
Yeah, they're in a really good spot.
I know that Andy Bischoff likes Mitchell Evans, at least the football player. Unfortunately, there are some things in the background here that we're not quite sure about. He would be my choice if they were able to clear the character stuff. Gunnar Helm would be second for me. Jake Brenningstool will be third. How do you have those guys sorted? Same order, I think, right?
Pretty sure the same order. Definitely Etchins. Evans, Helm. Then literally that same order. Fourth would be Lachey.
Okay. Fourth for me would be Gadsden.
Yeah, he's literally the next player on my list. So no, not Mike Green level stuff.
No. The Mike Green situation, like if he had just like minor character stuff, like Evan, like this is minor for Evans as far as we know. If Mike Green had just minor character situations, he's a first round pick like all day. Dane Brugler had him as a top 10 player. Like everybody who watched him knows that his film was that good. It's awesome. Tested like a freak. But it's just teams are uncomfortable with top 50 selections when it comes to those kind of allegations. And again, there could be more that we don't know about. There could be future allegations. It's funny. The Ravens have said like they have a strong like no tolerance policy against this sort of stuff, and then now they have the kicker situation. Now they have Mike Green who they drafted.
I didn't consider that.
Yeah. The Bengals just picked linebacker Barrett Carter from Clemson. So that is their second linebacker that they have taken in this draft.
I swear like a year ago they had like 2 linebackers they were paying. Am I crazy?
No, you're not. They cut one of those players. What was his name? He was like their leader
Wilson?
guy. No, Wilson's still there. Wilson is still there and still good. He's probably the outside of Hendrickson. He's like their only good. He's their only good defensive player right now.
So right now they have Wilson, Pratt, Demetrius.
Oh, Pratt's still there. That's the one who I was thinking of that they cut. Okay, maybe they're going to cut him.
Is it Mema Jongmeta? I don't know. That's their fourth guy. And then whoever this is, Barrett Carter.
Sure. But yeah, the Mitchell Evans stuff is just more, it's an attitude thing. There's just not been some great reports coming out of Notre Dame about like his relationships with teammates and coaches and things like that. So it's not like he's not like a bad person. He's not a criminal. It's just there's just attitude questions.
Yeah.
And at tight end specifically, that's usually not great because you're playing like a position that's very selfless. You're doing a lot of the dirty work, so it's just not ideal. A couple other super chats. What was the last one that you got to? We did the Jackson Haas one, right? We did the Harmon one. Did we do this one?
Nope.
Shout out to Sergio S. He says, usually don't use super chat, but you guys are absolutely crushing it. Best Chargers content on YouTube. Now just need Ortiz to draft Helm in the 4th. Yeah. Unfortunately, the Titans literally just took Gunnar Helm at pick 120. It was announced over commercial break. So that is a bummer. That's a good selection for the Tennessee Titans. But thank you, Sergio, for the super chat and the kind words. We do really appreciate it. And then Nabil says Ravens took Green, but Ortiz wasn't willing to. They were not taking Green over Tre Harris. Like they were considering trading up for Tre Harris. They loved him that much. So they were not willing to take him in the first round, which I think is definitely fair. And then they had a player at a different position of need, a greater position of need that they loved, that they were getting to, that they ended up taking. So that's really what that came down to at that point.
Yeah, I get you. When picks like that happen, I could just see, like, my mom's a pretty diehard Chargers fan, and when stuff like that would come up, you like trying to like talk to my mom about like that.
Yeah,
how much that would be a turn off on the player for obvious reasons. So,
I think when it comes to like attitude guys, I think the Chargers could be a little bit more willing to take chances. But when it comes to players with sexual assault, multiple DUIs, other offenses, like I'm glad that the Chargers stay away from those kind of players. Like a lot of fans want the Chargers to go trade for Tyreek Hill. That man has a sexual assault charge against him every single offseason.
Yeah.
Like every offseason, there is a different sexual assault case. And so stuff like that, I'm just really glad the Chargers stay away from. And it's just, to me, I think it's a good thing that character matters as much as it does for the Chargers. And you can grip and gripe with that if you want, but if there's a guy with a gun charge, if there's a guy with, reckless driving, to me, it's a good thing that the Chargers stay away from those kind of players as much as they have in the past. So like if Chiefs fans have a lot to be very thankful for, right? But I would be so tired of the receiver room that the Chiefs have if I were a Chiefs fan. Like every offseason, a Chiefs receiver is in the news doing something reckless and stupid and illegal. And that to me would just kind of drive me crazy a little bit.
Yeah.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just took David Walker, the edge rusher from Central Arkansas. So if the Chargers want an edge rusher, this is probably the time to take one, just because that is kind of how the board is trending here for a second.
Yeah, it even feels like you can be more patient on tight end, but edge, I would like to take one here.
Our last super chat that I think we missed. Kurt says, Chargers got me Hampton on my birthday. Happy belated birthday.
Birthday, Kurt.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's fun. Birthday on the draft. That's super sick. Hoping for Miles Frazier with this next pick, he says.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Edge, D tackle again, interior, tight end, corner. All good.
Yeah. Is outside of Swinson, the Texas edge rusher is your highest graded? I forget his name always. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Baron Sorrell. If he doesn't go to the Chargers, you'll never have to know what his name is. So Swinson. Wait, is it Sorrell over Kennard?
Oh, I need to add a hashtag next to Swinson's. That's who I missed earlier.
I'm sorry. It's Swinson, Kennard, Sorrell, Ivy, Powell, Ryland. Acknowledging that's a pretty good big gap where I missed a few players.
Yeah. So edge rusher wise, I would have Kennard. I would have Swinson, Kennard. It's obviously a big gap between Swinson and Kennard. But I do have Q Robinson, who I'm keeping an eye on here with this particular pick. Long, speedy, bursty edge rusher who has a ton of special teams experience. That's someone. And then your guy, Baron Sorrell, he also has special teams experience. So is that the pick announcement? I can't really tell. Okay. The Carolina Panthers have taken Lathan Ransom the safety from Ohio State.
Cool. The killer asked, "Would we be bummed on Jack Sawyer?"
Not
Given the
bummed,
options, yeah, but I mean, I have him at 106. He probably would be 120 something, 130th if I watched every player. So I don't mind it.
Okay. I did not know this, but Quandarius, aka Q Robinson, has at least one arrest in his background. So that's unfortunate.
Oh, that's not good.
Dude, I this class, man, every time I say that I like a player, it's like, oh, just kidding. They have character stuff.
Yeah. To Katzen's point, though, it is really one of those classes. Yes, we have more info than ever, and we gather info and have done more homework because we get better at this every year. But yeah, injuries or character stuff, yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, so that shout out to Uber Goober Jack, who is the one who pointed that out in the chat for me.
Christian says, "What, bro? You've never been arrested?" I have been thrown in the back of a cop car. They wrongfully threw me in the back of a cop car because they thought I stole a car.
Yikes. No, I knock on wood, I don't even have like a speeding ticket. So
I don't either. Yeah. They pulled over like most hilariously clean person they could have.
Yeah. Okay, the pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers at 123. They have Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson, so that's a pretty sick duo there.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Man, there is a lot of Jack Sawyer love in the chat today.
Mm-hmm. Although Scoot Magoot says he's the opposite of a Harbaugh type. He threw a tantrum whenever Michigan beat Ohio State the last few years.
Yeah, he tried to choke out Mason Graham last year.
Oh.
Yeah, the two of them do not like each other. Here's the Steelers pick being announced.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jack Sawyer.
Oh, okay.
So cool. Now he's going to be an all-pro. Awesome.
Jack, that is
that's a
yeah,
Steelers pick for sure.
That's a Steelers pick for sure. Yes, we will play audio for the Chargers pick, and
assuming it gets announced and then they don't go to commercial break.
Yeah, we'll try to have this up. Things are flying. All right, no
Yeah,
Jack Sawyer.
So this is definitely an edge rusher if they want one. This is the time.
Yeah,
because there's been quite a few edge rushers who have gone off the board,
yeah.
which is really funny to me that more of them didn't go yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
They can take other players. You know, Miles Frazier, I would be stoked with. Gunnar Helm, I would be stoked with. But if they want an edge rusher, this is the time to do that because this is the board. Sasha asking about what's wrong with Swinson. There's attitude and hobby issues, I'll say, for Braden Swinson. Oh yeah, Gunnar Helm went. My bad. Gunnar Helm is off the board. My mistake.
Yeah.
So not Gunnar Helm. Nick S says Stephen loves bad boys. Don't forget the Spanish pick. I will announce a pick in Spanish at some point today. I'll probably do like one of the 6-round picks that.
Yeah, might as well change it up. I hope it's a lineman.
Now I need to think about like how you would say offensive line in Spanish. That's a different beast. It's a different beast. Yeah, but it sucks. Like every time I watch a player and I really, really like that player, I get like a message, oh, they have a character thing or they have a medical thing. So it's sometimes I wish all of this stuff were like out and then I could just get a list and then I know who to avoid.
Yeah,
that would make things so much more painless, especially this year would have been really helpful.
Yeah, you just got like the red flag players, a bunch of X-rays and like MRIs over here for other things.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Did you see who the pick is?
That's not a Texas thing. I just did that. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say we're gonna get another handstand over here. You can send it to me in the private chat if you want.
Yeah.
Oh, so you did get tipped.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you want to know that?
No, we'll do the live reaction then.
Source, trust me, bro. I can flip the screen around right now and show you.
Yeah. Wow, Roger's back out to announce the Packers pick.
Now this is a special pick, not just because it's the Packers. This young man is here today, so we want to introduce him. So give him a good round of applause. With the 124th pick
Who's still there?
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Baron Sorrell.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks.
Well, hang in there.
To announce it because Baron Sorrell has been in the green room this entire time, and here he is.
Why has he been in the green room?
Wow. Good for him sticking around. Pretty cool.
Why has he been in the green room? He wasn't invited for night one, was he? So you did you went like this, and then they took a Texas player with the Packers.
Oh,
I'm confused why this man was invited to the draft. Because he was not there on night one. Interesting. As always, we ask that you do not spoil the draft selection in the chat for those who want the live reaction aspect of our show. So the Chargers are on the clock. I believe they've been on the clock. So we should be getting the announcement sometime soon. Good for Baron Sorrell. I don't understand why he is there in person, but cool moment, I guess. If anybody knows why he is there, because I put the iPad back on mute, let me know. They took an edge rusher earlier in this draft, didn't they?
the Packers?
Yeah. Or am I tripping? Maybe they just were mock drafted an edge rusher so often. I'm thinking that. Yeah, that would have been a good selection for the Chargers. I would have been, based off of your analysis of him, I would have been happy with that.
Yeah, I didn't really know what his range was. So
good for him. Now he's going down the line of fans, high-fiving everybody. Good for him. And all these highlight plays of Baron Sorrell, there's also like Alfred Collins doing something sick. All right, Chargers are on the clock. The pick is still not in, according to NFL Network and their stream. So we'll see how this goes. You're doing a much better job with the poker face right now than yesterday.
Well, I literally could have been anybody else, and I would have just been like, yeah, whatever. I promise you guys will like the pick. How about that? Does that make everybody relax a little bit?
There you go. Were people freaking out in the chat?
I don't know.
Okay, pick is still not in, so Chargers taking their time maybe a little bit. Wow, he's really going down the whole group. Okay, now the pick is in for the Chargers. Pick is in for the Chargers. Oh wow, they put him on like a different stage and everything. They're really milking this for him. It's a cool little moment. Is he getting it to do the usual interview and everything? Are they about to go to commercial? They're going to announce this on commercial break, huh?
If they go to commercial, I can announce it.
They are on commercial break, so the pick is in, but it has not been announced yet.
Okay.
So we'll wait and see if they come back out of commercial break. I don't have a gut feeling right here. I don't.
Go with your gut feeling.
I just said I don't have one.
I know, but go with it.
Go with it. So I'm going to be surprised then?
No.
Okay. I like that.
You're going to like this pick. You're
Okay.
going to like this pick.
Okay.
I assume the chat. I don't know how they feel about him.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for being my background foreground sign for 3 days. Happy to help.
Happy to help indeed.
So it's a him that narrows it down.
That's a him. Yes, it will
As far
be.
as I'm
man.
aware, I don't scout. That's not my scouting department. All right. That's not my thing.
Yeah. We're still probably a few years away from that being a thing.
I can tell you it's not Mitchell Evans. That would have been someone I would have suggested earlier.
Yeah.
Before I knew all that, but I would not be saying that right now.
Yeah.
Ban Tyler for peaking. It's not really peaking.
It's not peaking. It's information.
Are we still on commercial break?
We are still on commercial break.
I'm waiting to hit
Jersey
send.
Mike's commercial break for.
If anyone wants to see my recent, well, no, it's probably up. It's probably on Twitter now. Am I way behind?
It probably is on Twitter now.
It probably is on Twitter now. Hold on. I mean, I hinted at it.
No, but anybody doubting Tyler's information here would be foolish to do so.
Hardy har. I mean,
okay, they're doing an NFL commercial now, so maybe they're about to come back and announce this thing.
Oh my god.
Pet peeve of mine for all of these graphics, they never put edge rusher on there, so they're currently showing that they released linebacker Joey Bosa, and that I hate it. And also, who came up with the additions for this team? Because Trey Lance is the top name on that list. I do not like.
Of course he is.
Okay, they are back. They are showing Sorrell on a stage with a selfie stick. Oh, come on. The Chargers pick has been in for like 5 minutes.
We can dance what we want to. We don't leave our friends behind. Sometimes, and if you don't dance, well, no. Are we gonna get banned for like monetized for that? I don't know.
Okay, they're showing a Matthew McConaughey tweet. Announce the damn pick already. I don't think we'll get monetized for you singing a song, though.
Not if I sing it terribly.
Not if you sing it terribly.
Both Costa says
you're a great singer.
Yeah, okay. Name one Chinese singer. Exactly.
I said you specifically. I didn't say you made it about that. I did not.
All right, that's true. I know. Steven.
Okay, here is the Charger selection with Miss Dawn Aponte.
So the newest Packer could have that moment.
With the 125th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Kyle Kennard.
Yeah! Let's go.
Yeah, so that's okay. So I'm glad you asked. I'm glad we talked about edge rusher. South Carolina edge rusher Kyle Kennard is my best available edge rusher. That's not Swinson, and for very obvious reasons, not Swinson. Edge 12 for me, 55th player overall for me. And yeah, that was pretty freaking. I figured Steven would like it. I didn't know if the chat liked Kennard, but I knew Steven would like that one.
Yeah, so Kyle Kennard was 60th player on my board, as I said earlier, 12th edge rusher in the draft. You can get to my notes on him here in a second. Once I find the edge rushers in my Google Doc, scroll down. Kyle Kennard. Okay. For Kyle Kennard, I put this is a bursty, speedy, flexible edge rusher. Love his ability to turn a corner. There are flashes of power, flashes of speed to power, and a long arm. He is the only edge rusher I watched that gave Will Campbell problems. They're already announcing the Browns pick. Seriously, that's really annoying. Plays with great tempo, sets up his speed rush with a great power step and inside Euro step. So this is a guy who I think does have like a plan to rush the passer, which is very rare with college edge rushers. He doesn't set the edge super well, but he can shed the blockers and beat them to spots with consistency. So he is definitely not somebody that's going to take on a tackle and set the line of scrimmage, but I do think he can shed the blockers when he does engage with them. I think his length stands out. I do think he could add some mass to help. And then I wrote that how awesome the South Carolina defense is, because they would use him as a looper. They would use him as an amoeba rusher, dropping into coverage. So I do think this gives the Chargers some versatility on the edge as well. So I'm a big fan of his. I think this makes a lot of sense for the Chargers. I think he will play special teams. So I'm pretty happy with this. When you said that reaction, I was thinking, okay, maybe this is Miles Frazier.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to say that either way.
But Kyle, wow, they're already announcing the Colts pick too. So Kyle Kennard, Chargers edge rusher. They have their 4th edge rusher. They have their special teams edge rusher, and I do think he has some legitimate pass rush upside as well.
Yeah, honestly, very similar things on my notes, like literally the Will Campbell reps. I'll just read it. High motor designated pass rusher who's late to 2nd, 3rd round target for me. Doesn't have a wide array of pass rush moves, with most of his wins coming with some bend and rip on the outside. However, he's shown flashes of other moves, both as a rusher and in the run game against Campbell versus LSU. Kennard was able to work back inside, convert speed to power versus half of the man, get a few wins after outside moves stalled early on against Texas A&M. He's able to set an edge with his left arm while spying the quarterback, club with his right arm, and win back inside to tackle the scrambling quarterback. He's a great quarterback spy. Play against the run is almost non-existent, with most of his production coming off of backside work and effort. Kennard has and can reduce inside over the tackle to rush, but he's primarily a stand-up rusher who can contribute early as a 3rd option. And I had a 3rd round grade on him. I thought he was a very good, awesome player. Yep. If anyone's curious, I tweeted KK. So what a coincidence.
Oh, Charger, good pick for the Chargers coming soon. KK, nice, very good.
Yeah,
that was 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. That was a ways ago.
Yeah, so we're behind. The stream is going to be behind. If you're following like Jordan Schultz and all those guys, like they're gonna, this is pick 128 currently, with Jalen Lane, the receiver from Virginia Tech, going to the Washington Commanders. So if you're following this on Twitter, like you're gonna have picks spoiled like all day today if you care about that.
I think it's now a bit, but Tyler asked, would you take Jack Sawyer with our next pick? Probably not.
No.
He's gone. Best draft ever. Yeah.
Very good process by the Chargers. Very good process.
Yeah. I don't think I tweeted much of Kennard.
I tweeted some clips from his LSU game just because that was like the most notable one.
That's fair. Have you retweeted that recently?
I'm about to.
Please do. Sorry, we'll cover this on our own personal terms and then cover it for you guys. Gave you a scouting report right there.
Yeah.
He's got 34 inch arms, by the way. Someone's asking about that. So
yeah, I think I really like the potential versatility here because Thule can kick inside. Kyle Kennard can loop. He can do amoeba rushes. Jesse Minter's going to have some fun with Kyle Kennard. I can tell you that. With that kind of speed, versatility, and flexibility. This is a guy that's going to be able to move around the line, and I think this is going to be a really good selection for the Chargers. And yeah, they get another former South Carolina edge rusher coming to the Chargers.
Not since Ingram, yeah?
That is correct.
High and motor quarterback spine.
Although very different, very different size profiles. So there's not a whole lot of like starting spots available on the Chargers defense right now, which makes sense. So I'm going to put Kyle Kennard in the depth chart. On Tuesday, when we come back from draft weekend and we have recovered, we're going to do kind of a deep dive into these picks that the Chargers have made and talk about fits. And like, we'll do a whole deep dive into how the roster has kind of come together. At that point, we'll also have, undrafted free agents. And, if they do anything like post draft or anything like that, we'll be able to do that. So, as it currently stands, like the two deep on the Chargers defense is pretty set. Like I think they could upgrade the slot and get Jamaree Taylor more of a supporting role, but they're pretty set, man. Like Khalil Mack, Bud Dupree, Tuli Tuipulotu, and Kyle Kennard on the edge. Deshaun Hand, Tier Tart, Jamaree Caldwell, Justin Igboigbe, Otito Ogbonia, Naquan Jones. So Scott Madlock, fullback full time. Let's go. good little storyline from the there. And then linebacker, Junior Colson, Deion Henley, Denzel Perryman, Troy Dye, and Delshawn Phillips. Corners, they have Cam Hart, Dean Leonard, Dante Jackson, and Benjamin St. Juste on the outside. Mm-hmm. Slot options, Tarib Still, Jamaree Taylor. I guess Tarib Still could play, outside as well. And then they have Derwin James, Alohi Gilman, Elijah Molden, Tony Jefferson. So that's their 2 deep.
Yeah. Okay. It's impossible to say this is my favorite pick of the draft. It's impossible after what I did with Tre Harris, but I love this pick so much for the Chargers here in the 4th round specifically. Yeah. You took him in the 3rd round, I'd have a very good reaction too, but in round 4, like an exact perfect option for the Chargers. Yes, I have concerns of a run defense. It's a 4th round pick, 3rd round pick, but like,
yeah, his
motor's insane. Watching that was very clear for me. I can try to pull up some old. Well, you have the clips. Never mind. Go look at Steven's stuff. He pulled the clip.
I only tweeted out the clips from the LSU game, so I'm going to,
which is fine. It's pretty good.
Fine.
Yeah, I liked Kennard quite a bit. But specifically after you, Alex, or Katzenich specifically, and I have wanted that 3rd, more of a pass rusher, more of a bender type, opposite the power guys. So I think it's such a good pick. I'm so happy.
I think for the value for where the Chargers are getting him, I think you can definitely make an argument that this is better than what they got with Jamaree Caldwell yesterday. Like Jamaree Caldwell a lot, not discounting that, but I think there was legit, 3rd round possibilities for Kyle Kennard, and I think, unfortunately, edge rusher, these guys, they went early, and then there was like a huge gap of edge rusher kind of players. So like Olufemi Oladejo went early, and obviously like Mike Green and those kind of guys, but there were not a lot of edge rushers who went in round 3. It was just kind of prioritized for other positions. So definitely a fan of this selection for the Chargers, and it just gives the Chargers some flexibility up front, play special teams.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of the reason why I didn't want the Chargers to go edge earlier is because I want Tuli to get like a true starting role opportunity, and this will allow him to do that, because last year he played a shit ton of special team snaps, and I think that just overall limited his effectiveness as a rusher, and he was playing a lot on the inside because of the other guys. So I know that there's like this perception out there that Tuli took a step back, or like we didn't see him take a jump and stuff like that. I don't think he really truly got a chance to show how much he has improved. So I think we will see Tuli take a significant leap forward this year. And now he does not have to play special teams. I think he would if they asked him to, but he does not have to play special teams anymore.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, that's.
Mikey asking if we would have preferred Kennard over Swinson. Like, we had Swinson graded higher for sure.
For sure.
There's just the character stuff that that's the reason why he's dropping, because I think Dane Brugler had like a late 2nd round grade on him, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the reason why he is not here.
Yeah. So some info on Kennard. Not 100% clean on the character. I don't know what specifically, but I guess Georgia Tech wasn't a huge fan of him. I'm assuming he transferred then, if that's the case.
Yeah, he did.
So you're in round 4. Like,
yeah.
Again, I don't know the extent, as long as it's not criminal or accusations of that nature. as far as I'm aware, it's just some character things, specifically related to Georgia Tech, though. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I can find out more maybe when we talk about this more in depth.
Sure.
But yeah.
Dane Brugler had him as edge 22.
Okay.
Had a 4th round grade on him. So
yeah, cool.
There were other edge rushers who, like, Dane has all the information in the world and he has all the access to film. And I think he said recently that he watches like at least 7 or 8 games on these guys. So he watches a lot more tape than we do. Yeah. I mean, Dane is literally a supercomputer when it comes to the draft. So
yeah.
He has a lot more information. There was a thing in here that him and Keon White were like super close. At Georgia Tech, it says that he learned how to, this is from the Beast, Kennard learned how to improve his work ethic from his quote big bro Keon White while with the Yellow Jackets. So maybe that's kind of what we're talking about with the potential character thing there, but at least it's not anything more than that. Like sometimes there's a big difference between like maturity issues, and this is a guy who has like legitimate, attitude, character concern.
Yeah, this one felt notable, but not significant, I guess, if that makes sense.
Sure.
You have to note these things as you get the info you get, but not one that clearly
he had 11.5 sacks and 15.5 tackles for loss last year. Like that's pretty good.
Yeah. He's a good player, man.
Wow, I did not realize this, but he was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good. He gained nearly 10 pounds between the combine and the pro day, so trying to beef up a little bit, which is good.
Yeah. Let me pull up the composite rankings real quick. I'm actually curious where he. Oops, that is not. That's just.
Did you do edge? I tried looking at that the other day.
I didn't. I just made a tab.
Yeah.
And I never actually did anything with it.
We unfortunately did not talk a ton about edge rushers until like late in the process.
Yeah, which is funny because you and I watched a good amount.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm sure Shamar Stewart's numbers would have been something. Shamar Stewart to the Bengals is kind of a bummer because now it just feels like that's going to be a rough career.
Yeah, that's not great. I ended up watching 23 edge rushers.
Yeah, I think I hit 21. Wish I watched 16 with some of the back half.
Yeah.
But
yeah. No, edge rusher. This was a much deeper edge rush room. There wasn't like a ton of star talent, but yeah, this was a deep edge class.
Okay, Luke's asking, is Omarion Hampton comfortably RB1 in game 1?
No, not comfortably. I think there's a chance, but not comfortably. Like they like Najee Harris a lot, and I think the thing with Hampton and with Tre Harris is that they will contribute and they will play a lot, but I think the Chargers are going to trust the veterans for, depending on where their bye week is, at least up until the bye week. I think Tre Harris is going to be kind of a rotating player, as he gets accustomed to an NFL playbook and NFL coverages and things like that. And same thing for Omarion Hampton. Omarion Hampton, I think, does need to kind of sit and watch for a little bit, in terms of like seeing things and how NFL defenses are playing him, because there was a lot of light boxes at North Carolina. Oh, wow. The Bears just took the Maryland linebacker, Ruben Hippolyte, that the Chargers were eyeing as like a UDFA.
Oh, snap. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in an interesting reach range.
Ben saying if it's true, that's a disaster pick. Me saying that they need to get used to the NFL speed it doesn't mean that I'm lower on them as players. I just think that we have to be a little realistic about the adjustment from a North Carolina offense to an NFL offense and
Yeah.
ACC defenses to NFL defenses. That doesn't mean he's not going to have a good rookie season. It just means I think he needs like some acclimation, and he needs an acclimation period. And I think that's a very fair thing to say about the majority of rookies.
Yeah. I mean, they traded up for Ladd McConkey, and clearly very much so liked him. And they, like Greg Roman admitted, like they were bringing him along, but they really didn't know for sure they could take those training wheels off until he went like Dunkachino all over Oronde Taylor and the Saints.
Yeah.
And then they were
and that was like week 8, week 7.
Yeah, it was like, something like that. It was not the first few weeks. It was after the bye at least. And then they went, okay, let's do it. And so even with someone like that in a room where they didn't have anything at receiver at the time, they still were patient with Ladd McConkey, and the season finished out fine. So I don't want to hear Omarion Hampton needing like a whole year to get that much more involved. But
no, I'm definitely not expecting the whole year. I think it starts out as like a 60-40 kind of deal with Najee, and then they can kind of go from there. Like Omarion's going to touch the football, but I think in terms of snaps and in terms of like, you know, letting him sit behind Najee, I think that's a good kind of situation. So, you know, Omarion faced a lot of light boxes in the NFL, you know, not a lot of 12 personnel, not a lot of fullback. Like it's just different. Like the way you see things is very different in that offense versus an NFL offense. So just give him half the season before you start to like freak out about how much he's not playing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he is going to play. He is going to have an impact.
Yeah. I'm not worried there. Landon asks, are we concerned about the interior line? Yes. Yes.
But this is where the Chargers have been at, right? Like they needed all of these other picks. So I think you could have taken Miles Frazier here if you wanted, but then edge rusher is probably a late round selection, like special teams only kind of player. So we said this yesterday. You have to give Jesse Minter some pieces. Like he does need some players. And I think with Jamaree and Kyle Kennard, I think this would be a nice little boost for the pass rush. The Chiefs pick at 133 is in. I haven't been like super up to date who has gone recently. So let me pull up the NFL.com real quick. Okay, so after the Chargers picked Kyle Kennard, the Browns picked Dylan Sampson. They traded up to get him, actually. So that's interesting. They took did they take Henderson? No, they took Quinshon Judkins. Their running back room is pretty nice. The Indianapolis Colts took Jalen Travis, the offensive tackle from Iowa State. I know I think Brandon Thorne liked him a good amount. Mentioned the Commanders taking Jalen Lane. The Baltimore Ravens took Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker from Cal. The New York Jets took Malachi Moore, the safety from Alabama, at pick 130. The New Orleans Saints took Quincy Riley, the cornerback from Louisville. And then I mentioned Ruben Hippolyte, the linebacker to the Chicago Bears. And the Chiefs are about to announce their pick here at pick 133.
Green Bay. Chiefs Kingdom is here, and the German Arrowheads are ready for the next. With the 133rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jalen Royce, wide receiver, Utah State.
That's sick.
To the Chiefs?
Yep.
Don't let them drive or do anything. just send them wherever they practice. Just leave them there.
As far as I know, there's no character stuff here, but yeah.
That's funny. I just jumped over to the director's page, and no, I don't have. I just wanted to see some reactions to the Kennard pick, and someone in the chat says we said Mitchell Evans had sexual assault allegations, and we did not say that. He's not saying that, by the way. He is not saying that. He is not saying
Sure.
that. Just someone in the chat said that, and now he's looking through to see if we said that. I messaged him in there, but I did not say that. I promise on my life we did not say that.
Yeah. Sexual assault is not sexual assault. There is a allegation range that covers a few different areas of like that specific kind of crime, but it is not sexual assault.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll log off of there. Still looking up. Yeah. No.
I just saw your private message. That's funny.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to some of these super chats here. Did we touch on this one from Edwin?
I don't know, but we can do it again in case we did.
Edwin sending in a super chat based on what I've heard from your own rankings. It seems like you guys think we've got good value so far.
Yeah.
What grade would you give us up to this point?
Yeah, as far as I'm looking at things, an A for sure. A, if you want to discuss like A- for Hampton being a running back in the first round and Caldwell going earlier than expected, but then you pivot to Chargers specific. Yeah, them taking a running back, their BPA, our BPA at that point, Caldwell being a team fit. This isn't like a reach on a player that I have no idea how they fit or how they're going to play this year. Every single player, I understand why they took them. So,
yeah, I think they have gotten good value. I think that is true. I think the only pick I can say that I truly love is probably the Tre Harris pick, just because I think it's such a clean fit. I really, really like Omarion Hampton. I really, really like Kyle Kennard.
mm-hmm.
I like Jamaree Caldwell. So this has been a really solid draft. I wouldn't say it's like outstanding. Like last year, I feel like we thought they aced it, but they were picking so much higher, right? Like they were picking at the top of each round, so it's much easier to get better value there. So I think this is a very good draft. I think they have set a higher floor with this draft, but I wouldn't say I'm not going to give this an A. Like I think this is probably in like the B+ kind of range.
Gotcha. Yeah, very good. Very, very good draft, I think.
If they trade up for Miles Frazier here, that might change.
How far do we have to go? 158?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Broncos just took Q Robinson, the edge rusher from Alabama. So they have a very specific type at edge rusher. I feel like they're kind of set at edge rusher. Because they have Nick Bonito. They have what's the guy's name from Ohio State who they took in like the 7th round? Jonathan Cooper. And
yeah.
And then they drafted Jonah Ellis last year. Maybe not set. That's probably the wrong word, but they have good players, I guess. Oh my gosh, they're showing a person who is making an NFL draft logo out of cheese at Lambeau Field.
On my
That's so Wisconsin
draft stream, Broncos took Q Robinson.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Oh, you said, I'm sorry.
Next one here from Dark Star 50. Who should we get at tight end and what round? So they obviously have not able to stay Gunnar Helm. I keep thinking he's available, but he is not available.
Yeah.
So tight end wise, Stool is still available.
Mm-hmm.
Oronde Gadsden. I keep saying Gadsden, but it's Gadsden. He's kind of more of a bigger receiver. A bigger receiver type. I didn't love him, but at this point in the draft, heading towards the 5th round,
yeah,
I'm not opposed there. If they want to go more athlete type, Jalen Conyers is a higher end athlete. Thomas Fedone, higher end athlete, but didn't really show up on tape. And then I have not watched him, but Joshua Simon from South Carolina, if they want to go another South Carolina guy, is the next one.
Gotcha.
Colin Murphy says, I would love a trade up to get Miles Frazier. Same thing. I think he would end up at left guard to start the year, even as a 4th, 5th rounder. it's very difficult to project a 4th, 5th rounder as a starting lineman. But him, I do agree he would end up starting. I think he solves one of their bigger issues, which is just like general awareness and pass protection. I think he's a good run blocker. I do not understand why he has not been taken. Like Dane Brugler said that he was a legit like 3rd round kind of player like 2 weeks ago. Brandon Thorne likes him a good amount. The offensive line community in general likes him a lot amount.
Yeah.
But he's still here in the 4th round.
Yeah. I don't know. I kind of get it last year, I suppose, because there's so many good interior guys. But I don't think this is not that same class. So I don't know. Yeah, does Frazier have an injury history? Obviously, I don't know if there's a character concern at this time. Knowing Steven's current track record this year, it just seems like it's inevitable that he I don't know, steals candy from children.
I know there probably is some stuff. Every player I like this year, there's got some stuff. The only like clean character guys that I was like, I love this player is like Travion Henderson, Omarion Hampton, like the running backs, Jack Betch, some of the receivers, Alfred Collins. But yeah,
Raiders take Tonka Hemingway. Did not watch him, but
I didn't watch him either. But the South Carolina defense is going to get like every starter drafted. It seems like.
Yeah, I can't even think of who's.
Demetrius Knight was drafted yesterday. TJ Sanders yesterday. Kyle Kennard today. Tonka Hemingway today. Nick Emanwari yesterday. So, yeah. The Tennessee Titans have traded up. Dark Star says, another question: if Miles Frazier is gone, who should we draft for interior offensive line? Let's see who's gone. Basically, all of the guys I liked. So, there's definitely a world where they should be looking at future center of the future, I should say. We've talked about Drew Kendall quite a bit. I'm running out of guards outside of Miles Frazier. So that's where we're at that group. Even a guy like Dylan Fairchild, who I thought would end up being here in the 4th round, went pretty early. So I like Luke Kandra out of Cincinnati. There's been some talk like he might be a center option instead of a guard option. Same thing for Joshua Gray from Oregon State. And Oregon State ran a ton of outside zone. So not crazy about the fit there. That's like the end of my guard list. So Drew Kendall can definitely play center. There's some offensive tackles who I didn't watch that the Chargers could potentially kick inside. Alex Katzen had them taking Osa Poole, I think is his name, from Washington State, who's kind of like a day 3 tackle type, but he's like 6'7", so he's not a guard kick-in option, I would think. But then again, like Mekhi Becton is 6'7", so.
And Bo hasn't gone yet?
And Bo has not gone yet.
Oh, I didn't end up watching him.
Here's the Titans pick again.
With the 136th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Alec Iamaner, wide receiver, Stanford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bummer for him.
I'm stunned he did not go earlier than this. But
yeah, I think there was like an old injury or something that popped up. That was maybe concerning, right?
Yeah.
There was one thing we've noted, but I don't remember what it was. But I am surprised this late. And it sucks he's going to go to the Titans and whatever happens. Oh, no, sorry. Cam Ward led Titans. We'll see.
Yeah.
No state taxes there.
No state taxes there.
So
did you see the clip of Warren Moon that went viral with Cam Ward?
No.
So Warren Moon, obviously a Hall of Fame quarterback, he wore number 1 and it is retired for the Tennessee Titans. And at Cam Ward's press conference, Warren Moon showed up and like had a Cam Ward number 1 jersey and basically was like, I give you permission to wear my number.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Super cool.
Dang. Man, we can't even get a picture with Rivers and Herbert together.
Right.
But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I respect that. The only other interior guy that's not a center, like Jalen Rivers out of Miami, who technically did stay behind at the combine to take snaps, but I don't think that's an option. He's enormous. But the Chargers do love Becton's not exactly small. So Jalen Rivers at I think I had it up here. 6'6", 319 with almost 35-inch arms at left guard would be pretty funny. And yeah, Rivers snapping to Herbert would be pretty awesome. How are we doing there, Steven?
That's good. Good. I'm just sending a message in the Discord to
Gotcha.
Discord information in the Discord. That's what the Discord is for.
Yeah, that's fine. It is what it is. What do I expect? Did you put it in the main chat?
Yeah.
Put it in the draft one too. Yes, lovely. Love those things. It's fine. It's totally fine. Difficult when it is character stuff too. I'm not implying I've met the individual and have personally evaluated and shaken hands with that person, and
Yeah. The thing with sharing information is that information gets twisted and
correct.
Not shared accurately from what we share. And so again, there is a Title IX umbrella of potential allegations that covers very different areas of that specific field of allegations. Mitchell Evans has not been charged or alleged sexual assault. But there is a potential case in that umbrella. We do not know details, so that's why I left it vague and in the Discord.
Yeah, it's different than just saying, "Oh, there's a sexual." I'm sorry, people are saying we should not say that in case we're getting demonetized. So we're not saying there's some actual SA thing that happened that we are aware of, and it's this individual at this time or this college or whatever. I couldn't even tell you what. I don't know what specifically.
Yeah.
So
we don't know. There is an SA issue in his background from his freshman year of college.
Or a Title IX specific issue, not
yes.
SA specifically.
Correct. My mistake. Title IX. So, that is correct.
Yeah.
So for those of you in the Discord that are trying to share information that we share, that is not your information to share. And if you're going to share it, do so accurately and vaguely like we do.
Yeah. It's the telephone game is definitely brutal. Can be brutal. Anyway. I think now we'll just go with character concerns.
Yeah. So now I know that kind of information will never come through the Discord. So
it's all good. All right. From Caden, Randall Cobb, first player to be drafted, born in the 90s. Tyler Shuck, last player born in the 90s to be drafted. Man, that makes me feel really old.
Oh, man. Patriots select Joshua Farmer.
Okay. Cool. That's fun.
Sick. The Patriots are also having a great draft.
They are. Good for them. We'll do well with Vrabel. I think that's a good group.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't grade Will Campbell, but they have Will Campbell, Trayvon Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, Woodson, the safety from Cal, and now Farmer. That's really, really good. That is
good
really
haul for
good
sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I think I trust that we're able to get that done too.
I just am looking at the super chat. You were putting that on the screen when I was reacting to the Farmer selection.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yes. Tyler Shuck, same draft class or same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, all that stuff. So that's really funny.
Hey, it's a guy who hates short people. Give it up for Alex.
What's up?
Thoughts on Kyle Kennard?
Good player. needed pass rush juice at some point, and I just felt like the way the edge board was going in particular, they weren't going to take someone like Swinson for reasons we kind of know. Sorrell was off the board right before them.
Yeah.
So no, a lot of upside there. I think kind of immediate pass rush juice, like I said, and to me there are some run defense concerns, but I think with Thule and Mack, I think you have a high enough run defense floor to the point where you just get one of those immediate impact guys. And kind of like Steven said on Twitter, like a lot of his best games were against the better competition, like the Will Campbell game, SEC Defensive Player of the Year. So I think you kind of know what you're getting. A little bit older, so I don't know like how much more like developmental potential he is, but impact guy in the 4th round.
Yeah, no, I agree there. Steven, if you want to take a break before the Chargers pick,
I'm good right now.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I kind of have to pee, so I'll be right back.
There you go. All good. I read his mind there. I gotcha. Did you already do a write-up and everything for Kennard?
No, I didn't do any. I didn't do any write-ups today.
Oh, nice. Oh, you're off the hook for today?
Unless it's a pick that I'm dying to write about. I mean, I like Kennard, but if it's one of my guys, I'll probably do something, and then I'll probably do post draft presser coverage stuff. But.
Yeah, I getcha. Any other moves from today, not Chargers specific, that stood out? People are upset about Royals to the Chiefs.
Oh yeah, I was actually afraid there for a minute because I thought the Chiefs were going to go running back because I don't think they've taken a running back yet. So I was a little scared there, but Royals is good. I don't know if I'm he is a game changer for them, but definitely a guy that'll contribute and probably should have been gone a round earlier.
Yeah.
Tootin over Scattaboo was kind of a shocker, but
yeah, that's feels traitsy. But...
yeah, I get it. I was not his biggest fan, but what pick are we on? Okay, round 5, pick 1. Who did San Fran take? I didn't see.
I don't know.
Oh, Jordan Watkins from Ole Miss. Okay.
Cool. That's a player.
Yeah. Ayomanor for the Titans is a good one. That one.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he lasted that long.
Yeah, I am surprised too.
But I feel like there's been just a ton of day 3 is a little random as far as reaches and consensus, but had the Ravens go Teddy Buchanan, who was a 6th, 7th round guy that I projected in my mocks. Yeah. So Arian Smith and Thornton, it's now you're just solely betting on all right, we can maybe turn this guy kind of into something instead of consensus board, like we said.
Yeah. Comment that Isaiah Bond not getting taken is crazy. It is not for the character stuff that is very out there. You can go ahead and look up that one. There might be more, but it's very much out there.
I didn't like Isaiah Bond that much anyway. I thought he was kind of a screen merchant.
Yeah. Whatever. Where did Torrey Horton go? He has not gone.
I didn't see him.
Yeah, he's. Steven has mentioned the Chargers have been interested in Horton. He had his. Was it knee or is it ACL specifically? I don't remember if it was just designated as knee. There was something. I don't remember what it was. It was a season. He missed some games during the season, came back, and then got hurt again.
Unspecified knee injury.
There you go.
And it was season ending.
Yeah.
So college, they like to just say it's like hockey where it's just lower body, upper body.
Yeah, exactly. Which not incorrect, but not specifically specific. Horton. Let me see. Oops. I wrote it somewhere. Missed time in 2024 with a groin injury and then was out for the season in October with a knee injury. So not great.
I feel like this next pick is shaping up to be guard or tight end. I feel like guard or tight end.
With tight end is, unless you're looking for your stone smart, special teams kind of guy, the 5th rounder that they take or the 6th rounder that they take is not playing over Conklin. So
No.
they're now just rounding out that room if they want to. But they have their 1, 2, 3 at least.
Yeah.
How many guys have characterizations in this draft? Lots. But there's levels to it. The odds of, think of, I don't know, any job you have. I'm sorry, like not everyone that you work with is fantastic. Like the odds of hundreds of perfectly clean players in the draft is very unlikely.
Think of Rasheed Walker.
Was he the bike guy?
Yeah.
It's been so long, Alex.
I know. but he's been okay in the league, I think.
Yeah.
I forget which round he went in. I don't even remember.
Yeah. Horton burned Hunter in the Colorado State versus Colorado game. Yeah, Horton's a good player. Very curious. Did I write anything about him as a returner? He, as a receiver, he would be kind of redundant with Tre Harris.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I feel like with a receiver, if they want to double dip, they can kind of wait until you get to like. Trying to think of like some of the guys. Maybe that like Elijah Badger range-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like that 6th, 7th round pick, or like a Ricky White. Maybe.
Yeah.
Like I feel like that's if you want to draft a wide receiver who's not redundant with Harris, I feel like maybe that's the answer. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. So okay, it's Mike, QJ, not order, but okay, Mike on the outside, QJ, Ladd, Harris. You're probably not cutting Davis.
Mm-hmm.
So
Rice.
Yeah, basically they're one draft pick away from Rice not being a rostered player.
Yeah,
I guess, and that's assuming they don't like Rager.
And also, I feel like there's a lot of priority on drafted guys who probably aren't going to get taken that are kind of interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not a bad group, not an elite group, but not a bad one. Don't disrespect Rager. You are watching the wrong
wrong podcast, buddy.
Yeah, have at it, Alex, on that one. Oh man. Yeah, where's Sanders going, dude?
I have to look. It's funny because I said this on the stream yesterday, but he's been best available for like 4 rounds.
That's brutal.
I don't know. See, because he's in a weird range. Because like all the guys that are getting drafted now are the backup guys. So it's like Will Howard and a lot of the guys that'll be in that range. And like if you're drafting a backup, you don't necessarily kind of want the circus that comes with Shadur, and Shadur is going to want to start. So like that, I feel like now he's in that weird spot in the draft if nobody sees him like as a starter, because you don't really want. I mean, Shadur is very talented, but you don't necessarily want him as your backup. So then it's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Welcome back, Steven.
You're muted.
I was just gonna let him riff. See how long I was
He just kept going.
just nodded. You actually.
Oh, I was muted. My bad. I was on a different screen.
Yeah.
I was looking because I saw that Sam Howell was traded. So not a surprise.
Oh, actually.
What? Really?
Yeah.
For what?
To where?
To the Vikings.
Oh. Wait, so
What's
who
their
do they
room
have?
now?
They have.
I mean, because they took Jalen Milroe yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So
they have,
it's Sam Howell
Starting
and pick 172 for pick 142. It's a pick swap.
So JJ Milroe and Howell.
Oh, and Alex Katzman is in the room. Sorry about that. Alex
Hey,
Katzman.
wait.
Go ahead.
Yay! Hello. Hello.
So yeah, the Vikings room is JJ. Did they sign anybody else? Did they bring a veteran in?
They didn't bring
We
my
got a
bullets,
Howard
did they?
Lads.
Were you guys talking about Jalen Reagor earlier?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you like
just
sorting through the
discussing-
depth chart or something like that?
Yeah.
discussing
Okay.
like, if they add another receiver, is that game over for like Rice and then making a roster?
We were saying like if they double dipped at receiver and lower like a priority undrafted free agent guy.
Wow, we have 1,000 people in this, basically 1,000 right now.
Yeah, with the round 5 coming up, got a ways to go.
Oh,
So
the
sorting
Vikings
the
also.
ahead,
Brett
Alex.
Ripien. Brett Ripien was the other one that they have.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. And then now Sam Howell, man, he's been traded 3 times now, 2 times.
Hey, how is Aaron Rodgers not ruined the draft yet?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Well, Schefter said he thinks he's going to sign with the Steelers. I think
At this point, right? I mean,
Yeah.
No.
The Ravens just took Carson Vinson, the offensive tackle from Alabama A&M.
Cool.
Good developmental kid.
Yeah. Okay, since I left, round 5 has started. So did I catch the last pick of round 4? Okay, so the 49ers finished round 4 with Jordan Watkins, the receiver from Mississippi. Ole Miss, I should say. And then round 5 has started with Tyrion Ingram-Dawkins, the defensive tackle from Georgia, to the Vikings. Cam Jackson, defensive tackle, to the Panthers, and now Carson Vinson. So, Katzen, thoughts on Kyle Kennard?
I love it. I put out a tweet after the pick happened, but I think that this is a great opportunity for the Chargers to add more of a DPR type that you bring in on third downs when you kick Mack or Thule inside in those passing packages. I think that it gives them a lot more burst off the line than the 3 guys that they had in the room coming into this year. I think that he's a little bit better off the line than Bud Dupree. The only question mark I have really is just there's not a ton of special teams experience, only 127 snaps in his entire career. 0 of them came this year. He's a 5th-year player who didn't break out until this season at South Carolina after being kind of a rotational guy at Georgia Tech for the first 4 seasons. But he did break out in a fashion where he won the Nagurski Trophy. So
it was a pretty big breakout.
It's a pretty big breakout. But team captain, another culture type guy that I think fits them well. I'm excited about his potential as kind of a DPR type. I do think he has the tools to develop into more of an edge 2 next to Thule long term. But for now, at least, it's a good bet on a DPR who's been productive. At high level school. So I like it. I feel really good about it.
There was Tyler received a message that there was some minor character stuff from Georgia Tech, but if you're a team captain at South Carolina, I think that says that you've matured a lot. And even in the Beast, it says that while he was at Georgia Tech, he did go through a kind of a maturation process. So the Seattle Seahawks at pick 142 are selecting. Sorry, I thought they had announced it already. A lot of Germany announcements in this draft so far. Okay, sorry. I thought that they were at the cusp of announcing it. This is. I guess I can play it. Riley Mills, Notre Dame. Okay.
Oh, cool. To which team? I'm sorry, where are we at?
The Seattle Seahawks at pick 142.
Okay.
It's the second time they've stolen a guy from us. They took
I know.
in the second round also.
I know.
What's going on here?
Yeah.
So the Chargers are at pick 158. So there was a comment about how far away the Chargers are. So 158. So we're 15 picks away from that now.
Yeah.
So let's kind of finish that conversation about the wide receivers. If did you guys finish that, or did you want to go?
Please, I want to hear what you have to say because we just got 2 new people, basically.
Okay, cool. So I think there's been a lot of conversation, and Katzen, you can kind of touch on this as well, about Tre Harris being an immediate starter here. I would just kind of caution that I don't know if we should put that on him right now, given that they do have Mike Williams. So obviously, if Mike Williams is injured, then that's your starting X receiver. But I do think that Mike Williams is going to play. I think Quentin Johnson is going to play. And Tre Harris will essentially rotate in. So the Chargers have a nice group of depth of the 4 main guys. And Tre Harris, I think, can play X, Z. He did a little bit of slot stuff at Ole Miss. Quentin Johnson can play Z slot. Mike Williams is obviously your X. But I think that Tre Harris is going to be in more of a rotation than people will want right away. And we said the same thing about Omarion Hampton earlier today, and that comment was not like well received. But the Chargers have these veterans in front of these guys for a reason. And, you know, once it comes to like the back half of the season, then Tre Harris can kind of like start to take over. That's my opinion anyways right now.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I do think that the Mike Williams signing, while we talked about yesterday, like Williams doesn't necessarily preclude Harris from playing a ton right away. It does signal to me that he's not going to necessarily step in and immediately be expected to be the guy. Obviously, Mike is a guy that the Chargers are very familiar with. You know, like they brought him back for a reason, I would say. And so I would expect him to kind of be the de facto starter at X to start the year. And then kind of as the year goes on, I would probably bet that Harris kind of takes more and more of that share as long as he's developing, you know, on par with what we expect, you know, kind of throughout the season. Obviously, if Mike gets injured, it turns into a different story, and Harris, you know, is there right immediately. But I do think that like it's probably not something where Harris is going to come in and be the unquestioned guy, especially because like we know that Justin Herbert is a very chemistry-based quarterback. Like he loves to throw it to guys he's familiar with, and he's obviously very familiar with Mike
have
Williams.
a role. Yeah, Mike's gonna have a role as long as he's healthy.
Yeah. And so I do think that, you know, it's going to take some time to build that chemistry with Harris, especially if Mike is taking first team reps, you know, like, repeatedly, right? Like that's going to require extra time to put in. So I do think that like it's probably going to be a little bit more of a slow burn with Harris than people maybe want or are expecting. But I think we're all kind of on the same page there.
Cleveland with Jordan Phillips.
Miami with Jordan Phillips.
I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. I read both those things. Yes.
That's okay. Cleveland is on the clock now. They traded up to get this spot, but yeah, Miami finally learning to eat their vegetables a little bit here. Kenneth Grant and Jordan Phillips, that's pretty sick. Along with Zach Sealer there. Yeah. They need a lot more vegetables. They do. Their offensive line still sucks. But yeah, I think those four, like that's your main four. In the fifth spot, maybe six. I would be shocked if they carried 7 again this year. So I do think that there is definitely some, you know, possibilities that Brendan Rice doesn't make it. I've had this theory that like Darius Davis might potentially not make it. We'll see what happens there. I think if they add one more, like you guys were talking about, and if that one more has like legit returner ability, then I would probably be a little concerned if I were a Darius Davis fan.
Yeah, we talked about that. I agree.
But I think Alex is safe that it probably will not be Jalen Reagor.
Oh, wait, that he won't be the guy that's cut?
No, that he won't be the guy that makes it. Like I think Reagor is probably like a practice squad guy, keep him around, you know, veteran presence kind of thing.
Yeah.
And he's your punt returner in a pinch.
Veteran presence.
He is a veteran. He is a football player.
He makes a presence. Yeah.
He does play wide receiver.
One of the football players of all time.
Oh man!
Listen, he had that one sideline back shoulder fade against the Saints. That was really sick. But
he also fumbled it in the end zone against the Cardinals.
Yeah.
They won that game. Just kidding. What was I doing? Andrew Armstrong. That's right. Was Andrew Armstrong the guy who blocked a couple of kicks?
That was Ricky White, right? Correct.
Ricky White.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he return kicks or just punts at UNLV?
Just punts, I think.
Just punts. So, I am curious what they do with kick returner because that wasn't exactly Darius Davis's strong suit. Yeah, people talking about the Browns taking Sanders. No, they already took a quarterback.
The media locker room with
I don't know.
Oh, really, Cousin?
Are they going to take him?
I think they might. I know people that are pretty close to the Browns, and they're pretty. They've always been kind of the team that's like a little bit willing to take the chance on him, and like that room is so oddly constructed that just, you know, toss guys in there and then like flip Kenny Pickett again if he doesn't win the starting job. Like who cares?
If they
I'm fascinated if that's the
if
case.
they take Shador after taking Dylan Gabriel, I'm just like, kind of, what's the point? Like, why didn't you just take Shador in the third?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would
Um,
agree, but I do think that it's in the realm of possibility
yeah,
that they do send it.
Yeah. Southpaw asking if Kamani Vidal returned kicks in college. Anybody know that?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
I thought he did special team stuff. I don't know. Remember if he
I was
specifically.
gonna say, I
returned
think,
kicks.
yeah, I can look that up right now.
Do you want me to play the audio of the Brown selection?
Sure.
Sure, is it coming up?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 144th pick to the Cleveland Browns. With the 144th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Shador.
Tyler, you got competition, buddy.
Wow.
I'm here for it. I got the
Wow.
draft status over him. Not the height status, but
That is
man. Okay.
One of the picks of all time.
Didn't Dion go on and say like not Cleveland as like a whole rant, or am I crazy? Like he was talking about the teams he
Surprised me.
didn't want them to go to.
Yeah, he did say like the day before the draft that like he really likes Jimmy Haslam and he did think that one of Shador or
Yeah.
Travis was going to end up on the Browns. But I think that everyone assumed that that was going to be Travis Hunter
Right.
because the Browns had the second pick.
Yeah.
But then they traded it. So then I think things got kind of weird. But like I was talking about earlier, I mean, I've heard pretty consistently that like the Browns are one of the teams that have done a ton of homework on Shador. He obviously fits Kevin Stefanski's offense very well and like
Sure.
what they want to do offensively. And at this point, like it is weird because they already took Gabriel, and so I don't really know what the plan in that room is anymore. But like Gabriel pick aside, I do think that like this is the point of the draft where like the talent kind of re-intersects with the like value proposition of the media circus, which the Browns are already used to because they've dealt with the Deshaun Watson thing for the last couple of years. They're the Browns, like so I think that like they were one of the teams that I had kind of consistently heard was like more comfortable with the concept of having to deal with it. But I am curious to see how that room plays out now because they now have 4 quarterbacks that are going to be able to play this season. I don't think Watson is playing this season. But you have Joe Flacco, you have Kenny Pickett, and now you have Dylan Gabriel and Shador Sanders. I
mean, they probably
I don't know what you do.
raid one of Flacco or Pickett. Like maybe if there's like a quarterback injury somewhere, you could like ship one of those guys out. I don't know. That's like the only thing I can think of.
I would imagine that probably what happens here is that you just throw all those guys into a 4-way competition, and then if one or both of the vets lose, then you ship them, and then you just figure it out next year, like and see what happens. But yeah, it's a very odd situation. It's very strange.
It's funny though too because like they have Kenny Pickett who's small, and then they have Dylan Gabriel who's small, and Shador Sanders is not super small, and then Joe Flacco is just 6'6" and old. The Eagles just took corner Mac McWilliams from Central Florida.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Yeah, that's so funny though.
So-
Somebody pointed out in the chat that Kyle Kennard does also go by K9, so the Chargers have another K9. He was wearing
We're not
a,
doing that. We're not doing that.
He was
again.
wearing a big. He was wearing a big K9
No.
chain.
I guess we
So
have
I have bad news for him because Tre Harris is going to get to wear number 9
Yeah.
Yes. Thank
because it is
goodness.
currently available.
I can't believe we're not retiring number 9 for DJ Chark's contribution.
That's right. I don't know why in my head I
Making
thought he
something.
was like number 8 or something like that.
When you don't know the receiver's number, that's not good. He didn't play very much.
It's not great. What other
in training camp, he was him though. He was balling.
It was a
out.
great training
Yeah.
camp.
Oh, yeah.
I was shocked at like how much he was involved in the practices that I went to.
I know.
And then when he got back from injury, there was just like nothing.
They still never really like disclosed what happened to him. Like they just said, okay, it was hip or groin, but like they never to the extent of like what actually happened. I don't know.
Yeah. It could be like one of those like hernia situations, which I don't
Maybe.
know if you guys caught it, but apparently Tre Harris ran
Yeah,
the
I saw
combine
that.
like right after he had a sports hernia.
Yeah.
Oh, geez,
So
man.
he's too slow. Maybe he's actually a little bit faster. All right, the Patriots pick is in at pick 146, so we are 12 picks away from where the Chargers are at for those keeping track.
A source did just text me and say that it does sound like the Eagles would have taken Shador if the Browns had not traded up.
That makes
Yeah,
sense. I mean,
that would have been
quarterback
funny.
factory and all that.
Yeah, so a very classic Howie Roseman value arbitrage, but
Yeah,
alas.
yeah. Kyle Kennard, for those wondering, he could wear. Can he wear 40 as an outside linebacker?
Yes.
Okay, so he could
Because
wear
Tuli's
40.
45.
Right. He could wear 40. He could do 49. That's available. 50, 51 are available. Obviously not 55. 57 is available. 58, 59. He could do a number in the 90s if he wanted to. 99 is still available, although that probably could be Jamaree Caldwell.
Yeah. Caldwell did he wore 90 at Oregon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only numbers in the single digits that are available are 7 and 9, I think. And I think Tre Harris will be number 9.
Yeah.
Oh, the Patriots
99
ended the
would be
slide
cool
for
if Caldwell
Braden
was there.
Swinson. Braden Swinson comes off the board at pick
Oh.
146.
To who?
The Patriots.
Pats.
Okay.
So the Patriots having a hefty good draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like 99 for Kennard if Caldwell doesn't take it.
I love the number 99. I think more like it's kind of become a dying number, but it's to me it's like the sickest number for a defensive lineman.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that'd be
And it
sick.
works every time.
That's
For
right.
every Jerry Tillery, there's a Warren Sapp and all these other guys. So
I have a
For like
Bosa,
2
I have a
years,
Bosa
whatever.
99
Yeah.
jersey still.
I also
Yeah.
have a Bosa 99 jersey still.
Yeah,
I wore it to a game, the game that Tyler and Arjun and I met up, and people were like, "Is that Jerry Tillery?" I'm like,
I know. Yeah, people have asked me about that on the podcast for like 3 years. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so Braden Swinson. Did I miss anybody else that went?
No, that was the most recent pick after McWilliams.
Okay, so fifth round taking a little long here. Okay, Katzen, you have obviously mocked Drew Kendall quite a bit. I have done that as well. Miles Frazier still on the board, right?
Yeah.
Do you know any reason why that he has been sliding? Because like Dane and DJ were very convinced that he would be a day 2 pick for the Chargers, or not for the Chargers, for the draft overall.
I have not heard anything like off the field wise. I do think like it probably just has to do with like teams must not be super comfortable at least with like his deficiencies as a run blocker occasionally. So I'm not really sure. The offensive linemen have really not come off the board as quickly as I thought that they were going to. Obviously, I mocked Kendall in the 4th in both exercises that I did, both the 7-rounder and then the day 3 mock that I released this morning.
Yeah.
But I did that because I was expecting there to be a little bit of a run kind of in the 4th before we got down here. That did not happen. So all of the guys that I sort of talked about in the day 3 mock today, in terms of like, you have guys like Frazier, Bo, McLaughlin, Kendall, like all those guys are still on the board. I was expecting all of them to kind of go sometime in the 4th. We talked about last night how I wasn't really expecting Frazier to be on the board at 125. But that run has not happened yet, so I still feel pretty good about the ability to get Kendall in the 5th or a similar caliber player in the 5th. But we'll just have to see. It's been kind of a weird things have broken kind of weird.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not been usually like the quality offensive linemen that make it to day 3. They usually go in round 4. Like there's always kind of a run on round 4 offensive linemen. So the 49ers just took Jordan James, as they love Oregon running backs. So that's fun. And the Rams have traded up to pick 148, and their pick is already in. So, okay, so Ian Rappaport, I believe, is saying the same thing about the Eagles potentially taking Shedeur if he was there, and apparently the Rams would have taken him here if he were also there.
Yeah, I've heard the Rams as a team kind of like as early as yesterday. I had like the Rams were kind of batted about as a team that like could have taken him in at like 46 in the second.
Sure.
But,
are there any other quarterbacks left?
Will Howard, Kyle McCord are still there. Shout out Kyle
That's
McCord
great.
for hitting me in the head with a ball, as always. But yeah, Quinn Ewers, I guess technically, is still on the board.
Disgusting.
He should have gone back to school. He should have gone back to school or transferred.
Well,
probably, but-
yeah, he should have transferred. He was not going to be allowed back on the University of Texas campus.
Good decision. Good decision.
Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of it off the top of my head. I mean, like Curtis Rourke is fun, but he has a torn ACL. Riley Leonard, I guess, could go pretty soon, just because he's got all the stereotypical quarterback
Intangibles?
traits.
Leonard makes sense for the Rams specifically. Yeah,
a little bit of a runner. But
the Rams have taken Ty Hamilton, the defensive tackle from Ohio State.
Cool.
Kind of like that.
You don't like because you like him or because you don't like him?
No, I said I kind of like it. I do
like
like Hamilton a little bit. But it's another 3-tech for them. They have a lot of 3-techs.
Kobe Turner is a 1-tech for them, though. Yeah.
Yes, but coming out of college, he was a 3-tech, and he probably should be playing 3. I think he's playing 1-tech because they have like 10 3-techs.
They don't have any other options.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so that was pick 148. We are less than 10 picks away now for the Chargers.
Getting there.
Have we missed any super chats besides the one that just came in?
I don't think so. Shedeur Sanders is on a live stream right now.
For
he's like
himself?
He's like Twitch streaming all this.
Sure.
I guess. He says, I knew the whole time that God had me, so I wasn't really panicking because I understood it's about perfect timing. God hates the Browns.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call that God's timing, and I don't know if I would call going from 1st round pick to 5th round pick being God's timing.
I mean, the outlook is good, right? I'm glad like it's a positive outlook and not a make everyone pay.
I mean, when Coach Prime said that him and Travis were going to go top 5, he meant top 5 rounds, clearly. So it played out.
Top 5 days of the draft. Yeah, that's good.
Prime was obviously correct, and so
no, that's how I hedge my bets when I tweet about stuff too. Just like
Okay, they are now showing Shedeur jumping into a pool, so he's happy that he got drafted. That's cool.
There you go.
Right.
Or wait, is this somebody else? I think this might be somebody else.
Oh.
Everyone's saying the Eagles would have been a better place for Sanders, but Tanner McKee clears. So
yeah, Elder McKee, my guy.
Tanner McKee clears.
Yeah.
The Eagles don't have a 3rd one, do they?
No, because they traded Pickett.
So they'll probably take one at some point today.
Curtis Rourke would be kind of cool. I don't know if he has a knee or not, but
Alex Katzen said he has the ACL.
Yeah,
the Dallas Cowboys have taken running back Jaden Blue from Texas.
That makes sense.
Sure.
I forgot DTR was part of the Pickett trade, so the Eagles have Dwayne Thompson-Robinson.
Oh,
yes. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's so funny. McKee and DTR as their 2 backups. That's hilarious. You could not be more different. Elder McKee is not athletic.
Dude, I got so frustrated watching Pickett last year. I was demanding McKee to go into every single game that Jalen Hurts didn't play. But
There was a preseason game where Tanner McKee and Britton Covey, like, they had like 5 or 6 catches or whatever, and Covey scored a touchdown, and people in Utah were going crazy.
Kenny Pickett legitimately, and I know we watched the Easton Stick preseason last year, but like Kenny Pickett had one of the worst preseasons of all time. Tanner McKee should have had the job like from the beginning, but first round draft priors. So it's like,
yeah. What did they trade to give? What did they give up to get him? Do you remember?
it was like they gave up a 4th and then they swapped 7ths or something like that. I don't remember. But then they flipped him to Cleveland for a 5th. So they kind of broke even. They kind of broke even on that trade. I don't
know. Should we talk about corners a bit here? The Chargers have not taken one, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Did Kobe Bryant go?
No. He is not.
I believe either have gone.
My other Kansas corners have gone. Did Dorian Strong go?
Nope.
I don't believe so. No, he is not.
Okay.
I'm just reading ESPN's board, but Za Frazier, Dorian Strong, Tommy Hill, Zy Alexander, Burke, Lagerbeam, Kobe Bryant. I guess we could talk about Jabbar Muhammad a little bit because there was like that thing that the Chargers shown interest in him. So that might be
Ryan Fowler.
Yes.
Yeah, Ryan Fowler. The Oregon says they're interested in the Oregon corner, Jabbar Muhammad. This would seem a little early for me. I didn't grade him, but I know he's kind of.
Well, I was just saying because like at this point in the draft, it's all random. So like, who knows where he is on the Chargers board? But.
True. Katzen, do you have thoughts on Jabbar Muhammad?
He should have come out last year.
No. Okay.
He was not very good this year. It was tough this year. Yeah, I mean, the problem for him is really just that, like, he's a 5'8" corner that isn't very athletic. And so, like, you're just going to be, like, a pure slot, but you're not really athletic enough to be a special teamer. And so I do think that, like, it's probably more likely to me that he goes undrafted and signs somewhere than like, I mean, maybe like the Chargers have 4 6-round picks. Like they're going to start taking just like random people.
Sure.
So I could see it, potentially with one of those. I do think that this pick coming up is probably early for him for me. But yeah, I do think that like it's kind of a tough scene that he came back and played the way that he did this year. Because if he came out last year riding off the national championship run with UW, I think he probably would have gone a little bit higher. But
I did not realize he was at UW.
Yeah, he went UW to Oregon.
What a traitor!
Like,
yeah,
I know. Yeah, and I will say like the falling thing, like it has nothing to do with my bias in that rivalry or anything, but like he did objectively like play worse this season with Oregon. Sure. So. It's always tough with those kinds of guys because, like he was always going to be small and he was never going to test well because he didn't test well. And so, like not necessarily was going to be like, was never necessarily going to be like a super high pick, but I do think that he probably would have gone a little bit higher if he had come out last year.
The
Dolphins.
The Dolphins just took Jason Marshall.
Cool.
The corner from Florida.
Yeah. Betting on traits.
Okay.
He's been a Florida kid forever. He's from South Florida, went to Florida, now in Miami. Excuse me. But yeah, just it's a size traits guy. Super, super inconsistent. Not a very good tackler. None of the Florida DBs ever are. I don't really think that it's too much of a loss for the Chargers.
Gotcha. Who's going to talk first?
Sorry, I'm ordering food for Brooklyn.
Ooh, what's today's game day meal?
There's a local sandwich place here called the Pickled Deli that she really likes, so
Cool.
we're ordering the Pickled Deli.
What kind of sandwich?
She's doing a Chipotle chicken.
Ooh.
On Dutch crunch bread. I don't know if that's a thing.
Oh,
That's right.
fancy.
Wow.
Do you guys know what? Do you know what that is? Yes.
No. That's how fancy it is.
Yeah. It's like it's all over here, so I wasn't sure if it was like any sandwich place you go here, you can get Dutch crunch bread. But
Is it like German or Austrian?
No, it's Dutch.
I don't know what makes it like the crunch, but it's like there's like stuff that's toasted on top of it that it gives you the crunch. So
We'll just went with DJ Giddens.
yeah.
He's good. I know we don't need a running back, but
Mhm.
Yeah. Did hear that he interviewed pretty poorly, but he's just like not in like a bad sense, but just in the sense that like he's a very like quiet, introverted, like reserved kind of kid. So like kind of
Gotcha.
difficult to get anything out of him in interviews. So I do think that like
Okay.
on the field probably should have gone a little bit earlier than this, but
Yeah.
there are so many factors that go into taking a player. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
but I think it's a good spot for him. I like the fit.
Mm-hmm.
damn, I forgot Martinez is still available too.
Yeah, that unfortunately
Yeah.
not too surprising. The Cowboys are back on the clock and took another Florida defender, this time Jamaree James, the linebacker.
Cool.
I feel bad because I did like I
another
watched
half.
Jihad Campbell and I like briefly watched Carson Schlesinger, and that's it. Those are the only linebackers I watched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And doesn't it feel nice?
Yeah. I mean, for the Chargers, right? You just watch the top guys and then just skip straight to day 3 special teamers.
Yeah.
But-
Mhm.
My dude, Teddy Buchanan got picked in the 4th though, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
He
I
left.
had heard that he was probably going to go higher than people were expecting, which is, but
No, yeah,
fourth
I
round.
watched a little bit of tape on him. He was pretty good. Nice
Yeah.
coverage backer.
Yeah.
So you could still get like a Kane Medrano or one of those guys that's in like 6th, 7th round range if they wanted to take a backer, I guess.
Toronto, Jalen Walker is still there.
Oh yeah, Walker. I forgot about Walker.
Who else? Chris Paul is still available. Spawn London, Jeffrey Bossa, Kobe King is still available. There's a couple good linebackers still left. Within 6 picks now, the Chargers.
Pick 153 is in for the Bengals.
What?
Browns fans that they are showing are very happy about Shador. They're all doing the watch thing.
Perfect timing, man. Perfect timing.
I guess if my franchise was like completely devastated and I had no chance to compete for a title in the next like 5 years, then I would also probably just meme it up at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
Yeah, I just start blasting a song on Spotify, being like, "Yo, we got the dude."
It is funny that like they still have that first round pick for next year. So like,
Oh, that's true.
They'll have 2 first round picks next year if they don't like
It's
any
just
of these
like-
guys.
It's just like I believe in their ability to rebuild well. It's just like they're very clearly 2 years away from being 2 years away. It's like,
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Did we touch on these last few super chats?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
Daddy Don't Pull Out says that I wore 54 for BMS legend Thad Castle. Good choice. Good choice. I think they're doing a movie of that coming up, aren't they? Or something like that.
you know what's actually funny is I watched that show a long time ago, but then my mom found it on Netflix. And like my mom's humor is like nowhere near the like environment of Blue Mountain State. And then like the next week she was like, "Oh yeah, I watched the first 2 seasons." And then I was like, so she got obsessed with Blue Mountain State, which is like
Funny.
totally not targeted for
Yeah.
like the 50+ demo. But
Not at all. The Cincinnati Bengals took Jalen Rivers, guard, Miami.
okay.
Darn.
Play tackle at Miami, but we'll kick inside
Multiple
to guard
injuries.
for them. That's
Yeah.
That's fine. Pretty much right on consensus. So
Yeah.
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 I feel like if he didn't have all the injury stuff, he probably would be higher. But
Yeah, I think Thorne had him in round 4 grade, I think,
okay.
by the end. So
Yeah.
darn. There he goes
Being
first.
13 wants to know our favorite pick for the Bolts ignoring position. I don't know if this means like upcoming
So
pick
far?
or pick they have made.
I think he means
we
pick that made.
give,
Pick that has been made. Okay, favorite pick that has been made, guys.
Okay.
Tre Harris.
Tre Harris. Unanimous.
also Jamaree Caldwell.
I love it. Yeah, you got a little extra in that. Like you got to like forecast that one.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I will also say Tre Harris, but Kyle Kennard and Omarion probably a close second.
Yeah.
Quantum Humanics, thoughts on Elijah Roberts for the next pick? I know Tyler's not like a huge fan of his. I like him a decent amount. Did either of the two Alexes watch him?
I know
a
of
little
him.
bit.
I didn't watch him.
Yeah, I mean, so he'd be a 5 tech for the Chargers, right?
Yeah.
Like kind of the
He would kick
Morgan
inside
5
for
type
sure.
role.
Yeah.
Which if the Chargers are still high on a Boygby, which we've heard that they are, then I do think that there's probably not necessarily a ton of room for another guy on the interior of that D line. Just with like a Boygby and then the Caldwell pick, and then you take Kennard on the edge, and so you're gonna be moving Thule and Khalil into 5 tech on passing downs. Like there's a lot of there's not a lot of room for another guy on that line. I do think that like fit wise, I like Roberts as a 5 tech type guy, so I could see it, but it would be a lot of investment on the D line for stuff that's going on with like what they still have left to take.
If they were to take another edge, I kind of would like Powell Ryland, who's still on the board, I guess. And then you like as like a deep round guy, RJ Oben, who's like probably be like 6th, 7th round. I like him too. But I really just don't think they're gonna take like another edge. I guess if they were to take one, then you would kind of want more of like a run defender. Like I don't know.
No, Roberts would kick inside for them. I know he played on the edge for SMU, but I liked his work inside more. So he definitely would be an inside rusher for them. But like Alex said, I think it's a little crowded, and they do they need a corner. They need an offensive lineman at some point. And speaking of offensive line, the Giants just ended the slide for Marcus Bow, the offensive lineman from Purdue.
I assume his thing was injuries because I know he had I read that today he had like a 2023 season-ending injury or something like that. So I assumed his was medicals, but I don't know. Katzen might know more.
There's a little bit of character stuff with him, just some temperament stuff. There is a report that he threw a weight at a strength and conditioning coach while he was at Purdue.
Yikes.
Yeah, just and then like aside from that, just like some personality stuff. I think he kind of rubbed some teams the wrong way in interviews and stuff, but he's a good player. I think that he will probably end up being a starter for the Giants, but not someone the Chargers were going to take. So,
yeah, he's definitely more of an outside zone kind of guy too. Super athletic. I liked his tape quite a bit, but if there's that stuff, not super scheme fitty. So the Chargers are 3 picks away. Pick 155 is currently has not been announced for the Miami Dolphins, but that is where we are at. Kurt with the super chat says Chargers feel Frazier will fall to them, hence not trading up. I mean, he still is on the board here. That is correct. If they take him here, I will be very, very happy. Hopefully that ends up being the case, because that would be sick.
Yeah, I do think that like the trading out, I do understand the compulsion to be like, oh well, the Chargers should definitely trade up today because they have 4 6-rounders. I don't necessarily think, again, we talked about earlier, like the run on offensive linemen, it's starting now, but we were kind of expecting it a little bit earlier. There's still a couple of those guys that I like on the interior that have not gone yet. I do think that like you shouldn't trade up just for the sake of trading up because you don't like the fact that you have too many picks. Obviously, we can say that because
That's what we did in like every mock draft.
Round picks. But like for the actual team, like that's not really like a good process. So I do think that, you know, the way the board is falling right now, there's not anyone that I'm like super like eager to trade up for where I'm like, oh, they have to do that because they're not going to be able to get in a similar caliber player if they just stick. So I'm not super worried about trading up just sort of in a general sense. But also it kind of seems like Frazier might be there along with the other guys that we've talked about. So
The only thing that I think is just like at this point in the draft, I think if you want to trade up, you probably have to have like a very specific target in mind, kind of like the Shedeur thing. Because I just feel like at this point, everyone's boards are just scattered all over the place, and there's more like disparity between where everyone is on the boards.
The Miami Dolphins select Dante Trader, safety.
Oh, okay. I took him in the 7th round of my drafts.
Yeah.
Good player.
Taco Suave. I just got this online. This was at the Charter Shop online. So people talking about Patrick Herbert. I mean, listen, like I wouldn't mind as an undrafted free agent, but he was
definitely
their third tight
end.
UDFA,
but yeah.
Listen, I'm all for nepotism, but not with one of the picks. I think
not with one of the
you have to. We got to do it like. I mean, he's 55th on the beast. We gotta.
I'll go.
Frank pointing out that this is a good point because Shedeur has been the BPA on ESPN backup forever. It is now Miles Frazier.
Yeah, Shedeur handed it off to Frazier.
That's funny.
Mr. Charles says, "Would it not be bad vibes if they cut the quarterback's brother?" I don't.
Well, but
I think they would be aware that he is not like a great NFL option.
Yeah,
I mean, you could also, if you wanted to, like practice squad him. I don't know. Like if in theory he made enough of an impact to get that, then like I don't know. But like I think the UDFA contract would just be like, all right, well we'll let him compete and see where it falls.
Yeah.
What number?
The Bears signed.
Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I was just gonna say the Bears signed Khalil Mack's younger brother as a UDFA when he came out of Buffalo, and he did not make the roster, and that was like 2 or 3 years before Khalil Mack was traded. So I don't think that it's really that much of a thing for them. I think you're just happy that you get to play with your brother for 3 months in training camp.
Yeah.
They get to be roommates, and if he makes the practice squad, then you get to keep being roommates. The Chiefs took linebacker Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon.
Cool.
Sure. I didn't like
a lot of
linebackers,
linebackers,
so I'm okay with that one. But
I'm surprised the Chiefs haven't gone running back. I don't think they've done running back yet.
yeah, running backs have not really gone off as fast as I thought either. We had a little bit of a run in the 4th. I guess a couple of guys went in the 5th with James and Blue going like 2 picks apart. But
well, just in particular for them because they have Pacheco, Hunt, who they re-signed, and what else? Can't remember off the top of my head.
The Chiefs trading up for a linebacker there is funny.
Yeah, that is
the Buccaneers pick at 157 is in. They are on a commercial break, has not been announced, but the pick is in.
Of course.
Ellie Bruin says they're going to sign Dobbins, and I'll hate it, meaning the Chiefs. That unfortunately does feel like something.
He did work out with them last year once. I think before he signed with the Chargers. I remember he did that.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
I'm getting off the main chat. Good luck.
Yeah, I'm getting off the main chat as well because it's going to be in probably soon.
Yes. Katzen, any feel on tight end here? We've discussed the Mitchell Evans stuff. Okay, that's funny. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just selected Elijah Roberts.
Well, RIP. Tight end. Obviously, Evans is here. Gadsden is here. I do think that like the Gadsden thing is tough with me because I do think that he's really just like a wide receiver. basically. So I don't
That's
know.
why that's why I like him.
Yeah, but like I don't know that he's necessarily going to be like the guy that the Chargers want. Same thing with Brenningstool. Like I really like Brenningstool, but again, kind of the same thing. Like he's really just a wide receiver, so I don't really know if
Yeah.
they'd be super interested there.
Brandon still didn't test as well as I would have thought he would.
Yeah.
Also.
I think like Jackson Hawes would be funny because it would be leaning into the bit completely of just taking a guy who can only block, but
Sure.
he can't really do anything else. I think like if you want to get a little crazy, because as we've established, like teams are all over the board at this point, I think that you could take Conyers here. But that would kind of be the group that I would be thinking about at this point.
Sure. Offensive line, as we just discussed, Miles Frazier is currently on the board. Drew Kendall also on the board. If they want to play to the bit here, is this a potential spot for the Washington State guy you drafted in your mock draft this morning?
It could be. I know the Packers have done a lot of homework on him, so if you're a little bit afraid that they might take
Packers
him
are
with
next.
159 here, yeah, like right after you, then I could see that. I do think that Pole is a little bit more of like a 6'7" caliber player, so one of those 6 rounders I would expect, like maybe you trade back into the 5th if you hear that someone might take him in front of you. But I think this could be the spot for him. I think it would be maybe a little bit early, but I could see it for sure.
Yeah. The Chargers pick is in. They are back from commercial break. It has not been announced, but the pick is in. If you're online, if you're on Twitter, I'm probably sure it has been announced. They are not at the stadium desk. They are in the NFL Network desk with MJD, Brian Baldinger, and what's this other guy's name? I forget. But they're currently talking about which rookie they are most excited to see. So I don't think we will get an announcement from the actual draft stage, for what it's worth.
Okay.
So once it pops up on the screen, I will announce it then.
Sounds good.
We really got to get NFL Network to work on these like blurbs on the teams. Like we don't need to see that Trey Lance was signed. Like that's not an important thing to put on there. Again, the pick is in. If you are in the chat, please do not spoil the pick for other people, although I'm sure it probably already has been. So
Feeling tight end or corner. I feel like those are the two just in general. Maybe O-line, like Steve had said with Frazier, but
I'm stoked if it's Frazier or Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant would be awesome here.
The Chargers selection is up, and it is being announced from a different country. Is this Greece?
Oh, because Spanos thing?
Yeah.
You'll see the iconic Acropolis of Athens.
The Chargers pick is being announced from Greece.
To the Chargers and to the Spanos family for bringing the NFL to Greece. And now, with the 158th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select KeAndre Lambert-Smith.
Wow.
A wide receiver.
Interesting. I was not a huge Lambert-Smith fan.
I did not watch him.
Very much so a vertical option. I'm now very surprised with how the room's shaking out, unless you're talking special teams. Let me bring up what I wrote about him.
His athleticism score on Next Gen Stats is pretty high for what it's worth.
Okay, so just for my personal board, he was wide receiver 25 out of 26. So I will get that out of the way. I probably watched him because of that RAS. Let me pull up. Where is it? Lambert. Intriguing yak and returner option. Was not asked to do more than curls and comebacks, which may have been like all 15 catches I saw of his versus Alabama and Georgia. Bad offense. Intriguing player. Set him up as a special teams player. Warning. 61 of his yak versus Alabama was just BS end of half gimmies. Happens a lot in his games. So from a special teams perspective, I think this makes sense. From a receiver perspective, I don't love it.
Is he a returner? Sorry, I missed that.
Sure.
He has basically never played special teams.
Awesome.
Sick.
So
This is your
I don't
RAS. special
think
teamer.
he's a returner. He could be a returner. He ran a 4.37 at the combine,
right.
but he
right.
has not done it before.
Mm-hmm.
So Dane Brugler had him with a 5th round grade. So that kind of checks out, I guess. Let's see. He ran a 4.37 at the combine. So this is definitely a fast guy. 6 foot, 190 official. 34 inches in the vertical, 10.4 in the broad jump. So this is a good, very good athlete that the Chargers are betting on. He was a former Penn State wide receiver. If you didn't know that, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
17 career drops, which is not great.
Mm-hmm.
He averaged 19 yards per reception this last year for Auburn. So,
yeah, you're not gonna. I don't. Yeah, not my favorite selection here.
Lambert-Smith, also a high school quarterback, just like Tre Harris.
I mean, I think the plan here is probably for him to be the backup at Z, right? And so they didn't really have that guy on the roster necessarily, right? Of like, you have Mike Williams and Tre Harris at X. Ladd is going to play in the slot. You have Darius in the slot as well. And then you have QJ on the outside at Z, but you don't really have a guy behind him. And that guy last year was mostly, it was mostly Josh Palmer and Quentin Johnson playing Z last year. You didn't really take a guy to do that kind of stuff. And Lambert-Smith played Z at Auburn. He played Z at Penn State. That's kind of like, he'll be the backup there, probably get in for a couple shot plays a game because he's the only guy with 4.3 speed in that room. I think that they probably feel comfortable about the projection to special teams because of the speed and the traits. But obviously that's going to be a work in progress. But if you're taking him, in the 5th round, then you're expecting that to sort of come along. But kind of not one that I really had on the radar for them. Kind of surprised.
I'm not like against them double dipping at wide receiver, and I think this does like fit who they potentially need in the room. I did not watch him. He frankly wasn't even on like the list of guys I wanted to watch if I had time. So I'm completely unfamiliar with this game. This is the Tar Heel still pick essentially from last year. So we'll have to go back and watch him once I have some time there.
I will say, in the sense, as far as it goes with the Tar Heel still pick, right? Like, this is another guy who was at the Shrine Bowl, performed very well at the Shrine Bowl. He was one of the better receivers that was at the event. Last year when they took Tar Heel out of the Shrine Bowl, I honestly did not remember that he was there, but I definitely remember Lambert-Smith being there, and he was one of the better receivers there. And so I do think, like, in that sense, I think that, day 3, they do tend to take guys that they clearly like from that event, which makes sense. But, if you're looking for, the upside there, I think that, like, he did do very well in that environment, kind of against other top competition. He has the speed element that people have been looking for forever. I think that, like, there is certainly a pathway towards him becoming a legitimate player. I know a lot of people that were big fans of him, especially after Shrine Bowl. He's a name that I've heard battered around kind of in circles kind of all over the place. It was just never one that I really considered for the Chargers specifically. But I don't necessarily hate the pick. I do think that, like, he's a pretty decent player. But I'm more so just surprised that that's the direction that they went more than anything.
Chargers fans are already convincing themselves that this is the steal of the draft.
KJ Hill Award.
that was fun. I remember those.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, I think 2 things. Rice and Rager, definitely, like me and Tyler were talking about, cut potential, but then also, like, Keenan Allen reunion's pretty dead, right? Very dead.
Yeah. I personally feel like that was dead a long time ago.
Yeah, I didn't think like it was going to happen, but like 2 receivers in the top 5 rounds, I think that's it.
I'm gonna find
Tyler, did you was he in the composite ranking statistics?
Yes, I believe I ended up watching him initially because of that. I want to say.
Okay.
So let me pull up.
The Eagles just took a linebacker, Smail Mondin Jr. from Georgia.
Oh, nice. Good special teamer.
I'll trust you. We're at the Smail Mondin Jr. point in the draft.
You could have told me that was the name, and I would have not believed you.
But Howie taking another Georgia player, great.
Yeah.
So Lambert-Smith, just like kind of middle of the pack. The strongest emphasis being Yak, 7th in Yak of the 34 that are here, 37 that are here.
Okay.
So that was definitely it. Yeah. But like I said, 61 of that was just like the Quentin Johnston Cleveland end of half kind of thing.
Sure.
So
okay. KeAndre Lambert-Smith. We'll see. We'll have to go back and watch him later on.
I do think it's funny that like anytime you do like a mock draft or something on Twitter, people are just like, oh, well, like you didn't take an offensive lineman in the first 3 rounds and like you took a receiver early. That's not how Harbaugh built a team. And we have no trench picks and 2 wide receivers. So it's just like, don't overestimate one draft.
Yes, that is very true. Yeah, no tight end yet. No interior offensive lineman. I'm surprised. I will have to watch him, but I'm surprised they did not go offensive line given the options at the board. Surprised they didn't go corner, but
if we were going to go wide receiver there, I would have gone with Oronde Gadsden. That would have been my pick.
Oh wow, Matt Harbin did a profile on KeAndre Lambert-Smith. So KeAndre Lambert-Smith had a 100% success route on corner routes, so that's fun.
Okay.
72.7% on 9 routes and 80% on post routes.
Okay.
I'll have to read a little bit more of his profile later, but those are good numbers. Vertical threat, that's good. Trying to find other stuff online about him. The Jets just picked Francisco Maiogoa.
Maui Noah.
Sorry, say it again.
Maui Noah.
Maui Noah. Okay, sure. Linebacker from Miami.
Yeah, he is fine. Sort of an old school type linebacker. He can't really move very well, but he's all right.
Pretty typical of a Miami linebacker.
Yeah.
Wait, you say the Niners or the Jets?
The Jets.
Oh, Jets. Okay.
Oh, Tyler left. Okay. Cool. Brett asking him, why not just take Isaiah Bond? There is a 0% chance that he would pass their character checks.
Yep, no shot.
Steelers sniping Frazier. Yeah, that sounds like something they would do. I don't get it, man. I do not understand why Miles Frazier is falling. I do not get it.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that one.
I just looked up KeAndre Lambert-Smith on Twitter, and I found a clip of him mossing someone against like Texas A&M or something. So I have no idea who he is, but I'm just gonna say they let us get this demon.
There you go. Are there any good TikToks about him?
No, I haven't. You know what? Let me go grab my phone. I'll take a look.
Yeah.
let me corner the market on that.
Okay. That's funny. That is funny. The Carolina Panthers at pick 163 is in. So that is where we are at, folks. Oh, you're back already. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to take a while. Sholoman says that he's Cam Chancellor's nephew. That's kind of cool.
Sure. Sick.
Clinton with a big super chat. Let's go. Thanks for all your draft coverage. Makes the process way more fun being able to tune into you guys whenever we make a pick. Apologies for not having really like any reaction for this last pick because I did not watch him. So that's where that. I think Tyler was really the only one who watched him. So there we go. But thank you, Clinton, for the big super chat. We appreciate it. Darkstar says, "Well, say goodbye to Rager and Rice." Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they did cut a draft pick from last year. So granted, that was a 7th round pick, that was a end of the 7th round pick. But the Panthers have ended the slide for Mitchell Evans. That's really good value for them at pick 163. Another Notre Dame tight end. So
yeah,
there you
they've
go.
kind of the whole draft. They've been the ones that have been willing to kind of take risks on some of those guys that we have heard a little bit of stuff about. So
'Cause they
not
took
super
Princely, right?
surprised there. Yeah, they took Princely as well.
Dave, what? Did you see something?
The Chargers have traded up to 165.
Oh, the Chargers are at 165. Okay.
All right, I found a Lambert-Smith TikTok and I tweeted.
Chargers are at 165.
So that's to get ahead of the Seahawks. We've got a Cheagles trade, Alex.
A Cheagles trade?
Yeah.
Oh, Howie traded back again?
Yeah.
Dude, he did it like 8 times last year and he's doing it again.
Yeah.
Hey,
so,
Chargers are on the clock according to their social media page. So
Okay. So
Yeah.
who are they?
Yeah, Steelers pick is in. I haven't seen who it is yet, but Chargers
Do we
are
know-
up. They jumped
do we
in
know
front
the
of
terms of the
Seahawks
trade?
and Titans. I have not seen the terms.
no, and I'm
on
not
the
looking because
track.
then the pick will
Yeah.
get spoiled. So
I'm gonna guess it's. I'm gonna guess it's something. What, like one of the 6s for 2 6s for a 5th, or
They did the thing we wanted them to. They are trading up in the 5th round. Okay. So we finally got the Chargers and Eagles trade done. It just took 2 more days.
So okay, but they're trying to beat
the Seahawks are after
Seahawks and Titans.
Eagles.
What do the Seahawks need?
They
Offensive lineman.
offensive line for sure.
Frazier? I don't know. I'm just gonna keep saying that till it happens. Like Shadur.
I think you could have just taken him at 158, but whatever. I will take it. I will gladly take it if that is the pick. Oh, and my stream just died. So,
Oh,
classic.
suspenseful.
Hey, we're just going to commercial break though, so I think we're good.
Wait, who did the Steelers take?
I don't know if it's been announced yet. I do know who it is, but I don't know if it's come up in the broadcast.
Okay.
It has not come on the broadcast. So broadcast still says pick is in.
Okay.
They're on commercial break. Tyler, did you get tipped off?
Do you want me to tell you? Yeah, I guess yes then.
Okay. Sorry.
No, let's keep the suspense.
Do you know the trade terms?
No, I have no idea. I can ask.
Okay. I mean, we can wait on that. That's fine. Would the Steelers take Will Howard here?
This would
I guess.
probably be a spot for him, yeah.
Okay, they are still on commercial break. Pick is in for the Steelers, not announced. Still on commercial break.
Still thinking, who would they be trying to really beat the Seahawks for other than offensive line?
Okay, the Chargers, for what it's worth, posted the trade compensation. It's pick 165 for pick 181 and 209.
Great.
That's about
Okay.
what we would have.
Yeah, so they, yeah, all right.
So
All right.
what 6 rounders do they have now? So 181
Not
and then
181, not 209.
okay.
So they have 214
and
and
199.
they have 189, something like that. That sounds roughly correct.
Okay. So they moved up 16 spots here.
Yes.
Interesting.
So it gave up 209 to move up 16 spots to get in front of Seattle.
That's good. That's a good value. That's good. That's a good trade, depending who they take.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers.
Maybe that's the Steelers pick.
Mm.
Wait, you know who it is already, Katzen, right?
I do know the Steelers pick, yes.
Is it a quarterback?
It is not.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll wait and see if it gets announced. They are still on commercial break. They signed. Oh, they lost Kyle Allen. Okay.
Do you want me to tell you who's going to like it the most?
No.
Kind of.
Because if you say Katzen, we know who it is. If you say me, we know who it is. Okay, they are back at the draft showing Green Bay. Some Packers fans have some really funny hats, I guess you would call them, with the cheese. Like this one they're showing has a deer eating the cheese head, which I think is kind of funny. There's still a lot of people there, man. Like, shout out to Green Bay. All right, here's the Steelers pick being announced by Brent Kiesel.
Ireland at the historic Croke Park Stadium, where the Pittsburgh Steelers will take the field this fall in the NFL's first ever regular season game in Dublin. With the 164th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the six-time Super Bowl champion Pittsburgh Steelers select Y.A. Black, defensive end, Iowa.
He still has a great beard. Brent Kiesel, that's an all-time beard. All right, so Chargers are
strange.
Sorry?
Oh, I was just saying, Black getting announced as a defensive end is strange. He's like a nose tackle.
He on the screen it says defensive tackle.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he's fine.
Okay, so Chargers pick is in. We'll see if it gets announced. I'm sure it will, but you know what I mean. We have 171 comments in the chat, so I'm sure it has already been announced in some capacity. Okay, the Chargers are taking Oronde Gadsden.
Let's fucking go!
It was Insdorf.
This dude is a hooper, man. Oh, fuck. Yes.
Yeah. Pure
right.
receiving tight end for sure, but an excellent receiving option, your natural Stone Smart replacement. I know someone was bummed to see Stone Smart leave, and so I'd imagine that this is very much so a Stone Smart return here. Or not return, but you know what I mean.
Ooh.
Well, it took them 5 rounds and a trade up, but they get their pass catching tight end. Did I say his name right? Is it Oronde?
Oronde Gadsden, yeah.
Yeah, Oronde.
Oronde. Okay. I wasn't a huge fan of him like overall, but I think at this point in the draft that's more than okay. The Chargers needed a vertical seam stretching tight end, and that is what Oronde is going to bring to the table. So I think he can give you some inline like route running aspect. There are some people who liked his blocking tape. I did not, but like Benjamin Solak floated the idea of him as a potential like inline blocker developer type. He's not going to have to do that for the Chargers. He will not have to block very often. So I do like his vertical route tree ability. And so the Chargers are going to go bombs away this year with all of these vertical passing options, which they did last year, but they didn't really have the horses to do that. So Chargers very much attacking a pass catcher problem in the draft today.
Yeah. No, I ever since I watched him like 2 months ago, I just loved the way that he's able to just like move his feet. Great release. Again, probably a pure pass catching tight end, like Steven has said. And like maybe you kind of get him into like some blocking stuff. You ask him to put on like 15, 20 pounds. But outside of that, great contested catch guy, just like his father was in the NFL. Huge catch radius. That always popped on tape when I watched him. And yeah, he is a receiver playing tight end, and I think he has some of the smoothest movement in the class. You just look at the way that he can like toe drag on the sideline. You look at the way that he just the route tree, like Steven said. I think this is kind of a home run pick. Probably again, not a guy that's going to give you a ton after the catch, but I think this is like a Stone Smart plus type of player, and I think anytime you can get that in the 6th round, that's awesome. I had him in my mock draft. I did not think the Chargers would take him because I thought the Chargers would much more towards Steven's side of things as far as preferring more the blocking aspect. So I'm a little surprised by this pick just because they had taken the wide receivers off the board already. But to me, I had him as tight end 6 on my board. Brugler had him at 8. And 3.9% drop rate, 60.7 contested catch, almost 1,000-yard receiver this year.
Yeah.
And I like this pick a lot for them. So
yeah, this makes a ton of sense to me. You can talk about, like you said, compensation and whatnot, but yeah, hands are fantastic. Like on film and statistically, like you can just tell. You said catch radius, adjustment, all that. Like this is a very friendly guy. 235 gap blocking snaps in his career. Not that I think he's a heavy downhill run blocking tight end, but 235 in his career for what it's worth.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, that's Frazier. I guess
no. The Eagles took Drew Kendall.
Oh,
okay.
God damn it!
So just the heir apparent to the heir apparent of the heir. Like they're just gonna keep having.
They don't. You don't even need him.
Hunter Norzad last year. Yeah. Oh man.
That's so annoying.
Good pick. I like this one. I'm happy. I knew Insdorf was very like. That's
for Gadsden.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So. I still don't know who's our center of the future, but it's all good.
Hey,
It's time
Gadsden
for the Jake Majors agenda.
Jake Majors agenda.
Yeah. I did not realize he was still 21. He's a young boy.
Yeah, especially in this class too, where I feel like you have a lot of old guys in particular. I think he's someone that has a lot of upside in that regard, and I feel like he's going to be a very seam route cheat code. Greg Roman can dial up a couple of those for him. So great pick. I like it.
Katzen, any concern about his foot injury that caused him to miss most of the 2023 season that you know of?
Not that I know of. I think that he's probably. I mean, he came back and played the whole season this year healthy. Was first team all ACC. So certainly hasn't felt any ill effects of it this season. I haven't heard anything in terms of like long-term concern. He has dealt with some other injuries before. He missed 4 games in 2021 with an injury as well. It looks like that one was not disclosed what it was, but I think not super concerned going forward right now.
Okay. That's fair. That is fair. Okay, I'm going to hop off for a little bit. I'm going to go eat some lunch, and then I'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, cool. The Dutch sandwich is fast. It's a fast delivery service for the Dutch sandwich. Okay, so Lambert-Smith is still odd to me, but okay, so in terms of what they need, interior, and then
corner.
Yeah, corner. An idiot.
Interior and corner, I guess, at this point, right?
Yeah.
Oh no!
What happened?
The GAC consensus corner of the year has gone off the board for the Bears. Zay Frazier at 169 to Chicago.
Just do like an animated reaction where I just start like throwing shit across the room.
Oh man, that's funny.
I like that we're starting to get into like guys I know now. We're getting it.
We were in a middle point where it was guys that Insdorf doesn't know, and now
we were in like we were getting into like defensive back Booples Johnson territory, and now we're into like okay, these are some dogs.
Yeah. No, it's good. I have known every name so far, guys. That's really cool.
Pretty good.
It's about to be terrible. I know because I've done 2 mocks with Katzen now, and he's done half of them for me.
Wait.
Hmm?
No, I was trying to see. Okay, so that means in my final mock draft, I'm 1 for 6 or 1 for 7 now.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
I
got
don't think
one
I've gotten anything yet.
Za Frazier's off the board, which is
tough.
unfortunate. No, I'm only
Yeah.
gonna finish with 1 because my last 2 were Za and Teddy Buchanan, so they're all
Yeah.
both gone already.
I can still get Corey Black. I can still get Pole that I put in the one this
Yeah.
morning. I can still get Marcus Weir at 256 that I had in a 7-rounder. There's still some opportunities for me, but certainly has gone a lot differently than I thought. Credit to Joe Ortiz for throwing me off this year, because last year I had him dialed in. But good for him.
Whew.
You know,
Surprise. Okay.
just like Shador Sanders, I needed to be humbled during this draft process. We're coming back next year and dialing it back in.
Your
You're coming to pool.
interviews your interviews were concerning.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Hold on, it's Oronde Gadsden TikTok time. Be right back.
Yeah, no, I'm literally sitting here trying to catch up to Lambert-Smith, man.
Yeah, I'm like in the middle of writing up the Gadsden pick while we're sort of talking. So for all of you guys in the chat, we appreciate you, but we may have a little bit of a talking lull here for a second.
Yeah. So just ask questions unrelated to, I don't know, football or something. I got you. Whatever you guys need. Yep, there goes Frazier.
I found a TikTok very fast that I
Heck
liked.
yeah, man. KeAndre Lambert-Smith. All right, I spelled it right. Okay, let's do it. All right. Aha, here we go. We got
Bills.
questions here now.
Oh, nice. I was just gonna say, Bills take Ohio State nickel Jordan Hancock.
Nice.
See, kind of more closer to like the nickel safety archetype than like a true nickel corner. But nice little player for them.
So the Chargers aren't up again till 199, and then
Yes.
214, and then
199, 214,
255.
and 255. Yeah.
Okay. Miles Frazier is still winning the Shador Sanders Award for best available.
All right.
I did
Mario Kart World. This is where we're at, guys, by the way.
Oh, is that the one that Nintendo's charging like $80 for?
Before tariffs or something. I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, first of all, I don't have a Switch, but second of all, if I did, it's a little too much for a video game. It's like,
yeah.
But it's Mario.
Yeah, but like I can. Mm-hmm.
I do love Mario Kart, so
Yeah.
I am a big Mario Kart fan. With each year that I grow older, there are fewer people for me to play Mario Kart. So
Yeah.
we're starting to reach the point of like of diminishing returns, especially with it being an $80 game. But I did like the trailer. I did like that you could play as all the different characters and stuff. So
this is gonna like
I'll
expose
only be
me.
checking out, but
This is gonna expose me so hard, and I mean, none of us are really beating like the nerd allegations, but like, I was a pretty intense Super Smash Brothers Brawl player in high school, and
yeah.
I did a bunch of like competitions and shit, and like if I lost, I got fucking heated.
In person, like you were the crash out kid in the.
Only like one time that I remember, just because it was something stupid that I did, and then I just
jump off the side or something.
Yeah, essentially the equivalent of that.
Nice.
I was a big Captain Falcon guy in particular. That was always my go-to.
Favorite generation of Pokemon that's not Gen 1?
I'd say 4. I like 4 a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 or 4.
What gen is Black and White?
5.
5.
5. I liked 5. I played a lot of Black and White
Yeah.
on the DS.
Yeah. 2 will always be crazy because you could fight like the other gym leaders again. Go back. 3 with Emerald was pretty sick.
Emerald and Platinum
Yeah.
are like my favorite overall like series
Emerald's a good
games.
one. Yeah.
I don't love the Johto ones, like Gold and Silver. I know a lot of people like those, but like the level curve in those games is kind of ass.
Mm-hmm.
So like you're fighting the champion and he has like a level 40 Pokemon.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's all about the back half. Deacon's asking, just for people just joining, did you like the last 2 picks? Kyle Kennard is cool, but the last 2 haven't heard of before. Reach, I think by consensus, Lambert-Smith was a reach. Again, opinion is opinion. Gadsden
was about on point.
Right? Yeah.
He was 5th. He was actually 4th round in Brugler's, and then so he went 5th. So
yeah.
So based on Arif Hassan's consensus board, Lambert-Smith was number 200, and the Chargers took him at 158, which is not that much of a deviation given like how far teams start to deviate from consensus. Gadsden was pick 165 and is player 165 on the consensus board, so right on consensus there.
Right on. All right. Who wins in a 3-way pillow fight?
Between us?
Yeah, I'll just let the Alexes duke it out and take on the tired one. So there we go. Alex, I don't know which player will have the biggest impact on offense, Hampton or Harris?
Could be Gadsden if you think about it. I mean Hampton, just because I do think Najee probably starts out as the starter, but I do think as the season goes on and Hampton just starts breaking some of those explosive runs, that I think I feel like he really is going to be pretty directly impactful this year.
Yeah.
Just because they don't really have anyone else in their room right now that has the juice that he has. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The screens to Gadsden versus the screens to Tucker Fisk are going to be something, a bit of a surprise. Alex is freaking rad. Look at that. Why has Kobe Bryant lasted this long in a shallow corner draft?
Character.
Oh yeah.
He's which I will say, like, I think that I have talked about it a little bit before, but it's the type of character where it's like, for a DB, I'm not that worried about it. Like, clearly, NFL teams are at this point. But basically, it's just like he likes to flash money on Instagram, and he's kind of like a, like that kind of guy.
Gotcha.
So,
bad news, Miles Frazier.
Not anything
gone.
crazy. Yeah, Miles Frazier.
Oh, my heart.
The most classic.
That's amazing, though.
The most classic Lions thing possible.
Stephen, we're gonna have to help Stephen cope when he gets back from the sandwich.
Oh,
Stephen just sent in our Twitter group chat. God damn it!
Poor guy. Well, at least he went to a good home. That's all you can ask for, I guess. Ooh, have you ever tried a Nuzlocke? Yes. Used to watch them and then played them. They're fun.
I finished 2 of Platinum and Emerald, and then I tried to do a Black and White Nuzlocke, and I just rage quit a bunch of times because I kept dying.
Yeah. It's the Oh, well, Don's asking. I read the first part of that and not the second part. All right, might as well bring it up. Listen, these are the hard-hitting questions. I don't know about the 3rd rounder. Has he had a procedure before?
Who was the 3rd rounder again? Shit,
Caldwell.
Caldwell.
Oh, yeah.
Ask him at the presser.
Yeah. But no, Caldwell is great. Great nose tackle.
Yeah.
Gonna get some good run stuffing highlights out of him, I think.
Yeah. Alrighty. What else? Everyone's now reacting to the Frazier pick. There's a lot of comments there. Have I played Radical Red? I played the Rocket one.
I have
I don't know if
not.
it's Radical Red or Rocket Red or whatever it is. But I played a Rocket one that was incomplete. So I got halfway through the game and it was like, you've reached the end of our whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, never mind. And I never played the rest of it. Any Revenge of the Sith re-release enjoyers? All those movies suck. There's my take.
I've not watched the re-release. I don't think I've watched a Star Wars movie since college.
I feel like there's been a movement that because the Star Wars sequels were pretty bad, or at least like 9 was pretty panned.
Yeah.
That people have gone back in time and been like, "Oh, bro, the prequels were good," and I was like, "They really weren't."
They're terrible.
Yeah, Revenge of the Sith has like some
far better
moments, but it's like, they're still not good movies.
No.
The Rams have taken Ole Miss linebacker Chris Paul.
Okay.
Which is a nice pick for them. A little bit undersized, but was a great player at the Shrine Bowl. Should be a starter for them, honestly. Their linebacker depth chart is pretty bare.
Cool. How many linebackers have you watched, Casson?
Probably like 20-ish.
God, jeez.
I would guess. I don't really know. So, like, I'll watch players, but then, like, not take final notes on them and, like, do write-ups on them. So I don't have them all, like, in a document anywhere. I just sort of, like, watch guys throughout the season and, like, keep tabs on guys. And Paul's a guy who's, like I said, at the Shrine Bowl, so I saw him in person. So I've just kind of had him in the background. But, so I don't know an exact number, but I would say probably upwards of 20.
Good for you, man. That is impressive. Okay, and Star Wars is blah 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 blah. Don't you dare say Star Wars is better than Lord of the Rings. No. I will put The Hobbit over the prequels at least. Trilogy, OG trilogy, all right, but yeah, sorry.
I mean, Lord of the Rings are like they're better movies by, kind of far. I don't know if that's going out
the first one. It's rough to watch the original Star Wars. Empire is still fantastic. I watched that. It's still great, but yeah, the first one's a little rough. Games over movies, I've heard. I grew up on Star Wars Battlefront. Amazing set of games.
I played the Lego Star Wars game one time.
Oh yeah,
that was kind of fun.
That's it. That's all we got for questions, guys.
Bills just took Georgia Tech tight end Jackson Hawes, who was the guy I was talking about earlier, who was just a blocker. So good for them. Good fit with Dalton Kincaid, who's just a receiver.
That's true. All right, here we go. Katzen, what are your thoughts on USC safety Kamari Ramsey for next year and then this year, Jonah Monheim?
I like Ramsey a lot, actually. I was a little bit surprised that he came back to school this year because his safety class was not super strong. But I think that he'll probably be a guy that gets into the day 2 conversation next year. Really liked what he put on film this year in his first season at USC after transferring from UCLA. Monheim, I think, will probably go today, but it'll probably be like 6 or 7. I just think the tape this year kind of declined from where he was at last season. Moving inside to center. I think that it's probably going to be late. Someone will bet on him improving with more time on the inside, but I think that it's with the way that the O-line board has fallen so far with a couple of guys like kind of creeping into this back half of the 5th, I think that we're probably looking at like the 7th round for him at this point. But I like him a little bit as a developmental guy in probably a zone scheme. But.
Yeah. Who is Brashard Smith?
The SMU running back. They're
Yeah.
talking about.
Oh, Brashard. Oh, okay. Brashard Smith.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Brashard Smith. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Denzel Burke just went to the Cardinals.
Okay. Kurt asks, with Frazier gone, who's the next best option for interior? Does this mean Kobe Bryant is more likely for the next pick?
Let's see best available
Like,
at
sounds
interior
like
right now.
His character, but next best interior guy. Cooper Mays. Has Jake Majors not gone?
I guess Cantor's probably in that discussion if they wanted to take a guard. McLaughlin's still on the board. Majors.
Did they meet with Jacob Bear?
Yes.
They
yes,
did. He's probably more of a UDFA type.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, McLaughlin, Kendra, Joshua Gray, he's a little bit on the older side, but he can play center. Majors. We're getting into Willie Lampkin territory a little bit.
Is there a reason McLaughlin hasn't gone?
He has a torn Achilles.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So he's probably like McLaughlin. I wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers took McLaughlin in the 6th, actually. Steven and I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but the Ravens were the team that took the 6th-round shot on Andrew Voorhees after he tore his ACL at the Combine. McLaughlin is probably going to miss like half of his rookie season recovering from the torn Achilles. But before he got injured, he was having a great season for Ohio State, like was on an All-American trajectory. And so I wouldn't be surprised necessarily if he gets down all the way down there to like 199, 214 if the Chargers do take him, because I think that he is a potential developmental guy at center that could end up being their starter.
Honestly, just to recap the moment that we had before.
Yeah.
When it was Steven, it was like, oh, if it was a Steven guy or if it was a Katzen guy and you didn't answer, I didn't think it was Gadsden. I thought it was one of the Rutgers guys in that.
Oh, okay.
So I thought, but then I was like, okay. So I knew it was a my guy, but I didn't know. I wasn't sure of who yet.
Yeah. They're like, well, it's not a him guy. It's not a him guy. And I'm like,
it's one of you guys.
Don't say it. Yeah. No, it was good. Good pick. I am happy. What pick are we at? And where did the Chargers pick?
I think we're at like 175 now, and the Chargers pick at 199.
God bless America. More Star Wars questions.
Uh,
A good question. Why did they go with Lambert over Horton? Because Steven had mentioned there was some interest in Horton. Horton obviously has the age not two, but missed some time with a groin, and then of course, or shoulder? No, groin. And then a knee injury.
Yeah.
So that is a good question though at that range.
Yeah, I think I wrote this while I was writing up Lambert-Smith, but I do think that there's been a pretty clear focus on adding vertical threats offensively for the Chargers. With Tre Harris is more of a vertical guy, Lambert-Smith is more of a vertical guy, and then with Gadsden after that pick, also a vertical guy. I think that there's probably a little bit more of a focus on adding a downfield element to the Chargers offense. I think Lambert-Smith probably gives that to you a little bit better than Horton does. Horton's more of like a 4-4 kind of intermediate runner. So I think in that sense, given the focus that they've kind of shown us, that is probably why. But talent-wise, like raw talent-wise, in terms of like in a vacuum, like ignoring the Chargers and like the way that the picks have gone, I probably would have taken Horton prior for sure.
Yeah, I liked him for sure. All right, there we go. Anybody thoughts on The Last of Us season 2 so far? Is anybody caught up?
No, I haven't started it. I mean, I know what happens in season 2 because it's season 2, but
yeah.
Curious to see how they navigate it once I do watch it. But
yeah. I do not watch TV from the beginning of the calendar year until after the draft ends. So I'm nowhere near caught up on anything that has come out in the 4 months in between there.
Yeah.
I finished the Dexter prequel last week. That was like the thing I watched.
Is that Original Sin?
Yeah. It's actually pretty good.
I hear it's actually not bad.
I didn't have high expectations for it, but it was actually pretty good.
Who is Robbie Outs? Out? Yeah.
Oots, Robbie Oots. He is Alabama tight end, more of a blocking type as well. Kind of just like I think makes sense for the Seahawks given that they just took Arroyo. He'll probably be the blocking tight end 3 for them, while Arroyo is kind of the receiving tight end 2. You also have AJ Barner. Noah Fant's probably on his way out, I would imagine, of that room. Whether it's before the season or after doesn't really matter. I don't think that he's gonna stick around for much longer in that room.
Yeah. Alrighty, rolling through the super chats that are flying in. Thank you guys. You don't have to send a super chat for a question. We need any question, but thank you. Asked about this a few times, mentioned it a few times. Guard or corners that they're taking. I suppose we can wait once we get closer. Tyler Barron just went to the Jets. Miami, right? Yeah.
Yes, Miami Edge.
Metroid Prime for the win. Sure, never played it. Where's your guys' first?
My only experience with Metroid is Super Smash Bros.
Yeah, same.
My first console was the Nintendo Wii.
Jeez.
Yeah. I am not old enough to have owned a 64, but I remember in school we had like a Nintendo 64 that we like played, and then I think my first was the Game Boy. That was the first thing I remember owning. Yeah,
Nintendo 64 for me. My students are somehow also now able to play it on their computers, and like I knew all like for Mario 64, like I knew all like the secret places to go, and they freaked out. And like we had to discover that on our own. Like we just had to like just try stuff. There's no internet.
Yeah.
Maybe for Alex there's internet. I don't know. Or not Alex, Insdorf. Who's old? Insdorf is the youngest? Cassidy is the youngest.
How old are you, Cassidy?
I think Insdorf is probably the youngest, but not by much.
How old are you?
I turned 27 this year.
Okay, so he's 1 year.
Yeah.
And we're going to welcome back Steven in a little bit. Well, he's coughing. Oh, wait. There we go.
Hello.
Hi. Your thoughts on the Lions?
I love that they are interested in good offensive linemen. It's so good for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Did they retain their offensive line coach?
They did.
Yeah, he's their offensive coordinator now, isn't he?
Yeah, they promoted him.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very interested to see how that goes, but I just don't get it, man. I do not understand why Miles Frazier fell this far. Do not get it, but good for the Lions. The Lions took my 2 favorite guys. They got Tate Ratledge and Miles Frazier. So
yeah, that's pretty sick.
2 very Lions players.
Yeah. Well, good for them.
Where you guys were talking about your ages.
Yeah, and Pokemon and our first consoles and stuff.
Nice.
Football stuff.
Yeah,
true football stuff.
For sure. What grade do you give our draft right now? I give it a B-.
Well, I only really
settled at A-, which seems very homer, but
I disliked 1 pick, so it's kind of like I'd say A- so far. Depends on how these last couple picks though, because I do feel like they need to get some positions, but
yeah, I would consider a B+ if they don't go any interior guys at all, for just pure like ignoring the. Granted, they did get Andre James, right? So it's not like they're bereft at center, but keep kicking this thing down the road.
Yeah. I think if they had swapped Lambert-Smith for a lineman, that would have been like the optimal thing.
Yeah, I'd probably say B+ right now, pending these last couple of picks.
Yeah, I said B+ earlier before, after they took the 4th round pick. So I think I don't really have any opinion on the wide receiver, KeAndre Lambert-Smith, just quite yet. So I'll wait there, but I'm not going to like knock the Chargers that much for a 5th round pick. So, I'm a fan overall of the process outside of the potential lack of offensive linemen. So I'll continue to say B+ right now. Really like it, don't love it, but I understand the process.
Yeah, we will see.
Kareem says that he wants me to devolve into nerd talk. I will devolve into nerdy TV and movie talk if you want. I don't really play video games. Like I played Madden and 2K. That was like the extent of my video games, and like played Halo with my brothers back in the day. But I was not a huge video game person. I just wasn't necessarily my thing. Was not into Pokemon. So
yeah, the Madden.
Conan pointed out earlier that I turned 27 this year, but my first console was a Nintendo Wii, and that means that I didn't start gaming until I was like 12. That is partially correct. I had a Nintendo DS and a PSP before that, but also my parents were very much not enthusiastic about letting my brother and I play video games as younger kids, because I come from an Asian household.
Yeah, we I never got to play much on the Nintendo 64 because my brothers would always use it to play the James Bond game, which was a shooting game, and my parents didn't let me play a shooting game at that time. So I guess you could count that, but like the original Xbox with the original Halo game is like my first true like video game experience, if you will. And me and my brothers would play it on Saturdays. We'd have friends over. There was one time, one weekend where we had a bunch of my friends come over, and we got like everybody brought their own TV, and we had like 10 TVs in my parents' basement, and we were all playing like each other in Halo games. It was a ton of fun. But yeah, Halo 3 in particular was like I loved Halo. But yeah, that was really it for me. I wasn't super into other video games outside of that. For me, it was more of like, let's get together and let's play Halo, or like let's get together and let's have a Madden tournament kind of thing. It wasn't like I'm just gonna play it on my own.
Yeah. I'm glad you had friends.
I was about to say the same thing.
CJ just saying we missed one from earlier. Did we miss this one earlier?
Yeah, I don't think we talked about this.
I'm not quite sure.
Wish list: Elijah Ponder, highest ranked non-combine edge prospect, and Patrick Herbert.
Yeah,
Is
so
that
that's the Cal Poly edge.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I think he's fine. Probably going to be. I would probably guess that he's going to be a UDFA. He might sneak in like 6'7", and then the Patrick Herbert stuff. Sure, as long as it's a UDFA, I don't care if Patrick Herbert is on the team or not.
Sure.
Just don't use the pick on him.
I mean, they technically have 5 tight ends on the roster right now with McAllen Castles.
True. McAllen Castles Patrick Herbert training camp battle for the practice squad spot will be legendary.
Cinema.
I mean, they obviously are not going to play Will Dissly very much in the preseason. I don't think Tyler Conklin will play very much in the preseason. So, they do need probably another body. The Buffalo Bills just picked Dorian Strong, the corner from Virginia Tech.
So what corners are left now? We got
Kansas.
Yeah, Mello Dotson. We got
Kansas kids.
Alexander, Lagerbeam, Bryant.
Zoff Frazier went. I did not see that.
Yeah, he did. Huzzy from North Carolina, although he's kind of a nickel, but Muhammad, we talked about.
Yeah, Tommy Hill still available.
Tommy Hill.
And then what was the other name that I just saw? Oh, Bilal Kone is still available as well from Western Michigan.
So the Chargers do not pick until 199 next.
Yes,
that is correct.
I believe
Unless
that
they
is
trade up.
Unless they trade up. That is true. They could trade up. So they pick at 199, 214,
255.
and 255. That's it.
Yep.
Okay, I'm trying to catch us up on some super chats. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, go ahead. 256, by the way. 256.
Where is it? Such a specific name. How would I have missed this? Sorry, we have 58. So I'm just trying to.
Zoom through them if you want.
No, we've got through most of them. We just somehow missed a couple.
Okay.
Circumcision question. One asks, are we really surprised the Chargers haven't taken an offensive line with the pieces they have and their new additions? Granted, center is still an issue. I I'm surprised they have not done it through all of last draft in terms of interior guys, and so far this one.
I am surprised that they haven't taken one yet today, but I would expect that one of these 3 picks that we have left is one. If they do not take one at all, I will be surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree there.
And that's
I'm not
primarily
surprised that
because-
they. Go ahead, Katzen.
Oh, I was just going to say that's primarily just because like they have 4 of those guys hitting free agency after next season. So I would expect that you would take one late just to have like a body on the roster so that you aren't forced into taking like 3 of them next year.
Yeah. I mean, even with Bradley Bozeman, he's on a 2-year contract, but they could very easily cut him after the first year. So this interior offensive line does still need work. Like, I think if you believe them about Zion Johnson playing center, I guess I can see a world where he hits at center, but then who's playing left guard? Bradley Bozeman hasn't played left guard in 5 years, and he wasn't very good at it. Trey Pipkins has never played left guard, and he wasn't like all that great at right guard. And Andre James has never played guard. So this is a situation where I expected them to add somebody at some point who could potentially challenge for the left guard spot. I think we're going to get to a point where they're just going to have to revert back to Zion playing left guard again because he's the only one who has a lot of experience there, and then Bozeman and Andre James kind of duke it out for center. So they're saying that Zion to center is real. I will continue to be skeptical until I actually see it happen, because it doesn't check all the boxes for me. If they had signed a Will Hernandez instead of Andre James, cool, we're good. I get it. But they don't have any other options who have legitimate experience playing left guard. So I think we're just going to get to the point where we're essentially betting on Zion playing better next year and Bradley Bozeman not being as much of an issue. And then Becton is just like a true ceiling raiser at right guard. But then again, if Becton gets hurt, then we're right back to where we were last year. So this is one of the reasons why it's hard for me to say I love this draft, because there still is such a big glaring need at left guard. And you could take a center, like I would get it. Obviously, they could have taken Drew Kendall if they really wanted to. But then we're back to square one with Zion playing left guard, not great options at center. And if Becton gets hurt, then you're just like the same deal. So that is definitely one of the reasons why I can't like fully wrap my arms around this draft.
Right.
Yeah.
More about what they didn't do than the picks themselves.
Yeah. And I'm not surprised the first 3 picks were not an offensive lineman. Like, I think the process there was sound with like, you just take whatever playmaker you get at 22, you get a wide receiver and a defensive lineman in the 2nd and 3rd rounds. I'm not complaining about that. I would have thought that they would take somebody who could challenge for left guard now is really my main thing.
Yeah.
The Miami Dolphins just took Ollie Gordon, the running back out of Oklahoma State.
That's like an enormous running back compared to their other guys.
Yes. I was going to say that's very much not their type.
Yeah.
It's a strong departure.
Yeah, I mean, good for them for realizing that they should probably take someone that can run between the tackles. But no. And good for Ollie Gordon for getting drafted.
Yes, congratulations, Ollie Gordon. We it was really cool that you're going to go to the Chargers at 22 for whatever in like December. But
the Ravens took the corner Bilal Kone from Western Michigan.
It's a very Ravens corner.
The Raiders pick is in at 180. Tyler, do you want to get to the other super chats that we missed?
I don't know if we missed, like those were the ones we just missed because we missed them. I think we've caught up the rest of them, but
cool.
Well, no, I lied. Here we go. Trade for Dallas Goedert. At this point, I think I think that room is set. No.
Yeah.
You've already taken a 3rd tight end. The room's pretty much set at this point.
I traded up for that one too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dude, the Raiders.
What did they do?
Oh, no.
JJ Pegues to the Raiders.
Oh, come on.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Man,
Not that I loved his defensive tackle tape, but he's a fun player in round 6 for sure.
Genty versus Hampton, Matlock versus freaking Geese.
Pete Carroll will have fun with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, people pointing out free agent guards they could potentially sign. Like, again, Will Hernandez is still available. Like, Brandon Scherf is still available. Sure, I just, like Alex is pointing out, like, I think they're kind of set in the 1-year veteran kind of market. Like, I just wanted to see them invest in a young player because there's potentially a chance where they just overhaul the interior, outside of Becton next year. So just like, would like to see a long-term asset, even if it's a 7th round pick. I don't really care at this point. Just somebody.
Yeah.
One more from Don. Love the Tre Harris pick. He's long and girthy. Sure.
Pause. The Eagles pick 181 that they got in the trade with the Chargers is in. Not announced yet.
You ask, is Zion a failure to develop or was he overdrafted? I actually think where they took him was pretty good for the guy that was, if not for, is that Linderbaum's draft true too?
I think Linderbaum was the next year.
Okay.
Yeah, Zion was the penning.
The Eagles took Kyle McCord.
Let's go.
I put Tim guy there for a second.
So close. I saw Kyle and I was like, is it? And then no, they took the quarterback.
Yeah. We would have lost Alex for a bit there. Failure to develop so far. I don't get it. All the boxes checked for Rashawn, no problem. All the boxes checked for Joel, no problem. All the boxes checked for Zion.
Yep.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's just been like the mental aspect of playing offensive line because the physical traits are all there. And like you see the flashes for Zion are so high end. But for whatever reason, it's just been like he has not figured out how to protect against stunts. He has not figured out how to, prevent players from, beating him, across the middle towards the center. Like those are 2 main issues for him. I still contend that as a run blocker, he's very, very good. It's just the pass protection inconsistencies for Zion. So it's a failure to develop. Everybody who watched Zion had him as a 1st round grade. I was not the only person who had him in the top 5. Like there were other people who had him graded very, very highly.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes these guys just don't put it all together for whatever reason. Now that could still theoretically happen if he switches to center and plays as an awesome center. We'll see what happens. But yeah, this to me is about the first part, not the second part.
Yeah. From Darkstar 50, predictions for the receiver room going into the first week of the regular season.
In terms of like who makes the roster?
I would guess so. I would guess that's the question.
Sure.
I would say Ladd, Mike, QJ, Harris, Lambert-Smith, Davis.
6.
That gives you 6.
Yep. I agree.
Sorry,
Brendan Rice.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted Brendan Rice as like a developmental X receiver, I think, and he hasn't been able to get on the field. So,
right. Oh well.
Practice squad, baby.
Yep.
Oh, good question. Trying to gauge the pick. Did you guys have Kyle Kennard ranked higher as a prospect than Thule coming out? I think he has some potential. Thule from was a post-draft grade. Hilarious, like the only person I didn't grade, of course. But I know it's hindsight, but like Thule would have been higher.
Yeah, I had Thule higher. It's the difference between a 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick, right? And I think that Thule was pretty solidly a 2nd round grade for me. Kennard was pretty solidly a 4th round grade for me. I think that they hit, basically where I was at with both those picks. I agree with the last part of this, that I think that Kennard really has a lot of potential. But again, it's a 1-year breakout for a 5th year player that you're betting on there. I would anticipate that he has some room to develop, but I would definitely say that Thule was a better player coming out of college.
Better player for sure. I did have him graded higher. To me, it was pretty close though. So I ended up with Kennard at 60. I think I had Thule at like 50 something, like low 50s. The thing with Thule that I ended up like dinging him on is that he never tested. So like I did have some mild athletic concerns, and then he was injured and didn't test. So That was really the
Sure.
thing. So, 50-ish to 60-ish, like it's pretty similar range for both for me.
Sure.
Okay. 8 of the 9 past SEC Defensive Player of the Years were Pro Bowlers. The last was
That's probably Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner, yeah, it was.
he's a Pro
So
Bowler.
that's probably the one that
He's
has.
the one that has
okay,
been-
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
He like barely played for the Vikings last year, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, I think he was edge.
Yeah, he was
receiver.
edge 3 or 4 there.
Yeah, verse
they-
slot to Turner.
In Minnesota, though, I think like they have Van Ginkel. The Patriots took a kicker,
Yay!
Andres.
Oh yeah, Borregales.
From Miami.
Yeah. Not my kicker one in this draft. Bad pick.
Oh, reach.
Yeah. Most other people have Borregales as kicker one, but I disagree personally. But he's fine. He's good rangy guy, and I don't think the Patriots really have anybody. So
NFL Network is talking about Shador still, so that's fun.
Sure, why not? From Dave, thinking on it, the Chargers have spent the whole offseason getting too deep at every position.
it's very true.
Receiver, running back, center, TBD on guard,
Defensive tackle. Yeah.
and tackle, I guess. Yeah, defensive tackle, corner, depending on how you feel about the players.
Yeah.
Safety, obviously, they're pretty good. So
I mean, at corner, at least they have the bodies, right?
Yeah.
Like you bring in Dante Jackson and Benjamin St. Juste. You have all the other guys. So,
And Dave, this is exactly why the Chargers might take Esapole in this round to get too deep at tackle.
there you go.
you're shooting your shot way early there. So that's if that comes back, oof, pretty good.
The pick is in for the Titans at 183. Maurice Jones-Drew looks like he's delivering a very powerful rant about Shador Sanders.
Oh, it's not a rant about how Hampton is RB7.
No. While I was downstairs, Brooke was showing me some clips of Mel Kiper because he apparently is like a huge Shador Sanders fan. And he went on a huge rant yesterday that basically the NFL doesn't know shit about evaluating quarterbacks and they should listen to him because he likes Shador a lot and should have been drafted higher.
So he's friends with Dion.
Probably. Probably.
Yeah, that's interesting.
The Titans have selected Marcus Harris, the cornerback from Cal.
Good player. I like Marcus Harris.
Why isn't Cal better? I feel like they have great defensive players every single draft.
Do they have great offensive players?
Yeah, I think you've solved the problem. Yeah, I mean, I did like a couple of players on the Cal offense this year. They had a tight end that transferred to Texas, their running back transferred to Oklahoma, their quarterback transferred to Indiana. Those guys were like pretty fun, and Cal did beat Miami this year, so or came close. I think came close. I think they ended up losing that game.
Cam Ward, they scored like 3 touchdowns in like the last 6 minutes of that game.
Yeah. But they almost beat Miami. But yeah, they should be a lot better. I have a lot of questions about Justin Wilcox's ability to be a coach.
Yeah, that's fair. He almost was your coach.
That's true. Yeah, that would have been bad.
I think he turned it down, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he has been very selective about leaving Cal, which I find interesting.
As one does.
Yeah.
And now they are like in the ACC and travel all across the country. Tyler, Dave says that he sent in another super chat a while back that we missed. If you're able to find
David.
it. Dave.
Okay, hold on.
Schlegel.
Sorry, we're all half on our phones, half on Twitter, and half doing this.
Yeah.
All right, Dave. So the 2 deep one, we did.
Yes.
And
he says he sent another one in like a long time ago. The Saints have selected running back Devin Neal from Kansas.
Okay.
Good
Surprised
spot
he's
for him.
kind of on the board this late.
Yeah.
Running back has been weird today for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of been there's never been like a run at running back.
Yeah, only in the 4th round a little bit. Other than that, it's just been very sparse.
Okay, I can't find Dave's other question.
Neil was fun. Monongai has not gone, right?
No.
Correct.
Yeah, you blue balled me with Kyle a little bit earlier. So
Sorry.
It's one of Alex's Kyles.
Yeah,
Just kidding.
different Kyle.
Yeah,
Martinez is still on the board too. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Somebody is Justin Herbert's godfather. Who's that? Is that Mel Kiper?
I'm sorry. Where is
Or
this?
Who are we talking about? Suzanne.
Oh, Wilcox, maybe?
And somebody else also said that.
Who are we? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they're talking about Justin Wilcox.
The Cal coach?
Oh, the Cal coach.
Yeah.
Oh. Huh.
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah.
I
Interesting.
never would have guessed that.
did not know that.
Sorry, I was reading some Mel Kiper comments, so I was
Yeah.
thinking that's who they were talking about.
Dave, I'll keep looking for that extra one if it's a different one.
Dave, just send your question here, and then we'll just touch on it here that way, because I don't think we can find it.
From Richard, who's in here a lot. Thank you very much. My only main concern this offseason is the interior of the offense and defensive lines, which is weird given our front office. Thoughts on those rooms? Yeah, worried about interior offensive line for sure. I didn't buy that Zion was going to be a center. They keep saying it, but now they have no choice but to keep him at left guard, like Steven said, because you just where do you want the issue to be?
Right.
So we'll see. Obviously, post-draft trades, I suppose, can happen and signings, but yeah.
The weird part about it to me with how they moved with interior offensive line is just like they had Zion at center kind of from the outset, and then anytime like Ortiz is asked about like, okay, so what are you doing at guard? It's just like, well, Bradley can play guard, and then it's like, well, he hasn't played guard. And like, yeah, even I think there was one press conference where he talked about Andre James. It's like, yeah, Andre's gotten work at guard before, and then I think it might have been Popper. I don't remember who responded to him. Is basically, but he hasn't played guard. And then Ortiz is like, no, but he's done like reps and he's gotten work in in the league, kind of with it.
Sure.
So just the way that they've handled it, I would have the Lambert-Smith pick feels like it should have been the offensive line pick, but
Yeah.
at some point, maybe here coming up, we'll get like a majors or something that like, kind of answers the question. But that is like, yeah, because they really don't have many avenues outside of just like some post-draft signings to upgrade it.
Yeah,
Steelers
I would
pick
say
being
for the,
announced.
Oh man. Someone sent us our chat summary on YouTube of all things we're talking about, but the chat summary is viewers are reminiscing about their favorite gaming consoles, discussing Pokemon movies.
The Steelers took Will Howard from Ohio State.
Wow.
makes sense.
There's your starter.
I like them a lot. Yeah.
Starter.
But yeah, I would say for the defensive line part of this question, I honestly think the defensive line group is pretty solid at this point with the Caldwell pick. I think like Caldwell kind of slots into the role that Puna played last year. You sign T.R. Tart to play the role that he played last year. You have Naquan Jones and Deshaun Hand. I think Hand will probably compete a little bit with a Boygby at 5 tech. He's played out there before. I would prefer to play Hand at 3 tech, but I think he can play 5 tech. There's a lot of places out there that have him listed as an edge kind of residually from the time that he did play 5 tech when he was like with the Lions. Naquan Jones obviously gives you some depth at nose there. Otito is still there. Matlock is still technically part of the defensive line group. I think they're pretty set there. I feel pretty good about the way that group is constructed. But definitely agree with what Instorf said about the offensive side.
Yeah, I think the defensive line concern is more about the pass rush. I think like they have the bodies, and Mike Elston is amazing at his job. So, oh wow, Justin Herbert was named after Wilcox. Okay,
Interesting.
all right. So the lack of a pass rusher on the interior is my concern. But if they truly believe that Eboigbe is that guy, and he is that guy, then that problem is solved. So the Chargers, if he can hit and contribute more this year, then I feel much better about that room. Offensive line, I covered. They could take a center if that's the solution. It's better than nothing, because then at least we know Zion is playing left guard. But I still would like to see them get somebody who has some guard flexibility that is younger, that we've kind of discussed.
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Oh, the too deep question was Dave's question. So
okay.
That's the one.
Oh,
I was in my mind there.
I just saw a tweet that the Packers have announced that Matthew Golden will wear number 22. So glad that we did not take him.
That's really weird.
That's bizarre. Incredibly bizarre. They had a number. So apparently they had 81 available, and everyone just kind of assumed that he was going to wear 81, but he's wearing 22.
Isn't that what Shaheed wears?
Yes.
I hate that. I guess he did wear number 2, but that's weird.
Yeah, that's awful.
They need to trade one of their receivers, man. Like, they have too many receivers.
Yeah. Very strange. I guess Watson is going to miss the whole year, and
is he
Dobbs
really?
free
I didn't
agent
realize
after
his
this
injury was
season.
that bad.
Well, yeah, he tore his ACL in the at the end of the year, so he's probably going to miss the whole season.
Oh wow, I did not realize that. That makes sense then. Why I thought he was
for at least this year, and then Watson and Dobbs both hit free agency after this season, I think. So
yeah, and Dobbs has been in and out of trade rumors and things like that.
Yeah.
Super chat from Matthew. Have any of you covered Ahmad Hassanin or Tuasibi Nomura?
Yeah.
That's good enough?
Yep, that's good.
Okay. He says, I'm hoping for one of these dudes, specifically Tuasibi at this point. Alex Katzen, that's all you, buddy.
I was gonna say I was waiting to see if you guys, but yeah, Hassanin, I had in the 6th round of my original 7-round mock draft that I did. He did take a 30 visit with the Chargers. Super well-regarded CrossFit athlete in his native Egypt before he came over to the U.S. as a high schooler to play football. I think that with the Kennard pick, there's probably not a ton of room for another edge rusher in this room. But if he, for some reason, gets to UDFA, I could see them potentially signing him for some competition. Nomura is going to be a UDFA. I haven't really seen a ton of him, but just sort of
edge rusher like Hassanin?
He's a linebacker, off-ball linebacker. But another one of those Fresno State guys at linebacker.
Oh.
That Fresno State defense kind of has a bunch of guys that are in that priority UDFA range that I definitely think the Chargers could target based on their proximity. But we'll have to see there. But he will be a UDFA, I would imagine.
Yeah, weirdly, Fresno State defense has been kind of good, although I hadn't really heard a ton about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are looking definitely at the chances. Do you still think they take a linebacker late, or is that more UDFA stuff at this point?
I could see them maybe taking one still. I would say you still need to take an offensive lineman at some point here, probably. I would expect a DB of some kind, whether it's corner or safety. And then after that, I would guess that your pick other than that would just be anyone that can play special teams. So I would guess linebacker's probably in play at that point. DB is probably in play at that point. You could even take another running back or wide receiver that has some return flex if you really want to. Although, as we talked about with the wide receiver room earlier, it's kind of difficult to imagine them keeping 7 again. So it'd be kind of tough there. They could take 2 offensive linemen though, still with these 3 picks remaining. So I would say I wouldn't rule out another pick at linebacker, or a pick at linebacker rather, with these last 3, but I wouldn't necessarily think that it's super likely.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, we got another kicker. Tyler Loop.
Oh, to the Ravens? Well,
Arizona.
Well,
I mean, they should have cut Tucker a while ago. I mean, he's been
Yeah.
bad, and then also with all the other stuff.
Yeah. Loop is my kicker 4 in the draft. Super huge leg. Had, I think, went as far back as like 60 or 61 for Arizona this season. Did not get any sort of like all-star circuit buzz or anything. Didn't go to the Shrine, didn't go to the Senior. I think he was at the Hula Bowl, but I think that he has actually a lot of potential to develop into a legit NFL kicker. So makes sense. Makes a lot of sense for the Ravens. He's very sort of technique-wise only, kind of stylistically similar a little bit to Tucker.
Is Burnip your kicker one?
Burnip is my punter one.
Oh,
yeah.
he's punter.
Yeah, my kicker one is Ben Sauls at Pitt, but I know why NFL teams are not taking him early, which is that he's small and kicks lefty. So,
Jason Reed at Volpe tweeted out the list of SEC defensive players of the year. So it is Kyle Kennard, Dallas Turner, Will Anderson twice, Pat Surtain, Derek Brown, Josh Hines Allen, Roquan Smith, Jonathan Allen. That's pretty good company for Kyle Kennard.
okay, but let's be real.
All of those guys were like first round picks.
Yeah.
So.
But hey, that's awesome. But
Yeah, I gotcha. The Texans took safety Jalen Reed from Penn State.
nice player.
I like how this is the point of the draft where NFL Network is like not even announcing the picks and they're just like showing day one reactions from players and stuff like that. Oh, there's Jack Besh. So I guess we're into round 2.
we do it sometimes, but not nearly enough. Katzen, I am impressed that you were able to rattle off info about kickers and punters just now off the top of your head. That is
Yeah, like it gets
and scary.
it would get murky for any of us if we were talking about like safety 4 and Gatsen's on like 4.
Yeah, I mean it would be rough. Oh, we lost Steven. He's gonna go play Pokemon.
The Chargers will not be able to donate a Make-A-Wish pick to the Michigan football program, at least not with Khalil Mullings, because he just went to the Titans.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Interesting.
Interesting that they got rid of Hassan Haskins and reincarnated Hassan Haskins. It's basically, I like Mullings
Yeah.
better but like the same archetype of player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
would
so
agree.
then hold on. I'm gonna have to be locked in on running back here for a bit.
Oh, are you up soon?
No, not the Eagles. Just I'm on Monungai watch in general.
The Eagles are up soon, though. 3 picks.
I know. So Martinez, I'm just assuming Martinez might not go until like 7th round because of the character stuff. So then we're at Brashard Smith, Lakeem Allen, Monungai, Brooks, Yarns, Raheem Sanders. I think he's probably going to go undrafted. I wish we signed him in undrafted free agency.
Yeah.
And then if we want to give a Michigan charity pick, Don Edwards, unfortunately, is still on the board.
I've watched a lot of him, just not anything this year. 'Cause I heard it was not much to watch.
I was like confident at one point that he would like, oh well, he'll like find his vision a little bit, and then it went the opposite way of that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
While we're here in a dead zone, shout out Ian Rappaport for following me for 6 days and then being completely over me after 2 draft days.
Yeah.
He had not followed or unfollowed anybody the entire like week. He was at 811 with me, and now he's at 810 after unfollowing me.
Pelissero and Rappaport have both like retweeted me before, but they've never come close, I think, to hitting the follow button, which is what honestly right move.
Yeah, no, they were blowing up their feed, and I'm like, yeah, Tre Harris, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just posting TikToks of
I appreciate whatever thing happened there. But it was cool. I posted it once and it did happen. It was a thing.
Oh wow, the Colts are taking Riley Leonard.
Seriously?
Told you it's that time. The intangibles. The
Wow.
intangibles.
We got a Danny Dimes AR Riley Leonard competition. Wow.
Wow.
Special.
So I hopped off there for a second because I wanted to listen to the phone call with Kyle Kennard.
Mm-hmm.
Have you any of you guys listened to that yet?
No.
I've
Someone
not.
mentioned about that.
Yeah, so,
saw that message as well.
Joe Ortiz said that Ryan Ficken loves Kyle Kennard. I was going to bring this up, so that's good timing there.
Yeah.
And Jesse Minter worked with his position coach, I forget his name, Sterling, previously, and they got a lot of like cross-checking done that way. So,
Okay.
So no special teams experience that we know of, but Ryan Ficken apparently loves him, so that works for me.
Good enough for me, man.
I mean,
Jesse
no
Minter
problem.
stamp of approval, Ryan Ficken stamp of approval. We're good.
I mean, if you have Mac, Thule, and Bud, I guess Kennard is kind of your 3rd/4th, but he could still get a bulk of like special team snaps.
Yeah.
I would expect him to get a pretty healthy dose of snaps there. Thule was 2nd on the entire team in special team snaps last season.
Yeah.
And
So
you
if you
would
take
he was
hope
still
that he
like
doesn't
starting
play
edge
that
at
role.
Yeah.
sometimes.
and now
Right.
that
So-
Bosa's gone and he needs to his usage will be even higher. It's like you kind of have to.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think the nice thing about keeping Bud Dupree around, because I know there were some Chargers fans that are like, oh, we should cut him and then draft one early. Bud Dupree will absolutely set an edge. He will absolutely play the run. And Kyle
Bud
Kennard,
Dupree was good last year. I don't get it.
he wasn't like super productive as a pass rusher, but I think they signed him for his ability to defend the run. Like I think that's what it was.
And then Joey got hurt in 2 days.
Then Joey got hurt, and it was like,
Yeah.
well, so now that Kennard is back on the team, like your second rotation has a really nice balance to it, where Dupree can set the edge, and then Kennard is your speedy pass rusher off the end. So I like that room a lot, and I think I was probably a bigger Kyle Kennard fan than a lot of other people, but it's just a really nice balance of veteran presences, the 2 younger guys, power, speed, all that stuff. Deep Space asking about Zadarius Smith. No, like their edge room is now, I think, set. Like they maybe like an outside chance that Trayvon Morris-Brash can make this roster as like the other special teams edge, but they're set. Like they're done at edge rusher.
I would imagine so, yeah.
Okay, so we are 9 picks away from the Chargers' 3rd to last pick. So we have 3 more picks to go, you guys.
And that last one's way at the end.
Yeah.
Second to last pick.
Yeah. They have that many more picks to go. And we are at almost 4.5 hours of what will ultimately be a 7-hour live stream. That's how far we are from that last pick.
Let's go.
How you doing there?
You think this goes 2.5 more hours?
Oh yeah.
Last year's went over 7 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think we took that late. We put, I don't know. What was our last pick last year?
Oh, Cornelius.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, like, where in the draft?
Oh.
225.
It was also pretty late. It was.
I thought it was
at
like
the end.
240s. I thought it was like 240s or something. I'll look it up.
It was at the end. It was near the end of the draft. The Colts back on the clock just took defensive tackle Tim Smith from Alabama.
Timmy.
Cornelius was 253.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
So about
So-
last year.
A little later, 255 this time.
Mm-hmm. Come on.
Well, we are going to see Sinners at 4:30, so if they could speed it
Very
up,
nice.
that'd be great.
25 minutes of commercials. You're okay.
Is that the Michael B. Jordan picture?
Yes.
Oh.
Apparently, it's amazing.
Incredible, yeah.
Brooke loves Haley Steinfeld, so we are going to see it. It's not. I don't usually gravitate towards that kind of movie because it's kind of like horror-ish.
Mm.
I don't usually love those kind of movies, but I love Ryan Coogler. I think he does fantastic work, and so we'll see how it goes.
My favorite movie of his is Fruitvale Station. That was really
That's brutal.
That's a great movie.
That last third is or whatever.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm not surprised you didn't say Black Panther.
What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah,
You don't like?
want to say it?
No, because you don't. No, because you don't like Marvel movies. Because you don't like Marvel movies.
Yeah,
Okay.
his
Okay,
favorite is when he dies at the end. Yeah, good
You're
job
not
there.
a Marvel guy. That's why. That is the only reason why. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Hit us with an E-Bombay.
I mean, Fruitvale Station is a better movie than Black Panther.
Yeah. This is
It's
why
a
you
great
stay for the
movie.
day
It is a
3
great
screen,
movie.
folks.
The collective silence. I'm so glad.
Your Philadelphia Eagles just took Miles Hinton from Michigan.
Great, no idea.
Good swing tackle. I mean, if the
Okay.
Eagles take an
They-
offensive lineman, he'll be
I'm just
good.
gonna
But yeah, good swing tackle. He was a little bit. I think he missed a couple of games this season for Michigan, if I remember right. But he'll be a nice swing. Kind of got lost in the
Yeah.
shuffle a little bit this season.
Does he have any like kick inside type flexibility? Or no?
I think he could play guard. Yeah.
Okay, because that's interesting. If they would take him as like a project tackle guard, I don't know, because they kind of need that to bolster the depth behind like Steen and all those guys now that Becton's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no people of color on your cast. I don't know. I've been
Yeah.
called yellow, so Steven's not gonna say a word.
I'm just I can understand how it came across that way, but that's I meant the Marvel thing.
Obviously, completely in jest. It was just very funny.
Yeah.
Wakanda forever.
There you go.
Keep on man.
There you go. That was good. That was good.
God.
There's a mid-credit scene in Sinners. I did not.
Yeah, it's
know
like 10 minutes long apparently.
that.
It's like the
Interesting.
end of the movie though, I've heard.
So they do like partial credits and then finish the movie.
Yes, I've heard it's like an actual like long sequence, or not sequence, but like ending of the movie.
I'm laughing at Kevin Cam's comment.
Jesus Christ.
I checked the diversity hire box.
I mean, so does Katzen.
So it's Gadsden. Yeah, my wife is Mexican.
Yeah. Why are people like so? The hat is just on Chargers shop. It's not like anything crazy. I think Jesse Minter is actually wearing the same hat today, for what it's worth.
I feel like he was worn that hat a lot.
Yeah, it is Jesse's favorite hat for sure.
Yeah, I've seen it all the time with him at the press conferences.
Yeah.
Chilman says, "I will need to go to church after the movie." Why?
Oh,
Wait, so okay, I don't know anything about the plot of the movie. Is this the thing with vampires or what is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
yeah. Michael B. Jordan has it's like him playing a twin version of him, and then yeah.
So is he a vampire?
I think one of the twins becomes a vampire, and then the
Oh.
other one has to stop him.
Twilight
who's
Spark, baby.
Bryce Cable Do?
Oh, I love Bryce Cable.
Oh,
dude.
that was the made up name we talked about on the show.
No, Bryce Cable rules. Bryce Cable
really?
rules.
No,
Yeah, he was great at Shrine Bowl. He honestly, he might start for the Seahawks this season because their offensive line
snap.
is garbage.
But
yeah, he was great at Shrine Bowl. Someone that I really thought deserved more attention. I'm very happy to see him selected.
I made it because Katzen was on Bolt Breakdowns a couple months ago, and we were just like naming random like Shrine Bowl guys like 45 minutes in, and I think he said Bryce Cable Do, and I was like, okay, you could have just made up that name, and I would have no idea. It's basically.
Taj Brooks just went to the Bengals.
Oh, that's
Right.
nice. That's nice for them. I like Brooks.
Yeah, it's a good fit for him, I think.
they thought you were being sarcastic about Cable Do. No.
Yeah, honestly, you could have
No.
told me that name was made
He's
up.
awesome.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get the movie spoiled for those who have not seen it, but the stuff about vampires is in the
In
trailer.
the trailer. Yeah, it's Michael B. Jordan, something about twins, something about vampires.
That's all in
Haley
the trailer.
Steinfeld. And I heard it's kind of
Spoiler.
horny.
Spoiler: Michael B. Jordan and Haley Steinfeld are into each other in the movie.
Well, I don't know.
People think they're into each other in real life, but
I feel like that's just a very parasocial internet thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you would. She just got engaged to Josh Allen.
But also, like, that's their job as actors. Like, their job as actors is
They
to
like
be-
each other?
is to be convincing that,
Yeah.
like,
Right. Yeah.
so it's like, yeah.
And
I
you can
mean,
always tell when like couples in movies and shows don't actually like each other in real life.
yeah.
So if you think they're into each other, that means they're probably doing a good job.
Mm.
I forgot who just went, but it was like a linebacker from Auburn.
Yeah. Jalen
Jalen
McLeod.
McLeod.
That's the one.
He's like a hybrid linebacker edge.
All right, fellas. Well, we are 4 picks away, or 5. Yeah, 4 picks away from the Chargers. So the Bears pick is in. The Lions are on the clock, but we do not know who the Bears have picked just quite yet.
yes,
Scoot says, pretty sure every woman on earth is into Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah.
I'm fairly confident I would find chemistry with Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh, that's a good little pass rush move from McLeod. Good little dip and rip. The Bears have selected Luke Newman from Michigan State guard.
Wow.
What
Another
are the
Shrine
Chargers
Bowl guy.
again?
The Chargers are at 199, so it's.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Oh, I have to do one of these picks in Spanish. I forget.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is McLeod related to Rodney McLeod in any way, or no?
I don't think so. Not that I
Okay.
know of.
I was just curious.
Nabil showing a quote from KeAndre Lambert-Smith.
Hmm.
I know what he is about. I told Coach Harbaugh Herbert is going to figure out what I am all about. I'm going to come in and gain his trust. I'm going to prove to him that I am a playmaker.
Well, he also had another quote that I saw on Twitter that was basically like that he considers himself one of the most like slept on receivers in the draft. So he's kind of like that's his thing.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, from Popper. They got one of the most slept on receivers in the draft is what he wants Chargers fans to know.
All right.
Tyler is leaving.
I mean, like I said, when the pick happened, I did get a few texts from people, like fellow members of draft Twitter and stuff that I talk to frequently that congratulated the Chargers on getting him. So
Okay.
there is some love for him definitely out there. But like I said, when the pick was made, I was more surprised than disappointed, if anything. So
Yeah.
I was just more surprised that they doubled up on receiver kind
Yeah.
of that early.
yeah,
And
yeah,
then-
that was that part.
And then
was cool.
take Gadsden, who, as much as I love him, like is a receiver. So
Yeah.
it's like
They are throwing multiple bodies at the pass catcher problem.
weapons for Herbert.
Yep.
It looks like Ian Rappaport is saying something about Jalen Ramsey. Did he get traded?
Oh, I don't know.
Or they're trying to trade him?
I haven't seen anything on Twitter.
Maybe he's just speculating. Dolphins and Ramsey agreeing they should part ways.
Maybe he's just like recapping the situation. I don't know.
They can't cut him, right? Isn't this contract pretty rough?
Yeah.
I mean, they probably could just eat it at this point. Let's see. We are in 2025. Jalen Ramsey has $24 million guaranteed salary this year, so that is pretty rough. If they cut him as a post June 1st designation, they would only take on $30 million of dead cap money instead of 49. So yeah, they cannot cut him. I mean, they could, but I feel like if you were not trying to get assets for this current draft, like what's really the point of moving on?
Yeah.
Well, the Lions are announcing their pick. Let's see which great player they take next.
Boom, 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 boom.
Traded for Hunter Norzad.
Hunter Norzad's brother.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about that.
And now, coming back to business, with the 196th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Ahmed Hassani.
Okay.
All
Brooke's
right.
gonna be really happy with that. She loves that guy.
Who?
Brooke.
Oh.
Brooke's family have a affinity for Boise State football.
Oh,
That is,
Okay. I was like, wow, Brooks like doing film study. That's awesome.
yeah. That is a perfect culture fit for him. That is like the most perfect culture fit. So Hassanin was at the Shrine Bowl, and every single drill before Hassanin lined up for a rep, he would just stop and like fully lean all the way back and just scream directly upwards into the air. Like every time. And if you weren't watching the D-line drills, it was like, what is happening? Did someone
That's
like get
awesome.
murdered? And so like him going to Detroit is like the most obvious thing of all time.
Dan Campbell guy.
That's big Dan Campbell energy.
That's
for
amazing.
sure.
Now I see why the Chargers took a 30 visit.
You okay?
They're showing some highlights of him working out, and you said that he was like a power lifter in Egypt or something, right?
CrossFit. He was the number one
CrossFit.
CrossFit athlete in Egypt.
Yeah, Dan Campbell looks fired up. So I mean, he's always looks fired up. But so the Lions have Tyreek Williams, Tate Ratledge. They took Tesla, which is weird. Miles Frazier, and then Hassanin. Like those are all like big time Lions trench players.
Trench draft.
Kurt says they just showed Hassanin screaming in the air as I was talking.
That's great. That is great.
We have what?
The Texans pick is in.
Someone said Denver traded their pick. Did the Texans trade up?
Yes, the Texans traded up. I thought the Packers
Mm.
traded up, but yeah, the Texans.
Shadur?
Do they have a center?
They have Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson.
Okay. Trying to think what else they need.
Shiloh Sanders.
Deion Sanders
What if
unretiring.
The Browns just commit to the Sanders family and take Shiloh as well.
That would be funny.
Scoot Magoo, not Jarrett Patterson, the running back. Jarrett Patterson, the offensive lineman from Notre Dame.
Jarrett Patterson with 2 R's and 2 T's, I believe. Well, no, wait. Is that right? I think that's right, actually. Yeah.
I believe
the
you.
running back has 1 T. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brooke just texted me. I texted her that Hassanin to the Lions, and she said, "OMG, amazing!" and then put like 8 exclamation points.
Wait, so Brooke is like a full-on like Boise State fan?
No. Her dad played at Boise State for 2 years.
Okay.
And so they've just have like kind of always followed Boise State,
Mm.
and they're not. So Brooke grew up here in Fresno, but they've never like had an affinity for Fresno State football.
Mm.
So her dad played football at Boise State and BYU, and her family has mostly been grown up being BYU fans.
Oh, okay.
Brooke does not currently root for BYU anymore.
I would figure.
Yeah. So she actually wanted to go to BYU, and they did not accept her.
Damn.
Losers.
Missed out.
They did.
Yeah.
She's still kind of bitter about it, but she loves Utah. Okay, so pick is in for the Texans. We do not know who it is just quite yet. They probably need to take another offensive lineman at some point.
Another wide receiver?
Who needs blockers?
I know.
Let's take a quarterback.
Do they still have Keenum as their backup?
I had no idea.
I actually am not sure. Let's find out.
What quarterbacks are even available?
Quinn Ewers.
I would rather draft anyone else.
If he goes
I guess
undrafted,
Graham
so
Mertz is still.
Well, they
Oh,
could take-
the Texans still have Davis Mills.
Really?
I honestly
Huh.
forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, so they have Davis Mills and Keaton Slovis, but Case Keenum is no longer on the Texans.
Okay.
But yeah, quarterbacks.
Clovis, wow.
Ewers, Curtis Rourke, I guess Graham Mertz, but like
Oh, Brosmer's still there, I think.
Brosmer, yeah, Brosmer's a good one.
Is that the North Dakota State kid?
Minnesota.
No, that's the Minnesota. The North Dakota State one is Cam Miller, who's still available as well. But I don't know. We'll see.
Who is Cam Williams?
That's a Texas tackle. He is not on the Chargers board. I can promise you that. I've seen him come up in chat multiple times because he was projected to be a lot higher than this, and there is a reason he has not been taken yet.
Oh shit, Jared Ivey never went. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, wow.
He's also potentially more of like a 5 technique guy.
5 tech,
right?
yeah.
But he was projected like 3rd roundish, sort of.
Yeah, like 3-4, I would say, by most people I knew.
Brendan Rice moment.
Yeah, this to me, you're probably taking some kind of offensive line guy or a corner. That this could be the Corey Black spot.
Yep.
Zach Frazier went, right?
Yep.
I think I saw.
Yeah, Frazier went. I would say Corey Black could be here. Majors could be here. Pole could be here. If you want to take, like, you could take Gray here, but I think he's probably a better zone player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone tweeted, I can't believe Lad McConkey meets Cooper Kupp with a touch of what makes Travis Kelce special still on the board.
Oh, and McLaughlin. McLaughlin is still here as well. And
Alex, I would get off of Twitter.
Get off of it?
Unless you don't care. Unless you don't care.
I care, I guess.
Did you see who it was, Tyler? Nice.
Not as good as my name.
Okay. Not as good as my name.
Wait, which pick are we talking about? The Packers or the Chargers?
No, the Chargers. I'm sorry, the Chargers.
The Chargers pick. Okay.
I promise you, I could not make this up. I promise you, I couldn't make this one up.
Okay. All right.
And I
Texans
would-
pick has still not been announced on the NFL Network. So
Peaches.
Oh wow. The Texans took Graham Mertz, quarterback, Florida.
We were joking about that, and then they actually
they were
they were
joking.
like-
I was not serious about that.
I want to make it clear I was not serious.
That's funny. They played Utah twice with Graham Mertz, and he was not very good.
Yeah. That is
He got benched at this season, didn't he? For the young kid, Lagway.
Yes. I think it was did he tear his ACL this year or last year? I think he tore his ACL. I think that's why Lagway came in.
Okay.
But yes.
The Packers pick at 198 is in.
Boom, 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 boom.
Did Jason Taylor play for the Jets?
Yes.
I think it was like a year at the end of his career.
Oh, it was like one of those years.
Yeah.
because the NFL Network is showing. I guess they're interviewing Jason Taylor right now, and they're showing a picture of Mason Taylor in a Jets uniform as a kid.
Yeah, it was one of the years towards like the end of his career, I think, after he left like Miami.
I'm just waiting for the pick to be announced. It's funny though, like this is how you know that none of these guys are like actually watching draft prospects, because like they're talking about rookie quarterbacks in this year's draft going to the best spots. The Packers have selected Warren Brinson, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Wow.
So
Okay.
the Chargers, according to NFL Network, are officially up next.
All right.
So we have 199 and then 214 and then
Yep.
255.
Yep.
Unless they trade again, obviously. Now they're showing Ashton Genty highlights, and the Chargers pick is in.
Wait, so Tyler, you know the pick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't tell me.
Yeah, he's playing it cool.
Yeah. I'm just ready to hit send on the tweet.
Okay, it doesn't look like they're going to announce this one. So they're in the studio in LA, and Brian Baldinger, MJD, talking about which quarterback got the most help in this draft.
Herbert? I don't know.
That's definitely an option.
Graham Mertz. He will be under the tutelage of Mr. Stroud.
Yeah. Oh, maybe they are going to announce it. Okay. Nope. And commercial break. Classic. A lot of commercial breaks. Oh, los Chargers con el selección 199 han seleccionado Branson Taylor, offensive tackle, Pittsburgh.
Wow. Okay.
So, played 1,400 snaps in 5 seasons with 3 full ones the last couple of years. 1,228 snaps at left tackle. Out for the season in 2024 with a knee injury, so only played a handful of games. Testing looks like fine. He's 80th percentile athlete, 6'6", 321 with 32.75 inch arms. I literally could not tell you anything about that. Like I said, I could not make that up. Like I could not make up Branson Taylor.
All right. So,
Alex?
He's played a couple years at Pitt. The Chargers were very clear with a bunch of day 3 prospects at tackle that they are very concerned about the organizational depth at tackle behind Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. I do think that Taylor probably kicks inside to guard in the league, but he can play tackle. So you draft a guy that has a little bit of positional flex there that can play tackle or guard. I think you need that, right? Rather than taking a guy who's necessarily a strict swing tackle. I do think that, like, you know, having the ability to play both tackle spots or play guard is probably appealing to them, rather than taking a guy like Pole, who's someone that I had mentioned earlier, who's more of like a strict tackle because he's 6'7". He is not going to, like, anyone that you're drafting in the 6th round you're not drafting them to be a starter really ever. Like, if they develop into that player, that's cool. But you're not really drafting a guy with the expectation that he's ever going to be a starter. The tackle depth behind Slater and Alt that the Chargers have right now is basically 0, right? Like, they have, if Trey Pipkins does not win the left guard job, he will be the swing tackle. He is a free agent after the season. There are other backup at tackle is 2024 UDFA Tyler McClellan, who suffered a season-ending injury in the preseason and is only on the roster because he was on injured reserve for the entire year.
Mhm.
That's not going to cut it at swing tackle. You have to update. We talked about earlier about like the Chargers are trying to get too deep at every position, right? This is doing that. This is getting too deep at tackle. It's getting too deep at guard. Like, this is a guy that is not going to be a starter. He's not being drafted to be a starter right now or down the line or at any point. But the Chargers were very concerned about the organizational depth at tackle, and now they've addressed that.
All right. Dane Brugler had him one spot ahead of Issa Pohl from Washington State, who Alex just was talking about. 6th round grade from Mr. Dane Brugler. So I will watch him later this weekend. I have no take. Honestly, I didn't watch any tackles, and I didn't really see him as mentioned as like a potential guard convert. So Dane says that he has adequate quickness into kick out blocks and line marks to stay on time, attempts to close space and make early contact before rushers can set up moves, plays with a wide base and his hands stay in sync with his feet. I like that. Shows basic understanding of how to mix up jabs and stay unpredictable, has enough contact strength to dig out and dent on down/base blocks, was a team captain, stayed with his teammates despite missing second half of the last season with an injury. Shorter than arm length shows in his play, has a tough time recovering once edge rushers reach his chest, gets caught oversetting as he looks to protect the corner, too many inefficiencies in his run blocking, tends to lose the leverage battle early, which leads to undisciplined responses. So those are obviously the reasons why he is a 6th round pick and probably kicking into guard.
Cool.
All right. This sounds just like it's your potential long-term Jamaree Salyer replacement.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
Depth with flex. Well, good. I have no take on him, which is totally fine.
The Vikings just took Gavin Bartholomew, the tight end from Pittsburgh.
Pitt, right? Yeah.
Wow. Good for him getting drafted. I liked him a little bit.
And there's also Rayon Lane and Kobe King went off the board too.
Oh, okay. Cool. Hopefully you guys are cool with my like mid-Spanish translation there. I speak Spanish every day at work, so it comes in handy.
Sí,
señor. Although I had to like teach myself specific like English or not English, Spanish like education terms because I don't know them. So
like acronyms or something for certain. Yeah.
Like so, I will go in and translate certain times, like during an IEP meeting.
Yep.
And I had to like look up how to say IEP because I was like, what even is an individualized educational plan in Spanish?
Yeah. What is it?
Dude, my brain is fried right now. I'll have to look it up again. But the Ravens just took LeJohntay Wester from Colorado.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
He was pretty good.
Broncos.
Was he the shorter, faster one?
He's short.
Yeah, he's the super tiny one.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys in the chat. I appreciate it.
Whenever I see a wide receiver come off the board now, I was like, well, we kind of took 3 of them already. So can't really take another one.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are right back around the corner already because we're at pick 205.
What?
Yeah, we're pick 205. And the Chargers are at the end of round 6.
Oh, I thought you meant the Chargers were at 205, and I was like, huh? What?
Oh, sorry. No.
They moved up again.
Might be.
Good.
Nice. All right. So I have two guys I need to watch this weekend that I did not watch before the draft.
Yeah. Have fun with Lambert-Smith.
I will.
You will like it. The good news is, yeah, so far I've just got the one guy to have to watch.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I've not watched the Lambert-Smith tape, but the TikTok was pretty okay.
Doing numbers right now.
It had some aura.
Yeah, that's good.
There was somebody in the chat earlier said that the Chargers posted a cut up that was pretty nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Kareem, I'm a Batman villain.
The Cowboys just took Johnny Cornelius, guard from Oregon.
Good for you, Johnny.
All right, so Chargers have two more picks left in this draft. I think we're all on the same page that they should take a corner.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess DB is probably more accurate there.
Sure.
Kobe Bryant's still on the board. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I have to assume that's a character thing.
I do have a rundown on Taylor from my friend that covers the Pitt program. So
Yeah, go for it.
he tore his meniscus this year, missed about half the season. He played 6 games and then tore his meniscus, missed the rest of the year. So he's just now getting back up to speed. He was able to test at Pitt's pro day. My friend says he's more of a pass protector than a run blocker right now, a little bit raw, but he has plenty of tools that will give him real upside as a developmental tackle.
That kind of matches what Dane was saying.
Yeah.
I wonder what his RAS profile is like as a guard instead of a tackle.
It'll be 10 minutes before that site loads for you.
True.
No, Bond has not been drafted that I'm aware.
He is not.
Is Bryant Pat Bryant? If so, yes, he's been drafted.
Probably asking about Kobe Bryant, in which case, no, he has
Oh,
not
I'm
been
an
drafted.
idiot. Yeah, still stupid. Yes.
So Branson, if you switch him to guard, his RAS is 9.36.
Yeah.
So he did not run super fast in terms of the 40-yard dash, but he did have a 4.62 shuttle and a 7.40 three cone. The three cone was 97th percentile, and in terms of guards, and the shuttle was 87th percentile. So
Nice.
Pretty good, like short-term agility scores for a potential guard, which is pretty good. 32.75 arm length is what Dane was referring to. So they're not tiny, right? But they are obviously under the 33-inch kind of threshold for offensive tackles.
Yeah, I would say like he's in a obviously Steven, you mentioned that Brugler had him one spot above Pole, who is the guy that I had kind of been mentioning all day. But I think that you can kind of put those guys in similar buckets as like sort of like more raw tackles that have plenty of athletic ability and plenty of athletic traits to develop. I think that the Chargers probably went with Taylor just because, like we talked about, there's a little bit more guard flex there with him than with Pole. So makes a lot of sense in terms of like just adding some athleticism on that line, adding some a player that can be the swing sort of like 4 out of 5 positions with 4 guys set to hit free agency next season. Certainly fits like, you know, adding a younger player in that room.
The Commanders just took Kane Medrano, the linebacker from UCLA.
Shoot, we were talking about him.
Yeah.
Tyler, do you know where Thorne had Branson Taylor?
I can look it up. I didn't know he existed. So no offense, off the top of my head, I don't know.
That's fair.
Let me get you on that one though. If he watched him, or he watched him, I'm sure. I just don't know if he's on Bleacher Reports.
He tweeted out the other day that he watched like 70 offensive lineman prospects.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure he has something on him. He tweeted out a gif of him being like super tired of watching offensive line guys.
All right, so Branson Taylor, he had him at he didn't have him at 195. 195 on their board.
On Bleacher Report's board?
Yeah, which is not like his board, obviously.
Right.
Do you want me to read what he put just for?
Sure.
Or do you want to wait for the Chargers pick?
The Chargers are still a few picks away. So
Okay.
good.
2-year starter, left tackle, 6 starts at 2024, blah, 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 blah. Wins as a run blocker using his wide-bodied, thick build and frame with heavy hands and aggressive demeanor. Upright style that creates inconsistency in his power and rush and sustain skills. Leaves him high, vulnerable to getting overextended and out-leveraged. In pass protection, he excels using flat and jump sets to close space on tightly aligned rushers. Deliver jolt and clench with good grip strength. Once latched, he can keep defenders at his fingertips with a firm anchor to grind down the bull rush. There's a spelling error there. He is overly reliant on striking with 2 hands, leaving him vulnerable to inside counter moves, and he shows mediocre range and ability to expand his set points on an island, creating too many short corners. Overall, he brings a rugged presence with good grip strength, flashes of power, and anchoring ability. However, regular lapses in technique, body positioning, and pad level result in erratic sustained skills. His best path to develop a role would be inside a play-action heavy scheme at tackle or guard where he can aggressively and dictate terms to be defenders. Developmental prospect, 5th-round target. His pro comp is raw Matthew Bergeron. OT 16 in this class.
Okay. Interesting. Again, the people focus a lot on the arm length, but he mentioned like his range and not being able to like get to certain landmarks being the issue for tackle. So that makes sense. Does anyone know if Caddies has offensive line tape for Pittsburgh?
I do
Probably.
not.
I think I was going to look for the tight end, but I don't know if they have much.
Because I don't know many other Pittsburgh offensive prospects.
The good news is he's played 5 years there, so you can find something from last year, the year before, if you need to.
Yeah.
He didn't play a ton this year.
Right. The Bills took Chase Lunt, the offensive tackle from Connecticut.
Good player. Much more of a zone guy.
I did see on Twitter that the 49ers were apparently really interested in Branson. So that's an interesting one because they're obviously very zone heavy.
Yeah.
Pitt. Let's see.
Yeah. I did see in Brugler's write-up that Pitt's offense was fairly zone heavy, but they did incorporate a good amount of gap principles as well. So Taylor is kind of a guy that can kind of do both.
So Caddies does not have any Pittsburgh offensive line tape since 2021.
All right, we'll give you our best YouTube. Well, I don't know. We actually might not.
I'll figure it out. Thomas Martinez has probably helped me out with a couple of games. I'll get him or our other connection. The Eagles just took Cameron Williams, the offensive tackle from Texas. Did you guys need a swing tackle? I guess Fred Johnson left in free agency, didn't he?
Well, we just took. Who did we take?
Miles Hinton.
Yeah, we took Miles Hinton, so that's 2 tackles.
2 tackles.
Yes. So Hinton is probably moving to guard.
Yeah, Katzen said that Hinton could play some guard, so.
Gotcha. All right. And they're talking about Shedeur Sanders again.
Yeah, why not?
Fantastic.
Oh, well.
Whatever. We are 7 picks away from the Chargers' next pick.
What are we thinking here? Corner?
Yeah.
Kind of has to be a DB at some
Probably.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, corner or safety.
Yeah.
Or center. They still haven't taken a center.
Yeah, that's true.
McLaughlin and Major's still there. So
Mm-hmm.
Longer beam still available.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Black as well.
Yep.
Tommy Hill, Zy Alexander, Longer Beat Bryant, and Corey Black, yeah, all available.
Hill is one I could see them being interested in too. So
Yeah. Jack H says no way they pass on Aeneas Peebles again, right?
You didn't read it the other way.
Yeah. I made sure to read that one that time.
Good for you.
The one guy got me once. That will not happen again.
Yeah. How do you say that in Spanish?
Aeneas Peebles?
No.
Culo Peebles? I don't know.
Culo is ass. I don't know if you're looking for the actual translation.
Specific, yeah.
Yeah. I actually don't know how to say that. Kurt says Steven at LG. No, thank you. You don't want to see that either.
Red flag.
Ark Samus, have you seen Vernon Davis's RES score?
I'll look it up.
Is this the new bit? Because he asked us a Vernon Davis super chat question yesterday.
Vernon Davis RAS score. Let's go.
I'm pretty sure it's like a 9.9.
I'm pretty sure it's very high for sure.
9.94 out of Maryland.
9.9.
Yeah, he was a freak.
2006.
The Carolina Panthers have selected Jimmy Horn, Colorado wide receiver.
That's the other one.
He's the other tiny one.
Yeah.
Shepard's the big one, right? The taller
Yeah,
one.
Shepard is the big one, and now the only one that is left.
That's funny.
Am I taller than Jimmy Horn?
Good question.
Did we touch on Rich's from this one?
No, we did not.
Nope.
Rich says every offensive starter besides Ladd is a first rounder, except whoever plays center and Will Dissly.
Yes. Yeah.
This is from Popper, but Branson Taylor was asked if he can play guard or tackle, and he said he can play both, and said he worked at guard as freshman during pit practice.
There you go.
In 2020.
That was a long time ago, but you know.
If we need a DB, bring back Chargers legend Craig Mager.
Too soon, still.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Junior Colson and Jamaree Caldwell in round 3 over the alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Eagles are back on the board here, so they have picked a ton today, I feel like.
Yeah, because Howie traded back 5 million times.
So he did Howie things. Cool.
Yeah, basically.
Ty Robinson round 4 for them though. That was a good spot.
I like that for them. He was in that like rotation of DTs we talked about yesterday before the Chargers took who did they take again?
Which round?
The DT in
Caldwell?
Oh, Caldwell, sorry, yeah. But I think felt like we talked about Robinson a little bit.
Cody, be nice. Jason Brett doesn't need to be catching strays in today's stream.
That's one where I forgive Telesco because you get it.
Yeah, because when he was on the field, he was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Verrett slander.
Was he the one that would like pick off like Derek Carr and like point at the sky as he was falling?
I don't remember if his like one good season was against Derek Carr or not. I just always remember like the Steelers game, and that year he was the only corner who could even remotely stop Antonio Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And just like that game was just electric. But I don't remember if he played Derek Carr.
There was a stretch of like Golden Tate, Alshon Jeffrey, Andrew Brown, or what, Antonio Brown, and just
pretty well. Alex, did you see who the Eagles picked?
No.
Antoine Powell Riley.
Ooh, very, very nice.
All right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good value for the 6th round.
Yeah, they needed to go edge there, but hell of a run defender.
Chorizo Compapa says Jammer is still his favorite Chargers corner, then Cromartie. I don't remember Quentin Jammer a ton, honestly. Like I know he was very good, but obviously Cromartie is more of the highlight guy from that era. I love Casey Hayward. Casey Hayward would be up there for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The streets will never forget 2017 Trevor Williams.
That was fun. The OG Jack boys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and well, the pickup car in this was his first game of the season or of that year.
Okay.
Yeah, he was pretty special.
Kareem says sleeping on Drayton Florence. Drayton Florence was actually awesome in Madden. Like every time I played with the Chargers on Madden, I would always get a pick with Drayton Florence. I don't know what it was. The Ravens have taken Aeneas Peebles.
There we go. Okay, now we're getting back into a range of players I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised Peoples is less than this long though. I thought he was going to go like 5th round.
Yeah, there was a good amount of buzz on him. So,
Katzen, do you have anything on that?
I think that it's probably just the defensive tackle, again, like we talked about earlier with the Caldwell pick, like the consensus varies so much from where teams actually select players. Peoples is a little bit small.
Yeah,
so I think that probably drove him down just a little bit. And with the way that the defensive tackles kind of came off the board, I'm not super surprised to see him last a little bit longer than maybe he was expecting, but
his pass rush bag was nice though. That was like one of the ones I watched early on from his game against Miami. It was fun.
Max Hutchinson says, feel the need to point out that Tommy Hill was viewed as a potential first-round pick before his injuries sidelined him this year. I don't really know if that's... I barely heard about this guy until like a month ago when I started watching him.
Yeah, I would say first-round pick is maybe a little bit rich, but I was definitely talking about him as like maybe like a day 2 guy. I definitely talked about Tommy Hill in like October on Katzen's Corner.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I like Tommy Hill. The injuries have certainly kind of messed with his pre-draft process a little bit, but I don't recall him ever getting like into potential first-round status. He's only played corner for like 2 seasons, so
yeah, and I think those ball skills do show up on tape, which is nice.
Yeah.
People asking about Damian Martinez in the chat. Unfortunately, there's just some character stuff in the background there, which is not great. But he's a ton of fun on film, man. The pick is in for the Cardinals at 211. Did they skip 210?
210 was Peebles.
Oh, 210 was Peebles. Okay.
We should like start next year just like asking people about character concerns before we
I know the
stand.
problem is that all of that stuff always comes out like during the combine mostly.
Yeah.
So, but I agree because like all of my favorite players
Yeah.
are all shitheads basically.
It's funny.
Yeah. Just to go back to Hassanin for a second, he's on his conference call with the Lions, and he's already said that he's willing to die on the field and die for Dan Campbell. This is the perfect Lions pick.
Oh my god.
That's so good. That's so good. I think Malcolm Rodriguez said like something very similar at his Lions press conference. And I believe that like wholeheartedly that he would. Okay, so the Cardinals pick is in, Ravens are next, and then the Raiders, and then Chargers after that. So we're probably like 10 minutes away from getting the next pick spoiled if you want to potentially stay away from it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
The Cardinals have taken Hayden Connor, the offensive lineman from Texas.
Shoot. He was on my UDFA list as guys that I thought would be interesting.
Did not see him getting drafted before Jake Majors.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
Teresa Compapa says Dan Campbell and Ben Herbert could lead armies. Honestly, they probably could. They're interviewing Kevin O'Connell right now.
Popper says Chargers are officially listing Branson Taylor as a guard.
Okay.
So
there you go.
Okay, now I'll get off of Twitter.
Good call. Good call. Yeah, Kobe Bryant here would be sick. One of the centers I'm cool with, but I think I'm probably leaning DB here. Max, are you a Nebraska fan? Is that how you know so much about Tommy Hill?
I guess Nebraska or ASU, right? He was at ASU before that.
Yeah, true. Did he only do 1 year at Nebraska? Or was it 2
Two,
years?
I think.
Okay.
If I remember right. It might have only been 1.
Teresa, I do not think they will take Kyle Mongai, but I know Alex would be happy about that.
I wouldn't be. But they won't do it.
Can he play special teams? I know he will block.
Yeah, I see no. I mean, he didn't really do much at Rutgers just because he was so high usage. But I'm sure if they asked him to, he could.
Sure. The Ravens are still do not have their pick in, according to NFL.
But I feel like if they were to go for a Rutgers guy, it's Beam here.
Now the pick is in for the Ravens. Charter 4521 asking about the Hall of Fame game. I will not be in attendance, but I know a lot of Chargers fans are going, for what it's worth. Like the diehard Bolt Club guys, they're having a big full party over there. So if you're interested in going, there will be Chargers fans going, but I will not be going.
Get to watch the beginning of the Branson Taylor legacy.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. And KeAndre and Oronde.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, they're showing the dogs that are up for adoption. They're all sleeping. How cute. Oh, puppies on set. Cute puppies. Michael Schmidt says that he's going to the Gates enshrinement, but Thursday to Saturday is tough, even being a 3-hour drive away. Yeah.
I went to the
Go ahead, Alex.
Oh no, I was gonna say I went to the Hall of Fame once in 2015.
Did you go for the game, or did you just go?
No.
to see the ball?
No, I was in Cleveland at the time for internship at Cleveland State University.
I did not know you lived in Cleveland.
No, I didn't live there. A family member of mine worked. They lived in Ohio. We were still in New Jersey, so I took a flight from New Jersey to Ohio and did like an internship there.
Oh, it was like a quick little one.
Yeah, I spent basically like a month in the summer there, and then my mom was gonna come back and like pick me up basically. So then we were thinking of things to do in Ohio, basically. So then I was like, oh, what about Canton? And so, yeah,
nice. Unfortunately, Robert Longerbeam is off the board to the Baltimore Ravens.
Ooh, it's tough, but that's very good for him.
Yeah,
that's a great spot.
Yeah.
That is a great spot. So the Raiders are on the board next. So if you are on Twitter, probably would encourage you to get off Twitter if you don't want the pick spoiled. I just am hoping they take a player I know, because I don't want to have to watch 3 players I did not grade.
Oh, you're going to get 4 players you didn't grade.
I potentially could get 5. Wait,
no.
4. Yeah, potentially 4.
While we're waiting, Noah says, I've had y'all on my living room TV all day. It's been a fun draft. I love the Harbaugh era. Hello, living room.
I hope your family doesn't mind.
Yeah. Oh, man.
His family's just like, who the fuck are these guys?
This is my podcast. It's really weird.
The Raiders pick is in. The NFL Network is on commercial. I guess I can switch over to like a Bleacher Report stream or something. Oh well.
What do you guys think of the 7-minute first round in case you need, but if you need 2 more minutes, then you can get 2 more minutes?
Oh, Goodell's idea?
Yeah.
Did that just like come out?
No,
talked
he.
about McAfee
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, like today?
yesterday, I think.
Hmm.
I'm surprised that Roger is advocating for a faster draft.
Yeah, because I feel like they would. I mean, selling more ads wise, they make more money with it being longer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I forgot the draft where DJ got peed on by the dog.
Oh yeah.
Was that in Vegas? No, that's Kansas City. That was in Kansas City.
Yeah, I think it was the Kansas City one.
Was that 2 years ago?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, look at all the puppies. The Las Vegas Raiders have selected quarterback Tommy Mellott.
Wow, he's going to be a wide receiver in the NFL. But
Oh, really?
yeah, he is.
Holy shit, he ran a 4.39?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Mellott, for anyone that doesn't know about Tommy Mellott, he was basically Montana State's Wildcat guy this year. Like, he's not really a he's a quarterback, but he was like kind of like they had like a 2 quarterback thing going on. He's going to move to wide receiver for them and be kind of like a slot type. He's been training a wide receiver the whole pre-draft process. And yeah, he's fun. I mean, he's a nice like tools player. He'll kind of Taysom-y.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Still some British.
Yeah. Very cool to see him get drafted. Good for him.
They're showing a side-by-side of one of these dogs who has the dog's fur is all white and it has a black patch over its eye. And they're comparing it side to side next to Jackson Dart, who does the big stripe of.
Oh,
All right, Chargers on the board here, and then it will be quite a while until the next pick.
Lovely.
that was funny that like Ortiz just kind of shat on Jackson Dart at his press conference.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow. And he's just verbatim said, stop showing Jackson Dart highlights. I was like, wow. Tell him how you feel.
Look at the puppy. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what these GMs who don't need a quarterback actually feel of this quarterback class. I always wondered that. Like, does Joe Ortiz actually study these quarterbacks when he doesn't need one? These are the things I think about sometimes.
Well, when they drafted Hampton, he was talking about like, yeah, when I was watching Drake May last year, and I was like, what were you watching Drake May for, man?
Yeah, because I mean, he was with the Ravens, so
Yeah.
before that, so there's no.
I guess
reason
maybe
that-
he was. I guess maybe he was watching Drake May while he was with the Ravens on like the off chance that he got hired as a GM for a team that was going to need a quarterback.
Yeah, maybe that's
I
probably.
suppose.
Was there anyone? Was there anyone in last year's class who was like a UNC?
They
position?
drafted Tez Walker. The Ravens did.
Oh yeah, the Ravens did draft Tez Walker.
Yeah.
He was advanced scouting. Hampton, of course.
So the Chargers pick is in, but I went back and watched some 2023 Omarion Hampton stuff this morning, and the amount of drops that Tez Walker had of like gorgeous Drake May passes was something on the 3 games that I watched. Why are this NFL Network showing Brad Paisley and Blake Shelton right now?
Who knows? Impossible to say.
They're like pulling up to the draft. Like they're going to be on the draft desk. Anyways, Chargers pick is in. It has not been announced yet. It is on commercial break. So this will be the 3rd pick, I believe, that gets announced on commercial break if it gets announced. Hey, nice. Chargers have selected safety RJ Mickens.
Nice.
Very
Okay.
nice.
Okay.
Very nice. Like that.
There's your secondary help.
Yeah, I took him in one of our mock drafts. Shout out to RJ Mickens.
I'm surprised he lasted this long.
And I do not have to watch another player that I didn't watch.
Yay.
Yes. Love it.
Nice.
So I ended up with a 4th round grade on RJ Mickens. I think he is a solid box safety. Really like his tackling ability. He He has 7 career pass breakups, so not a ton of like pass production, but this to me is like potential slot corner, potential box safety, but this is mostly your special teams safety since Tony Jefferson is not going to be playing special teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he'll be sort of a nice backup to what Elijah Molden does for them. Where like he can kind of play free safety, he can kind of play in the nickel, he can kind of move around a little bit. But yeah, I really like this one. I'm a little bit surprised that he was here. Brugler did have a 7th on him. The note really is just that like he doesn't really play up to his testing numbers. But
I agree.
I think he'll do very well on special teams. He'll do well kind of as the 4th safety there. Definitely some legit competition for Tony Jefferson for that roster spot. But yeah, I like this one. This is a good pick.
Seems like it. Haven't watched him, but I know you've mock drafted him, and that's good enough for me.
I kind of feel like he's a
nice gif, Tyler. Good job.
Thank you. Coming up with this on the fly.
I was gonna say I kind of feel like he's a little bit of a dollar store Xavier Watts a little bit, just like the ball skills. But
Sure, I just mostly really liked his ability as a tackler, man. Like I think he flies around really nicely. I think he's physical and run support. He has really like decently long arms that I think really plays his advantage. So I think he's okay. The Raiders are actually taking a real quarterback now with Cam Miller from North Dakota State.
Wow. Okay.
I did not realize that Mickens started his college career as a wide receiver.
I did not know that either, actually. Interesting.
I mean, that makes sense with the ball skills. I can see that.
And Brugler says that he played on punt coverage all 5 seasons of his career.
There you go. And
Very cool.
I don't know if necessarily there'd be a super strong connection, but Kevin Kelly, who was a pretty high-ranking member of the Chargers scouting department, was hired as the director of the GM or something like that at Clemson a couple months ago. So maybe a little bit of inside information there as well.
Yeah, after Miles Frazier went, RJ Mickens was the recipient of the Shadur Miles Frazier Best Available Award on ESPN till like right now. So good value.
We answered this yesterday, but after the way Jim and Joe were both raving about Derek Harmon on day 2, or wait, no, I'm raving about Derek Harmon in the
they talked about him.
Presser.
They talked about him in the day 2 presser. So summary of this is basically that they talked about Caldwell. Ortiz said he had went to Oregon twice in the process of watching Caldwell. I don't remember exactly what Harbaugh said, but then Harbaugh started raving about Derek Harmon. And then basically said, "Oh, I shouldn't talk about players that are on other teams." Okay. So I kind of think they probably would have taken Harmon over Hampton, but will we ever know? I don't know. But yeah, I just think DT had kind of dried up by the time they were on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that Jim was like starting to talk about him, I do agree with you. I think they would have taken Harmon over.
He definitely caught himself from making it.
He was like, "Wait, I think we don't talk about other players," and it was like, "Oh, okay." And you pointed out too, like they went to see Oregon play in person twice. Yeah. So yeah,
I don't think they were really doing that for Jamaree Caldwell. I think they were.
Yeah, because Harmon. I mean, Harmon at the time didn't really have a ton of hype, so I'm like kind of wondering who they would have gone to. So they went to Oregon, Michigan,
and the Rose Bowl.
So it probably came about that they happened to see Jamaree Caldwell twice. I don't think they went there for him, obviously, because Michigan players, there was a ton of them in the first round potential, and then Ohio State, same kind of deals, and then the Rose Bowl is right up the road. So Yeah, I think they would have taken Harmon over Hampton the way it played out. LA Chargers fan 559 wants to know about if there's any Fresno State players the Chargers could potentially take or sign in undrafted free agency, maybe.
We talked about Nomura a little bit earlier at linebacker. Dean Clark at safety is another one who could potentially be signed as a UDFA. I think Cam Lockridge is a Fresno State corner, if I remember right. He could be another UDFA guy, but probably one of those three, I would imagine.
Yeah, my sister-in-law is really good friends with a girl who is married to Magdalena.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Who's Magdalena?
He's a wide receiver from Fresno State, but he's very short, and he is pretty fast. He has a lot of like returner experience. So if they want some returner competition, that could be a potential UDFA option. But he's like 5'7.5", like in shoes.
Tyler's got 1.5 inches on him though.
In more than one way.
Oh my god.
Forehead.
That was good.
I lob him up and he knocks him down.
Good job. Good job. Teresa Gababa says Magdalena was in his irrigation class. Always. That's funny. I'm gonna have to tell my sister-in-law about that. The Broncos have taken punter Jeremy Crawshaw.
Let's go! I predicted this one. I actually have this.
Nice.
That's
job.
so stupid.
Nice
job. I actually watched Crawshaw, which is a ridiculous thing to say, I realize. But the first thing that I looked at when I watched him, I was like, well, like the Broncos don't have a punter. They should probably just draft him. And I'm pretty sure that I said that they would just draft him at the end of, with this pick that they had in the end of the 6th round. So there you go.
Nice. Good job. Good job. Apparently the Bleacher Report guys all gave the Mickens pick an A+.
Cool. Yeah, excellent.
Very good pick.
I mean, you're getting a 6th round safety. I don't know if I would agree with A+, but he's a good player.
Well, I think if you're just talking about value on the board and where he was projected consensus, then
yeah. All right, gentlemen, we have officially hit round 7.
Woo!
Here we go. What's the time for these? 2 minutes? 3 minutes? What is it?
I don't know.
I think it's 3 minutes. So obviously the Chargers are picking at 256. So we have a ways to go.
What are we thinking about at 256, 40 picks away?
I mean, if any of the centers are there, I think you probably got to consider it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Majors at 256? That'd be pretty cool.
It'll be the worst thing I could think of.
The worst thing you could think of in his
what is it? Is it like quarterback or something?
Shiloh Sanders.
They already took their safety, thankfully. The first game I watched of DJ Giddens was against Colorado, and DJ Giddens put Shiloh Sanders in the dirt every other play.
No, I think you could just use that game clip of just you can't draft this guy.
Yeah, no, it's bad. And then there's all the he got ejected from 3 games. He's a legitimately bad football player. People, Mark Braun speculating a wide receiver. I mean, I'm kind of stunned that Andrew Armstrong is on the board still.
I feel if you're talking about best value, I feel receivers, not that they take another one, but that probably will be a position that has a few.
Southpaw says Quinn Ewers. That would be the worst case scenario.
Yeah. Welcome back, Max Duggan.
At least Max was athletic and could run quarterback power. That's all they did that one 49ers game where they played him in the second half. It was just like quarterback run, quarterback run, quarterback run. Okay, I see Don super chat. I don't think that one's going on the screen.
Oh God,
That's a weird one, but thanks.
how bad
I
is
guess.
this? Oh, is this the same guy that asked us about Caldwell?
Yeah.
Wait,
What did he ask about Caldwell?
trade out?
Oh, I think Steven was eating lunch during this period.
It was while you were eating lunch, Steven.
Oh, okay.
But this is a thematically similar question to one that we got about Caldwell while you were eating lunch.
Nice. The Dallas Cowboys just took Jay Toia.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, that sucks.
Good player, great player, nose tackle.
Yeah.
Chargers weren't going to take him after taking Caldwell, but I really like Toia.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the Chargers wanted to go with another defensive lineman, it would have to be some kind of pass rusher type. I don't know. I think with this other pick, you're probably talking about some kind of special teams contributor in some way anyway.
Running back wouldn't stun me, just if they wanted a guy who can, like, special teams and blocking wise push Haskins or Vidal. I don't know. Maybe more of an UDFA priority thing, but thought about that.
Yeah. Krosky Merritt didn't go yet. Who they met
No.
with or
Nope.
hosted? Torrey Horton has not gone.
Torrey Horton has gone. He went to the Seahawks immediately
Oh.
after the
Okay.
Chargers pick, and I forget who they took, but I think it was right after the Gadsden trade. He went
Okay.
right after that.
Gotcha.
The Atlanta Falcons have selected Jack Nelson, the offensive tackle from Wisconsin.
Sure, good developmental guy behind McGarry and Matthews.
No doubt. Friend of the show, Devin Jackson, apparently likes RJ Mickens quite a bit.
I'm sure he does. I will have to ask him about that once neither one of us is as busy as we are currently.
Yeah. I just saw Insdorf retweeted one of his clips, I think.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. I just saw people posting like Mickens clips and stuff, so I retweeted some of those. Giants went with Fidone.
That pick was not announced technically, but yeah.
Oh, oops.
That's okay. I don't care. What's their tight end room like? I know they have
Bellinger.
Theo. Bellinger. Did you say mid?
Yeah. Theo Johnson, Bellinger. Oh, they have Dulcich, Chris Manhertz, and now they have Fidone.
Oh, man hurts. That guy is going to stay in the league forever.
Yeah. But they don't really have like a bona fide like pass catcher type, I guess, really.
Okay, I didn't realize that RJ Mickens jumped 41.5 inches in the vert. That's crazy.
That is insane.
What was his RAS? I didn't look. Oh, 8.59, but he didn't do agility testing. But his 40-yard dash time was 4.49.
Apparently Damian Parsons from Bleacher Report is a big fan of RJ Mickens as well. Patriots at 2020 next. Their pick is in.
Cruising.
Cruising for sure.
Moving. Flying.
Soaring.
High School Musical?
Yeah.
Oh man. My parents went to East High School where that movie was filmed.
Nice.
If you go to East High School, they still have a pink Sharpay's locker that they hand out every year.
Oh, that's cool.
I remember how that was like a big movie when I was a kid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What, Steven? Is that not big for you guys?
No. I'm trying to figure out what year it was.
High School Musical was 2006. Yeah, no, because that was a big.
I was gonna say I feel like I was in like middle school-ish.
It was a Disney Channel original. I don't think it was a theater. It wasn't a theater movie, but it was like that was when Disney Channel still made like original movies, and they would have like one or two that like came out every year. And High School Musical was like a big one for that.
Yeah. Apparently Telesco was catching strays from his couch. What did they say about Telesco?
Oh no, someone made a joke earlier, I think, about Telesco needing a North Dakota State quarterback on his roster.
Oh.
He's not with the Raiders anymore, if you didn't know.
Yeah, no.
This kid's nice.
Aaron says that great draft thought that we'd see a guard. They did take a guard. He just was announced as a tackle, but that's okay.
Yeah. Oh. High School Musical. And I have 3 sisters, so I did the whole High School Musical, Twilight, whatever stuff.
RJ Mickens says that he loves special teams. So
Perfect.
If that's a Ryan Ficken pick, even better.
Yeah. Who did they bring in last year? Who I actually liked his UDFA from
Keith Dent?
No, from Clemson.
Oh, Phillips?
Oh, yes, the other safety. Yes, Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips. Yeah, you did like him. I forgot. Yeah. Don, it's nothing personal, man. I just ask a different question.
High School Musical 2 on the Mount Rushmore of classic movies. You got Godfather.
High School Musical 2.
Yeah. Is this the second ones where they're like at the golf resort, right?
That was the summer vacation one, right?
I think so. I know there's a golf course one because of like the bet on it one or whatever.
I just remember the big song from that was like, "What time is it? Summertime," something like that.
My grandparents own a condo down in St. George where they filmed the golf resort scenes.
Oh.
And my grandpa was so pissed because they like closed the resort down for that movie for like a whole week. And he tried to go golfing while they were filming and they would not let him go golfing. So he was very upset. There was a question from Quantum Humanics. He wants to know how Omarion would have compared to Melvin Gordon. I did not watch Gordon in college. I know he was a great college running back, but I didn't like scout him.
Didn't Gordon like never catch the football in college?
Yeah, Wisconsin like barely threw the football at all, period.
I feel like Gordon's a little bit more Hampton's a little more versatile.
The Jaguars just took Jonah Monheim.
Oh.
I was not a huge fan of the tape, honestly.
Yeah, this year was not great for him. We talked about it a little bit earlier.
In terms of like Gordon, the professional, like I think his whole thing was, a bit more of like an inside runner. So I guess there are some comparisons there, but I would think that Hampton's a much better athlete overall than Gordon was, and hopefully does not fumble the football like Gordon did in the NFL.
So Gordon, 88th percentile-ish athlete. So yeah, Hampton would be better. He's a little shorter, heavier, faster.
Yeah, Melvin Gordon was drafted when I was 16, so I did not scout him coming up.
Why not?
I was also. Oh, that's also an addendum to my Hall of Fame story. But basically, there's like a gift shop that you can go to at the Hall of Fame where they have like merch for all 32 teams and all that.
Yeah.
So that was the year Melvin Gordon got drafted, and like 16-year-old shithead me was like, "Oh my god, he's gonna be like the next LT." So then they had his jersey and Phillip Rivers' jersey at the store, and my mom was just like, "Get Phillip Rivers' jersey. Like, what are you doing?" And then I was just like, "Yeah, you're right." Because she was like, "You can get one thing," and I was like, "Yeah, I'll get the Phillip Rivers jersey." So shout out to my mom for looking out for me.
Yeah, when my in-laws got me the 99 Bosa jersey I have was a Christmas gift for my in-laws. And they almost chose Melvin Gordon instead. And at like the very last minute, Brooke stepped in and was like, no, he loves Joey Bosa. Like, you choose Joey Bosa. So I almost had a Melvin Gordon jersey instead. His second year in the NFL was fun. And then after that, it's not great. The Raiders took linebacker. What's his name? Cody Lindenberg.
Sweet.
Again, have not watched any running backs. Danny Lopez asked about Tuasivi Nomura from Fresno State. We did talk about him earlier, but Katzen, I don't know if you want to regurgitate since this is a super chat.
Yeah, I don't think that he should be drafted. I think as a UDFA, certainly, there's still a lot of linebackers left on the board. Linebackers always kind of a weird position. If you want to take a guy because, like, again, the Chargers have the second to last pick in the draft. If you want to take him because you don't want to negotiate in UDFA, like, sure, but I don't necessarily think that Nomura is going to be a guy that the UDFA negotiation gets to a point where you feel like you have to spend a pick on him rather than just like up the guarantees by like $5,000. So I don't think that he'll be drafted, but certainly as a UDFA, I think he could be a fit for the Chargers for a special teams role.
I believe it. The Seahawks just ended the slide for Damian Martinez.
Random fifth-year option for Ike Ekwonu being picked up right now, but the Panthers are picking up that option.
Interesting. But very up and down as an offensive tackle. His tape last year against the Chargers was not very good.
No. That whole offensive tackle class and just
Yeah, Cross has been good. He's just been injured.
Yeah.
But Evan Neal has obviously been a disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been brutal.
Ekwonu's been up and down. Rutgers defensive tackle Keontae Hamilton to the Texans.
Very good.
Jeremy asking about Shiloh Sanders. We just talked about him like 10 minutes ago. We are not fans.
But yeah, no, Keontae. Yeah, well, me and Katzen were talking about it. But basically, he's like one of the guys I think they were maybe hoping would hit like priority or 255 in that range, but because he took 30 visits, I think, with the Dolphins and the Chargers. But yeah, very good pass rusher with a lot of high-end athletic traits.
Honestly, Steven, do you want to do a quick like depth chart? Like pull up the depth chart and talk about it?
I mean, we can. We were just kind of going to do that on Tuesday.
Oh, okay. We can do that Tuesday.
Oh. I mean, if you want to show it up, we can.
Oh, I don't know. Something to do between now and then.
All right, let's do it then.
We can make Steven play a Pokemon game.
That will not go well. I would have no idea.
It's okay. It's for children.
Okay, couple questions for how you guys might interpret the depth chart here. Should I put Jamaree Caldwell as a starter or as a backup?
I would probably say starter.
I think starter too. Harbaugh had a quote basically like calling him a 3-down player, I think, in his press conference.
I saw. I just kind of was wondering what you would think. So on the depth chart I've done corner, slot, and corner. Should I put Derwin in the slot and Tarheeb still on the outside, or Tarheeb in the slot and I guess Elijah Molden would be starting safety at that point?
Put Tarheeb on the outside because in like base they'll go Tarheeb Jackson, and then they would swap out.
Oh, you think Jackson starts over Cam?
I think it initially, yeah. I think you paid
Dante
him way
Jackson?
too much.
Yeah,
not
I think
start.
so initially.
Yeah. Do I think he should? But they paid him enough to start.
Okay, so then Derwin in the slot then?
Yeah,
That's what he said.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Offensively, I think I'm set.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure I got everybody. Okay. Let me share my screen.
I am not talking about heads out of butts today.
Okay, I'm just gonna download this. Actually, it's gonna work better.
Okie dokie. Yes, Kyle Kennard with the K9 chain.
That is correct.
Kenneth Murray once DM'd me and was not happy with something I tweeted once.
Spill the tea.
The Cardinals just took the safety from Nevada that you mocked today, Katz, and Keaton Crawford.
Oh, yeah.
I think their entire
another
draft
very
defense.
good special team safety. That sounds right, actually. I can't remember if they took like a lineman or something like that.
Okay, so I have the offensive depth chart up here on the screen. Starters, I feel like, again, we can have some discussions here, but starters, obviously, you have Justin Herbert, Najee Harris, Scott Matlock, Will Dissly, Tyler Conklin, Mike Williams, Ladd McConkey, Quentin Johnston, Rashawn Slater, Zion Johnson at left guard is where I have him. At center, I have Andre James or Bradley Bozeman. Right guard, Mekhi Becton. Right tackle, Joe Alt. Backup quarterback, Taylor Heineke. Backup running back, Omarion Hampton. Backup blocking tight end, Tucker Fisk. Backup move tight end is Oronde Gadsden. Backup X, Tre Harris. Backup slot, Darius Davis. Backup Z, KeAndre Lambert-Smith. Backup guard, Branson Taylor. Also Jamaree Sawyer and Trey Pipkins as the swing tackle. I have Trey Lance as the third quarterback, Kamani Vidal, Brendan Rice, Jalen Rieger, Hassan Haskins as additional running back depth, and then some training camp bodies, Jarrett Pattison, McCallan Castles, Des Fitzpatrick, Jalen Johnson, Carson Barnhart, Bucky Williams, and Tyler McClellan.
This feels pretty locked.
Yeah.
I mean, other than how many of one position they'd keep, it's pretty locked.
Yeah, I think so. The starters, obviously, you have 13 of them. And then the main backups, you have 11 of them. So there's 22 already. Trey Lance, I assume he makes the roster, makes 23. Kamani Vidal, 24. Hassan Haskins, 25.
Sure. Yep.
If you're asking me for early preseason stuff. So Mark Davis asking about the backup tackle. So I think they will do something very similar where if anything happens to either of the starting tackles, Trey Pipkins will be your next tackle off the board, if you will. If anything happens to a second tackle, I think they would kick Mekhi Becton out to tackle. And if anything happens to the third tackle, it would be Jamaree Sawyer. So they don't technically have like only a swing tackle because a lot of their backups are playing guard and stuff like that. But that's the kind of sequence. So Mekhi Becton and Trey Pipkins and Jamaree Sawyer can all play tackle in a pinch. Obviously, Mekhi Becton, I would assume, is like the best of those three options. But Trey Pipkins, I would imagine, would be like the, next in line, if you will, after the two starters.
Mm-hmm. Cool. That's pretty set in stone for me. Do we think Vidal's safer than Haskins?
It's a good question.
That is a good question.
I don't want to contend with the question.
I'm curious,
I would honestly right now I would probably say no. I'm not sure because Haskins has been kick returning.
Yeah,
and-
I mean Haskins has more special teams pure value, which if you're looking at that third string, then yeah. But
yeah,
that I think is also training camp battle and see if you see which one maybe you would be more afraid to put on waivers. I don't know.
The Steelers just took Carson Bruner from
of course they did.
Washington.
Of course they did. So Carson's dad is the West Coast area scout for the Steelers.
Nice. That's cool.
That's
and the Steelers are the most we're gonna draft family members of former players and former and
I mean they have
employees and stuff team,
Cam Hayward's
in
brother
the
for that exact same thing.
Yeah, and
they signed Derek Watt 1 year.
Yeah, and shout out to the Bruner family. All of them are very nice. I wrote a pro day recap for you.
Oh, his dad was a tight end for the team.
Yes, he was a first round pick. His dad also went to UW. He was a first round pick and was a tight end for the Steelers in the 90s or maybe early 2000s. But yeah, their family is super, super nice. I wrote a pro day recap for UW in March, and Mark, who is Carson's dad, actually emailed me on he messaged me on LinkedIn and gave me his email address, and then we emailed back and forth a couple of times, and they are a wonderful group of people, and so very happy to see Carson get drafted, number one, and also to get to go to an org like the Steelers and reunite with his dad. I will be sending his dad an email in a few minutes here, but very happy for them. Good for him.
Very cool. Very cool. Guys, any other thoughts on the offensive depth chart here?
Nope.
Okay, I will remove it and we'll get the defense up here.
Niners just took Curtis Rourke, so is Purdy in trouble?
Who's his backup? Did they bring back the Dobbs guy?
Let me look that up.
Oh wait, no, they signed Mac Jones. I forgot about
right, yeah. Purdy, Mac Jones, and they have Tanner Mordecai.
Yeah.
From Wisconsin. Yeah.
The Chiefs just traded up here to pick 228, by the way. And here is the defensive depth chart. So again, as we talked about a couple things here, I forgot to highlight RJ Mickens. My bad. So pretend that RJ Mickens is blue. Khalil Mack, Deshaun Hand, Tier Tart, Jamaree Caldwell. I have this kind of separated out for the defensive line as defensive end, which is kind of like the 4-5 technique. DT, which is the 3 technique, and then nose, obviously the 1 technique for anyone listening or watching and wondering why that is that way. Tuli Tuipulotu, opposite of Khalil Mack. I do have Junior Colson and Deion Henley as the starting linebackers. I can understand if you would argue for Denzel Perryman instead of Colson. And then the DBs we discussed, Tariq still starting at corner with Derwin in the slot, Elijah Molden, Alohi Gilman, and Dante Jackson. And then you have Bud Dupree, Justin Eboigbe, Otito Ogbonia, Naquan Jones, Kyle Kennard, Denzel Perryman, Troy Dye, Cam Hart, Sear Taylor, Tony Jefferson, RJ Mickens, Benjamin St. Juste. I didn't delete Scott Matlock off of this page yet, but I think you probably could. Delshawn Phillips and Dean Leonard. Additional depth, Caleb Murphy, Christopher Hinton, Tremont Morris-Brash, Jeremiah Jean-Baptiste, DiCaprio Brutal, Chris Collins. CJ Okoye should not be on that list. He is a Baltimore Raven, so apologies there. And then Kendall Williamson and Imani Johnson.
Yep. Seems good to me.
I'm just trying to figure out what you draft at this point.
Chiefs just took Brashard Smith, which I hate.
Oh my god!
Of course they did.
That sucks. That sucks. Darn it.
That sucks, although I was very scared they would take Manungai, so I'm kind of fine with that as the alternative.
Yeah. I guess
I would have rather had them take Manungai. No offense.
Well, I wouldn't have rather than to be brute. I already went through that with Pacheco.
Yeah.
Well, just because Brashard Smith to me feels like a better complement to the guys that they have.
No. I agree. He's probably like a higher end prospect, but I would have been upset to root against Kyle.
Yeah.
Jalen Rose, Brashard Smith are two good weapons to add.
Yes. Tyler, you were saying something earlier.
Oh yeah, I was looking at both depth charts now. It's very difficult. Obviously, at the 7th round, they may not even make the team, as we saw with Johnson last year. But trying to figure out where they could go if we're just looking at best shot to even make the team. I mean, technically edge, I suppose. Another D tackle. I mean, we mentioned linebacker before, but
yeah,
I don't
with
know.
with the 2 deep, Delshon and Dean, that's 26 players. And we said 24 for the offense. So
and special teamers. So yeah.
Yep. So obviously, like, you could probably convince me that like Jamaree Taylor could potentially be cut.
Yeah.
Linebacker feels pretty safe. You know, they did pay Delshon Phillips a decent contract.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be stunned if they cut Otito Ogbonia this year, I guess. Because he kind of got phased out at the end of last season. You know, offensively, we did briefly talk about like Kamani. Maybe they carry 3 running backs instead of 4. So yeah, I mean the Chargers roster is pretty much set. We'll see what happens in the 7th round, but you know,
what do we think the position, if they were to like sign a vet tomorrow, like what position are we looking at?
Edge. I don't know who's available, but
I mean,
edge. Maybe. I guess a lineman, maybe, but I'd be kind of surprised.
They could bring in like another practice squad type lineman.
Yeah,
I guess. You know, do like this year's version of like Alex Leatherwood. I don't know, man. Like I you know, competitors welcome and all that, right? But there's no real obvious cut candidates outside of
right.
You know, maybe Jamaree Taylor, Dean Leonard, one of them. You know, Tito, you know, Kamani, you know, younger guys who have kind of lost their spots, but yeah. Any other thoughts about the defensive depth chart here?
Who's the most? I don't know. I'm trying to think of who they could add. So Max Dupree's technically on 1 left hand. Tart is on a 2-year deal.
One.
It was like 1 year, $5 million kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think offensive line would not surprise me. Some kind of maybe Caleb Murphy-esque edge rusher, you know, another one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think they're signing like a Zadarius Smith kind of thing. If
No,
people are wondering about that.
No.
Defensive tackle, probably a possibility.
Central Cyprus. That could be possible.
Yeah.
Good shout out there. All right, we're at pick 231. Look at that.
So we are 25 picks away. It's 3:00. We have been going for 6 hours.
Yeehaw. Someone asked how we all met. Also, if we've seen Pink Panther's tweets, they are funny. There are some good like not parody, but something like that accounts just kind of fire off. We all met on Twitter. Alex was sort of like back and forth with Volpe or Insdorf, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Then Steven and I and Alex and I started working on Bolt Beat. They made a podcast. I don't remember when Katzen jumped in, but that was definitely through Steven.
Yeah, I started following him through like Draft Connections, and then he started writing for Chargers Wire, and then I was like, oh yeah, like this is definitely somebody we want to work with. So
I remember being so honored.
I work with Gavino, who has done some stuff with the podcast before, and it was when I started working at Chargers Wire with Gavino. Gavino was doing a lot more stuff with the podcast, and then as Gavino's obligations kind of changed, I kind of subbed in and have become the draft person.
Yeah,
and then I've been with the podcast, and then I was at Bolt Beat, and then I was at Chargers Wire, and I was at Bolt Beat again.
So you're gonna go back to Chargers Wire next year?
I'm just on like 1-year deals all the time. Like I'm on like,
mercenary.
The Tony Jefferson contracts of Chargers beat writers.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, Quinn Ewers just went to the Dolphins, by the way.
Oh wow, Tua's in trouble.
Yeah.
True.
That's like just the most opposite kind of quarterback too. Like Quinn Ewers has zero ability to get the ball out quick.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he was getting like legit first round hype at this time last year. Like people were like, he's gonna be next year's first round pick. 7th round.
Yeah, anytime I watched any of the Texas guys, he was just consistently never really saw what people saw. Like,
oh, that's a sick pick for the Lions. Lions just picked Dan Jackson, safety from Georgia. I liked him.
Yeah, great pick.
A lot smaller than RJ Mickens, but I liked him.
Yeah. Another very classic Lions pick.
Yes.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Derek says, happy with the Chargers draft so far, but can't help but look at the Pats draft and be a little jealous.
Yeah, there's a couple teams that are doing well. The Lions have made some moves that we're jealous of. The Broncos.
Raiders and Broncos, too.
Yeah, I hate how good the Raiders have been drafting. Mm-hmm. Like, my brain is just so conditioned to getting to this time of year, and they're just gonna suck. They've had a really good draft. They have had a really good draft, so which makes sense. I mean, Jason Licht is low-key one of the best GMs in the league, and that's where Spytech comes from. Mm-hmm. Now they have Pete Carroll. Unfortunately, Tom Brady seems to be making smart decisions. So
let's see. Genty, Jack Bash, Darian Porter, Caleb Rogers, Charles Grant, Dante Thornton Jr., Tonka Hemingway, JJ Pegues, Tommy Mellott, Cam Miller, sure, Cody Lindenberg. Yeah.
I can't really speak for those end of guys, but through Pegues, that's a good draft.
Yeah.
For the Patriots in particular, though, like they're picking at the top of each round, and so it's the similar. It's the same exact picks the Chargers were in last year. So I get what you're saying, but they have had a better chance to get better talent in every single round because they're at higher picks. So, but they have done well.
Okay.
Anyone have any big food questions? You can. We're at that point in the draft. There's about, for fans of the Saturday Q&As on the show. If you wanna get your food questions in, we will take this time in the 25 picks before the Chargers are up to answer.
Yeah. If you guys want to fire away any questions, we'll
questions
here and take questions.
It can be non-football related. It can be anything.
Yeah, anything. People have been asking what Kenneth Murray said. I'm not going to share what Kenneth Murray said. He just was. So I suggested that Michael Wilhoit was perhaps let go because of lack of development of like guys like Kenneth Murray and stuff like that. Linebacker position was a little rough. Of course, we found out later that's more of a Brandon Staley clash. He didn't like the idea that it was maybe his fault.
Yeah,
they never said. It's just
it was Chris Rim's story, right, where he reported that Staley and Wilhoit were like screaming at each other in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh man, Kyle Monungai to the Bears.
All right.
Khalil Herbert goes there. The Monungai.
Yeah,
they got it again.
elite drafting franchise.
Are they? They must be Alex Insdorf Twitter followers.
I know.
What is
Taking all your day 3 running backs.
Stuff chart.
And then Wohler, the safety from Wisconsin, went the pick before to the Panthers, I think.
Colts.
Colts, different blue team.
Mm.
Chris B asking about, are we Padres fans? I hate baseball. And no one else is Padre fans. No, Alex is obviously Phillies.
Mm-hmm. I mean, very, very casual Phillies fan.
Casual Phillies. Casual Angels or like definitely.
Casual Angels for sure.
Katzen, are you a Mariners fan?
I don't really follow baseball very much, but I guess if I did, then like I'm more a Padres fan than a Mariners fan because the Mariners are garbage. But but I don't really watch baseball.
Yeah,
I'll go to a couple Mariners games here and there, like over the summer, just because the weather is nice and stuff. But I follow football too closely to follow baseball at even like a casual level because there's too many games and it would require like way more brain power.
Yeah. So I have cousins who live up in Seattle actually, and they're Red Sox fans because they grew up in Boston, but they go to Seahawks games, or not Seahawks, excuse me, Mariners games, because they just love baseball. And they always laugh because like once a year they'll just bring out Ichiro, and it's just like fan service basically for Mariners fans. Mason Richmond just went to the Seahawks. That's funny. From Iowa. Mighty Kev wants to know best food near you, Alex.
Obviously
a little different given your current living situation.
Yeah, we have like there's some nice like Caribbean like grills that they have here where they have like some like oxtail and stuff like that. That's actually pretty good. I like that.
All right. Dingy wants to know who will the Chargers play in Brazil?
I think it's going to be the Chiefs, right?
Popper kind of reported that it was probably the Chiefs.
I couldn't remember if that was official or not.
Not official, no. Like the NFL hasn't announced it, but basically Popper's reporting was that the Chiefs were, I think, lobbying for that game and that they're probably going to get the Brazil game. I think. I don't know about the Christmas thing, but
that's right. I remember that now. I don't think we've seen like an official announcement, but I do remember.
Yeah, there's nothing official.
Yeah. I think that's a mistake though, but oh well. Caleb wants to know our favorite sushi roll.
At Nobu, you can get a pretty good soft shell crab roll. That's pretty freaking good.
I'm allergic to most seafood, like shellfish. So I usually I love a California roll because a California roll is normally like fake crab, so it's fish. But California roll is good. But a lot of California rolls up where I live are made with real crab, which is unfortunate. So
this is a very Jewish answer, but the Philadelphia roll with the salmon and the cream cheese and cucumber. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yep.
What makes it Jewish?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Well, just salmon and cream cheese, like, you know.
Oh, okay.
Like on a bagel with lox. That's a very Jewish thing.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge sushi person, but I will eat a California roll because those like Alex said, they're fake sushi basically.
Philly rolls are good.
I like the rainbow rolls are good. I like California too.
There's a Toro and scallion roll. It's pretty good. There's a White Lotus roll at a Sushi Roku in Newport. It's pretty good. It's like garlic and it's truffle and it's pretty good. Yeah, I eat at Mastros and Nobu. That's all I eat. Yeah.
Every night.
Every night. Yeah. Oh, the Buccaneers took another receiver, Tez Johnson.
Wow, good for him.
That's a good spot, I guess. HGM wants to know what drill would you guys perform the best in that they do at the combine?
Weigh in.
highest.
Yeah.
Weigh in. Yeah. Well, what position are you weighing in? Because that would determine
running back.
No, because then your RAS would be low.
I'm 200 pounds.
Well, the RAS for running backs, it's a good running back weight is like 220.
All right. Well, I can't weigh in at tackle. I suppose I'd be a receiver.
Yes, you do receiver.
I'm fat LaJonte Wester. Okay, like I don't know what you.
I mean, I could weigh in at running back because I'm like 230. So.
Yeah, there you go.
In terms of the drill, short shuttle for me. I'm not like 40-yard dash fast, and I can't jump very high, but I can move quickly in a short window of space.
Some unlocked lore for me, I guess, is in middle school, I could touch when I was like 13 or 14, I could touch the underside of a 10-foot rim. So probably the vertical for me.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I could never dunk. I never got quite all the way up. My hands are too small to palm a basketball, so I'd have to be able to dunk two-handed. So I'd have to get, another like few inches on the vert to do that, but never quite got there. But I do have some ups, so probably the vertical.
Jabbar.
I had 2 dunks in high school before I wrecked my knees. So now I can't jump very high at all, especially now that I'm fat. But so short shuttle for me. Andrew, my guy Andrew, was messaging him a lot about stuff in Scotland and things like that. So the food experience in Borough Market, which is London's Jaguars, LaQuinte Allen.
Ooh,
nice.
Back to back. Me and Tyler's guy.
Fight it out.
They have the other Etienne. I guess he is kind of on the outs. Anyway, so Borough Market is the oldest food market in London, and everything we ate there was fantastic. So we actually met up with some friends from college, and so there were 4 of us, and we each just kind of like ate whatever we wanted. We shared it and things like that. They have this restaurant that makes like a really slow roasted pulled pork sandwich. The restaurant, or I guess it's more of a booth. The booth is called the Black Pig. And they do garlic aioli, apple coleslaw, the pulled pork, and then like a salsa verde, and then they cover it in Parmesan cheese. And that is like one of the best things I have ever eaten in my entire life. There was another place where they do triple fried chips, aka French fries, and they were like the best French fries I've ever had in my life. So yeah, if you're ever in London, put Borough Market on your bucket list. It is a great place to go eat food. They have literally every kind of food cuisine you could possibly imagine. If you want to go, it closes at 5, so you definitely got to go for lunch or breakfast. And yeah, it's an elite place to eat.
Cool.
Alex, any thoughts on the basketball playoffs? I assume that's Insdorf.
I'm gonna be honest. Very dissociated from basketball this year due to the implosion of a certain Philadelphia area basketball organization. I kind of think, I'm thinking it's going to be a Thunder Cavs finals. That's what I got.
Sounds right. I thought the Lakers would have a good chance, but they're kind of getting...
See, like, I don't know. People, like, I'm not saying this in the chat because I know we have a lot of Lakers fans in the house, so I'll watch it. But, but like, they just went into the playoffs with Jackson Hayes at center. You're not going to win in the playoffs with that. I don't care how many lobs Luka throws them. When they canceled that Mark Williams trade, I just felt like they were kind of DOA, which is kind of unfortunate because it's one of LeBron's last years, obviously, too. But him and Luka are fantastic, but they don't have any big man.
That's true. The Packers just took Micah Robinson, defensive back from Tulane.
Nice. Cool. Another sort of special teams type DB.
Yeah. I've watched a little bit of the playoff games. The Thunder look like a team like ready to make that jump.
Yeah. I will say I watched I've been watching the Clippers Nuggets series. Kawhi is still insane.
He's still kind of cooking. It's kind of crazy.
No, I know. Like every time he comes back from that like knee injury, like when he's healthy, he's like top 5 player in the league. It's he can just take over.
I will say the Celtics, like they still are really good to me. So obviously Tatum's like hurt right now, but anyways,
I will root for any other team to win the
title. That's your BYU and Oregon, and
pretty much.
Anybody have a favorite state they've traveled to?
Ooh. Other than Hawaii, which I don't know. That's a pretty easy one for me. But
yeah, Hawaii,
Pennsylvania, sure. And Virginia.
Did you say Pennsylvania?
Mm-hmm. That's where my mom's from.
Yeah.
So I like Philly, go to Exton out there, and then Virginia, going to Shenandoah specifically.
Nice.
Hmm.
I would say probably. I mean, I guess I grew up in California, so California doesn't really count for me. But like, I don't live in
Yeah.
California anymore. But I love California. I really like the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I went there last year to visit a friend of mine. I like New York too. I don't know. I like New York City a little bit. I thought that it was an interesting place to be in for a few days.
The Seattle Seahawks just took Ricky White, wide receiver.
Oh, let's go! my boy, my
There
boy.
you go. My favorite city to travel to that's not in California and not back home in Utah, obviously, is Chicago. I love Chicago. As long as you're not going to like July when it's super humid and bugs and all that stuff. But Chicago is a great city. They've got, anything you could possibly want to go do, they have. So I love Chicago. If you have not been to Chicago yet, I definitely recommend.
I don't know if I have like a state answer. City wise though, I like driving up to like Tampa, St. Petersburg area. Very nice.
Yeah.
That Mark Davis, interesting question there.
I missed it.
I missed it too.
Is it interesting enough to discuss?
No, I'm not putting that one on the.
Oh,
it's one of the similar.
Oh,
vibes. The Cowboys just took Phil Maffa, running back from Clemson. So we're cruising. Pick 239.
Yeah.
All right. I want to bring this up because I feel like we kind of have to brace ourselves a little bit. Donovan Edwards charity pick possibility chances at 255.
89%.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
They're not going to go 89%, but like
I'll say like 40%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Edwards or Patrick Herbert. What are we doing here?
Okay, if it's
Donovan Edwards is the third best running back available on Arif Hassan's consensus board as of right now. So
I'm a little scared.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit nervous.
All right,
that
if
is
it's
really
Donovan
bad for the
Edwards,
Kamani agenda.
Yeah, if it's Donovan Edwards, I think we should choreograph a fake reaction. I think this is just like going insane.
The Bills just took wide receiver Caden Prather from Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I talked about Ty Felton yesterday, I realized as I was saying it that Caden Prather was the one that was at the Shrine Bowl, and was the one that was pretty good. So
I gotcha. Dave Schlegel wants to know the best pizza place we all know of.
There used to be a small, like, Asian-owned pizza joint next to my sister's dance studio called Two Brothers Pizza in Fountain Valley. It was just cheese pizza, but just like crispy, perfect. Like, oh, so good, so good. By my work, Terra Mia Pizza.
yeah, there's a place over by my house called Slice of Italy, which is an Indian-owned pizza place, and so they have a bunch of really cool fusion
Maybe
pizzas.
like butter chicken pizza.
Yeah, there's a butter chicken and a chicken tikka masala pizza, both that
Holy
I really
cow.
like, that I get frequently. That place is really good.
Back in New Jersey, they have like a super thin crust pizza. It's Federici's in Freehold, and they actually have like a thing where like you get like a T-shirt and put it on the wall if you finish like the whole pizza in one sitting. That kind of thing. But very good pizza. And then in Florida area, I know Primanti Bros is from Pittsburgh, but they're pretty good that I've had in Fort Lauderdale.
There you go. In Utah, the go-to pizza places, it's a lot of like the local people don't love it, but if you went to college at the University of Utah, there's this place called the Pie Pizzeria, and they have like an underground pizza, restaurant right on campus, and so it's very nostalgic. I don't think it's like the best pizza in the world, but it's just like the nostalgia of it for me. And then here in town, in Clovis / Fresno, there's a place called Anesso, which is they do like modern Neapolitan pizza, and they mix up the flavors with like what's in season here in Fresno. Cooked a pie, really, really well done. So I like that. Curtis, why does it seem like everyone is down on Najee's average yards when he had to play against the AFC North? That is very stout on the run game twice a year. Well, there are 14 other games that the Steelers played, and it's not just those 5.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably referring to like jokes I've made about Najee turning a 3.5-yard run into 3.9, but I don't think that's like a bad thing necessarily. I just think it's that Najee's game stylistically and like what you're asking him to do on each individual carry is like different than what you're asking from like somebody like Hampton, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So I still think he's going to be a good player.
Yeah, he's fine. My main issue with him was like they were rumored to do like a 3-year, $25 million contract or whatever. Like,
when it came out that it was like 1 year, $5 million and $4 million incentives, like that's totally fine. Who cares?
Yeah.
But he's just not super explosive, so he will block what you give him. And unfortunately for the Steelers, that wasn't like a ton. So the Chargers little like LAC is on the screen, folks. So we are almost to the end of the draft.
Oh, I thought you were saying like
you asshole.
I thought you were saying like they traded up.
I definitely could have worded that better. My bad. I definitely could have worded that better.
Yeah.
It's at the end of the ticker, not the start.
Okay. Gotcha. But we are
close.
All right.
+1 wants to know if any of us could beat Rich Eisen running in a suit.
I would hope I can.
Yeah.
I'd hope so.
Rich Eisen for sure.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's super cool. The Denver Broncos took Caleb Lohner, the former Utah basketball player / converted tight end. Good for him.
Wow, very nice.
I never would have guessed that he would be the potentially only Utah player drafted. The Broncos continue to draft Utah players, which I hate, but good for Caleb. If you guys see any other questions on here, feel free and go.
I'll see if I can grab one.
Wow, Jordan Schultz must be like tapped out because he hasn't tweeted a pick in a few minutes.
I think everyone is starting to kind of hit the wall a little bit. I've gotten a few of my friends that are like, yeah, man, I had to end my stream early. Like, I'm running on fumes. And I'm like, amateurs.
Nonsense. I don't know how people do this every year for decades. Like, what year is this for Mel Kiper, you know? Granted, he is kind of crashing out right now, but what is his?
Yeah, he was crashing a big time for sure.
Yeah. How old is Mel Kiper?
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper? Yeah.
64. Okay.
Cool. Do we think Branson Taylor is going to challenge Zion for a starting guard spot?
I don't
Not
think
this
so.
year.
Yeah. Which player are you disappointed went to a different team and why? Hard to contain my Baron Harmon.
Yeah, that one was sad.
Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
Bill.
Early too. We didn't have the suspense on that one.
Yeah, super early on Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
I'd say Kendall too. Like that was a bummer to see him.
I'm trying to think of someone that got
really
sniped
Eagles,
like
but-
right before we picked or something.
Yeah. Arroyo went like a couple picks before us, like 50 to 55.
Sorrell was kind of, I mean, they got Kennard, so like it was fine, but Sorrell was a little bit like, that could have been.
Oh my gosh, I forgot the Dolphins had Zach Wilson too.
Yeah.
Oh,
what a depth chart there.
And Zach Wilson's wearing number 0. Did you guys see that?
Yep.
I did, yeah.
The Rams have selected Pittsburgh wide receiver Konata Mumpfield.
Let's go.
I know Bolt Casa was a big fan of his as well.
Yeah, he rules. Devin Jackson, who we've mentioned a couple times, and I have been huge fans of Mumpfield since like 2021 when he was at Akron.
Wow.
Wow.
So this is a long time coming. Devin actually, for our Substack that we run together at 2Gap, Devin has a feature on Kennard Mumfield that's up on our site that he wrote a couple months ago. He did an interview with him. So
Gotcha. Did we answer this one from Leah Smith or no? Just thanks for all the amazing draft coverage and getting me through my work shift. Actually, don't know what she does. I know you're sort of Baltimore. Also, she mentioned Gettysburg earlier. I have been there, and we're going to go there again this summer. Just Pennsylvania in general, but yeah. Gruder McBolt. I watched Gadsden film, and Jackson Hawes was way more eye-popping. Shades of Gronk. Just saying. Thanks for the great content, guys. And Thomas Perry for the win.
I mean, Jackson Hawes was a good blocker. I will give him that.
Jackson Hawes is big. So yeah, sure.
Sure. So this is now the Broncos' like 8th Utah player they've taken in like the last 10 years, I think. Or signed.
Who's a random NFL player that you like for no reason? I feel like I like for a reason, but
I mean, because we've done the draft for 5 years in a row now, there's definitely guys that I have studied that have become good that I like. But
yeah,
who was the French last name Colts and at the time Redskins receiver? Garcon?
Yeah, Pierre Garcon was sick.
Him and Kenny Britt got me to my first fantasy football championship back in the day. So that's a random NFL player that I like for no reason.
There you go. The Ravens just took Garrett Dellinger from LSU.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, it's hard for me too because obviously, like, be doing so much draft stuff. I feel like most of the guys that I like are because I like them as prospects.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've always kind of liked Tim Patrick. Like Patrick, he's fun. There's a lot of like old like Jags, but that's not no reason either though, really, because my best friend is a Jaguars fan. So like all those like mid 2010s Jaguars receivers, like I really liked, kind of like for what's no reason to me, but it was like because like my best friend was a huge fan. So yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think on it a little bit.
Yeah, same. My brain's kind of like fried right now about random stuff.
Yeah.
Southpaw, any chance the Chargers pick up Zion's 5th-year option? It really would not make financial sense for them, and he has not earned that right. So
I think we will find that out at some point today.
Is that a hunch or is that a?
Is the deadline coming up?
I think it will be asked to Joe Ortiz at the press conference.
Oh, that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Adrian Whiteside, Inger Armstrong, UDFA. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yes,
sign me up for that.
We're getting close.
Mm-hmm.
We are 11 picks away.
Would you rather live in the Lord of the Rings universe or Harry Potter?
Oh, Harry Potter for sure.
Yeah, working toilets and stuff.
Yeah. I would no. The Lord of the Rings universe, like that's not even a consideration at all for me.
Yeah. Although Alex thinks I'm a hobbit.
I mean, you're the Lord of the Rings fan, so it's like...
I am. I have literally multiple things behind me that suggest that.
Yeah.
So, Chargers player of the past that were never considered great, but you love them. I mean, I cried
Never
watching
considered
Floyd's last
great.
game.
Yeah, Malcolm Floyd's probably the poster child of that. Tyrell Williams, as
Tyrell.
Alex pointed out a little bit ago.
Igor Olshansky.
Okay.
Right on.
That'd be from like when you were a child.
Yeah. That was from when I was a kid. Olshansky and Luis Castillo, but Castillo made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
I think. But yeah, definitely. It's funny because Luis Castillo actually came up in a conversation I was having with someone the other day, and I don't remember why now. But
yeah.
Love Luis Castillo. Love Igor Olshansky. That offensive line when I was a kid was fantastic.
Tyron Johnson's in that rotation. Obviously.
T. Billy?
Yeah.
course.
Dontre Lindman. Dontre Lindman's in
great.
there.
Great.
Tolbert was going to be my next one here because he was really good for like 1 year, but
Mhm.
he was like a chubby running back. Like it just made no sense that he was good.
Speaking of running backs, Brandon Oliver was him.
Oh yeah, torched the
Dude,
Jets.
he fucking rocked.
Yeah.
Dude, I loved watching Virgil Green. Like that was when I started paying attention to like blocking
Mhm.
tape. I loved Virgil Green.
When Jarrett Johnson joined the Chargers from the
Yeah, he was good.
Ravens and killed Geno Smith, I was there live, and yeah, it was lovely. Danny Woodhead.
Was that the same Antonio Gates game? Or no, that was never mind. I thought you.
So that was the Jarrett Johnson, Brandon Oliver
Yeah.
legendary game, I think.
This is the time where we all just name random Chargers.
Naming dudes.
Seapold says if Seth McLaughlin hasn't been selected by someone yet, he would be a steal if fully healthy. Yeah, 100%.
Agreed.
I would be happy with that one.
Yeah, probably a UDFA, I would guess, at this point, unless someone takes him at the end here.
Ty Chamberlain asking about the Utah tight end. So Brant Keithy, unfortunately, did not declare for the draft when he should have, because there was like this whole like let's run it back thing in 2022 for Utah, and then he tore his ACL, then retore it, and now he's old and injured a lot, and so it's just unfortunate. But if Brant Keithy had come out of the draft come out for the draft and after the 2021 season, I think he would have had a really good chance to be like a round 3, round 4 tight end. But
Brant Keithy or Patrick Herbert?
Brant Keithy is a much better receiver and way more athletic.
I would love to see Herbert with his brother, just for like, I don't know, what is he like when the Chargers fall? Yeah, a lot of good content out of that. Okay, just
Alex number 1 and Alex number 2. What are your favorite college teams? I think you
established lore.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like this is a cornerstone of the podcast.
Yeah. I mean, it's Utah, Rutgers, Washington, and UCI.
First of all, not really. We don't have a football team, first off. I mean,
UCI doesn't have football, right?
no, they all look like me. Okay,
Their basketball program is actually pretty good, though.
Yes, they're not. Yes. I don't know where we got that one from, but enough math and anyway, yeah, the USC for me, or like all the sports.
Kareem says a lot less reaches by Chargers this year and last year, so it's strange. What what changed?
Weird how that happens.
Yeah, it's that Drake meme where it's like pick the good players. Like,
A Bogma Muir fan says his answer to random player he likes for no reason is Scotty Miller.
It's a good one.
That's a very random
one.
player.
Would Legolas murder Aragorn 1v1? I suppose it was the range aspect, yeah.
Yeah,
Legolas
I mean, because
OP.
Aragorn technically can, like, he also can be good with a bow, but I mean, not
True.
Legolas good.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh.
Rye Guy TV, what round would Kamani Vidal go this year? Oh, speaking of running backs, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt just went to the Commanders.
Yeah, good for him.
I feel like I would probably have Vidal in a similar range to where he got picked last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, what hurts him obviously is this running back class this year is way deeper and better.
Yeah, but I mean, there were like after you, I would still put him there. I think.
Yeah. Manny Beg Tyler will do the timestamps after we're done. So you can
I don't even know if we can do it live, can we?
I don't think so. No. James, if you could choose one commentator duo for the regular season to do all Chargers games from Fox and CBS, who would you choose?
Tony Romo and
Dan Fouts.
Yeah.
Dude, I would love to see Kevin Harlan and Greg Olson together.
Yeah, Harlan.
Yeah, that
also
would be good.
Yeah.
I think that's
The
my
New York
answer.
Giants just took Corey Black, corner from Oklahoma State.
Dang it.
I feel like my answer is really just Buck and Aikman because I think they're the best duo, but I don't know.
Mhm.
They are the best existing duo.
Yeah.
If you could.
Yeah, if you put Olsen and Harlan together, then yeah, I would say that's the best duo. But
did you see the video from a few weeks ago during an NBA game when somebody gave Harlan a bad ad read?
yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah.
They gave him an ad read of like it was like a car company, but they were advertising chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
And Harlan didn't realize until like the end of the ad read that it was an incorrectly done ad read. It was really
That I still think like one of my favorite NFL games of last year was that Bengals Broncos one he did, and like I feel like that game was great, but also it was like 90. Like he carried that game partially. He was so good.
Cody, Doghouse Grill in Fresno is fantastic. They make the best French fries in the valley. So yes, we eat there often. Fellow anteater Derek says, "Let's go Anteaters."
Who's the Anteaters?
UCI.
UCI.
Oh, okay.
Jason Greer, names Bond, Isaiah Bonds. Why not? Opinion.
James Bond and
You
Isaiah
can Google
Bond.
it. It's not hard to
similar,
find.
I think. Yeah.
You can Google it. Yeah, he will not pass their character checks.
No, it clearly has not for anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, I love all the names that people are bringing up. Kyle Emanuel is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Ladarius
great one.
Green.
Ladarius
Ooh.
Green was.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to be
Great
something.
call.
That like one season where he flashed behind Gates was super fun.
Brandon Browner, terrible person.
Patriots game, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's brutal.
There's a question about who would win in the open field, LT versus Seau.
Is like okay, assuming the rest of the defense is there and like LT has to go through.
Yeah, I guess.
I feel like Prime LT kind of wins that.
I would probably agree.
Like just once or multiple times. I don't know.
Best of 7 series.
Best of
Yeah,
seven
best of 7
series.
series. Let's go best of 7 series.
Best of 7. I'm taking LT.
I think LT wins.
Yeah.
4-2.
I will say Junior. I think he's a more fiery competitor in that specific moment. And that'll be enough to turn the edge.
I could see that.
That's fair. I'm bummed because my earliest recollection of Junior Seau is him with the Dolphins. So I mean, I did not really start paying attention to the Chargers until like 2003. So
I remember him he was on the Patriots undefeated team, right? Yeah, I remember that.
yes, he was Dolphins and then Patriots.
Yeah.
He played in the league forever, which is kind of crazy. All right, gents, we're at pick 247, which is about to be announced with the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, which drafts? Oh, sorry, go for it.
No, you go ahead.
All right, which draft slide or rise has surprised you the most outside of Sanders?
Martinez, I mean, I know the character stuff, but I didn't expect him to go quite as far as he did.
Yeah,
So that was a little bit surprising.
Pretty freaking early.
Yeah, Tesla was the earliest one where I was like, excuse me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the linebackers, but that Oklahoma State linebacker, that was definitely early.
Yes.
Based on
Yeah.
what I
Nick
had
Martin
read.
was definitely early. A little bit surprised about the Royals slide down to the 4th round. I had him as like a top 60 player. Let's see.
Yeah, sliding, you guys know my answer. I don't understand why Miles Frazier.
Yeah, Frazier's another good one.
With the current like guard landscape where guard is getting paid $20-25 million, like somebody like Miles Frazier, I think should have a lot of value. But
Yeah. The Dylan Gabriel rise into the third round was also shocking to me, but
the Cowboys took the other Maryland defensive tackle.
Tommy Akingbeso.
That's the one. I did not dare to say his last name.
Akingbesode. Tommy Akingbesode.
Besode. Okay.
I'll be back before the pick.
Okay.
Cool. Saints just took UCLA tight end Maliki Mataval. It's a nice one for them. I liked him a bit. Was kind of hoping he would get to UDFA because a UCLA kid is, pretty much a lock to sign with the Chargers, but alas.
Yeah. Oh man, I need to go put my face in ice or something like that.
I haven't
the Ashton Hall morning routine video.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten in 10 hours. It's pretty crazy.
You haven't eaten anything today?
No, I have not eaten anything the entire.
I know.
Day.
I ate.
You guys could have left to go eat something. I left to eat something.
I don't know. I was locked in, but now I'm less locked in. But we have to stick it out to the end. So.
I mean, yeah. At this point, it's probably a little late.
I was on Ramadan Kyrie mode today.
Some questions about the UC Davis linebacker.
David Meyer. Yeah,
Yep.
David Meyer. My source yesterday told me that he is 90% certain he will end up signing with the Chargers once the draft concludes here.
Cool.
Expecting him to be sort of like the special teamer, push Phillips a little bit for a roster spot, but probably more likely he ends up on the practice squad as kind of like the next special teams guy up.
I guess we should learn about it pretty quick after.
Yeah, they're usually right away.
Yeah, they're usually right after. I anticipate I will probably get some sort of heads up about it the same way that I did about Akeem Dent last year. So we will see if I am able to break it before Jordan Schultz, who seems like he's running out of gas.
Yeah, he is.
There's nothing to see about your Sanders, so.
True. The Saints took Connor Colby, the guard from Iowa.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Apparently, Max Duggan was on ESPN. That's.
Oh, he's referring to he's in the UFL, the Battlehawks.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a much more accurate place where he should be playing football.
I don't know if that's actually what he's talking about, or he was actually on the draft telecast, but that's how I think he would be on ESPN. I don't know.
All right, here's the Packers selection at 250 already. Somebody take Junior Tafuna. What are we doing?
Let me see who's best available. No, Seth McLaughlin has the best available award right now.
The Packers took John Williams, guard Cincinnati. Did KeAndre
Tribal kid. KeAndre is not gone. Williams was a nice tackle at Shrine.
Okay, so he was announced as a guard. That's why I was like, I don't remember the other guard being
Yeah, I think he'll have some flex for sure. I thought he stood out at tackle a little bit for Cincinnati, but Green Bay loves to draft those guys that are kind of like tackle guard tweeners and then just figure it out later.
Sure. That's a very Packers thing.
Do we think they take tackle last pick, or do they wait till UDFA at this point? Probably.
Probably wait at this point after taking Taylor because Taylor can play tackle.
Okay.
Yeah, if they take an offensive lineman, I think it would be like a pure center.
Yeah. McLaughlin and Majors both still available.
Yeah, McLaughlin and Majors still available.
Also, someone draft my guy, Holland Pierce.
He is a large human.
Yeah. I kind of feel like he's an Eagles-Ravens guy in like a drafted free agency. It's like just a project.
Yeah, I could definitely see either one of those.
I love when they show the draft rooms now with like the day 3 picks. There's so much less enthusiasm around the draft room. Like they just showed the Packers being announced, and like one guy was clapping.
It's probably the area scout that like stood on the table for him. He's like,
Yeah. Like Matt
Finally,
LaFleur was
take
standing
him
up and he like wasn't even talking to anybody. He just was like totally zoned out.
yeah.
I mean, I feel like day 3 of the draft is also just like so long that like by the end of it, you could get like Tom Brady with the last pick, and it would just be like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah. Day 3, they definitely need to speed up the time.
Yeah.
But some teams are like instant, like pick is in, but is what it is. Jared Ivey still on the board, apparently.
Yeah, I guess he is.
Yeah.
At this point, too, in the draft, what's funny is like a lot of these guys end up kind of pushing for don't draft me so I can kind of pick where I go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So some of that always happens in the 7th round.
The Patriots just drafted a long snapper.
Wow.
Julian Ashby from Vanderbilt.
Is he a good long snapper?
He's fine. I probably would have had him as like my 3rd best long snapper in this draft.
He's a mid-ass long snapper.
Yeah, he's like okay, I guess. I'm kind of surprised that he got drafted. That's crazy, but good for him.
Yeah, good for him. I love the idea of just like sitting down and trying to grade long snappers. Like how do you even do that?
Do you want an actual answer?
Yeah, actually, because I know that Josh Harris is good, but like I don't know what makes him good.
So the main thing for college long snappers really is that like the rules between college and NFL, especially for punting, are so much different. So
right, because you have like the spread out line and all.
Yeah,
that.
you have the spread out thing, and also you're allowed to leave as soon as the ball is snapped, not like once the ball is kicked, which is how it is in the NFL. Like the guys on the line are not allowed to leave until the ball is kicked. Which is why like rugby style works in college, it does not work in the NFL, et cetera, whatever. So for long snappers, really like the main thing for college to NFL transition is that you have to be basically like linebacker size, because like you don't get a free run down the field to go like make a tackle or like stop anybody. So you have to be like 6'3", 220-ish. And then like in terms of actual snapping, right, you're looking for consistency in terms of placement, which is a very like minute thing that kind of has to like go into Zapruder film-esque like stuff of like comparing the pixels of where the ball is in one frame versus the next from rep to rep. And then also like whether or not the laces are like up or sideways or out, so that it's an easy hold for the holder to place down or not. But so it is possible, but it is like it's very specific. It's very, very specific.
There you go. Yeah, I really wish they would go away with the whole like spread out rugby style punt in college, but that's just me. Plus, long snappers, you got to be able to tackle in college.
Yes.
Chargers probably will end up needing a new long snapper after the season, right? Josh Harris is a free agent, I think.
Sounds right. But if I make it a few more years, long snapper, you can go until you're pretty old.
For sure. And he's in his 30s, right?
Yeah.
The 49ers just took wide receiver Junior Bergen from Montana.
Return specialist. He is Dane Brugler's 112th ranked wide receiver.
Wow. Okay. 112 wide receivers. That's crazy.
Yeah. So, but yeah, return specialist, fun little player at Montana. Was not expecting him to get drafted, but good for him.
Nabil says that the Falcons declined to comment on Drake London's 5th-year option. They would be so stupid to decline that 5th-year option.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
All right, here's the Dolphins pick at 253.
2 more picks away.
Oh, nice.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
That's their 3rd defensive tackle.
it's a big D tackle room. Holy cow!
Yeah, huge D tackle room.
Because they have Grant, Phillips, and now him, right?
Yep, Grant Phillips and now Biggers.
Elite name. Just an elite name. Like, imagine if he were a small wide receiver. It just would not make any sense.
Right? Yeah, it wouldn't work.
It would not work. Mark Davis says trade back. They're the second to last pick.
Yeah, trade back 1 spot with the team that just drafted the long snapper with their second to last.
Get a future 2028 7th.
Yeah. They just make us stay here for no reason. They just trade out. Yeah. Yes. So we are at 6 hours and 55 minutes into our stream. There are 789 people in the chat, which is
That is crazy.
That's fucking insane.
It is 3:57. We started at 9 a.m. So we have been at it all weekend. I think all 4 of us are feeling it a little bit. But that's part of the fun, you know? You guys get to see us at our hype of the first round and Tre Harris and all that through some 7th rounders that we probably won't know who they pick.
Yeah.
Edward's
Yeah,
still on the
because I have
Edward's
to
still on
close
the
the blinds every time I am on stream during the daytime because this window is right here.
Yeah.
Because I have to close the blinds every time that I do a stream this long, I feel like I'm in a Formula One car.
There was sun outside, and now it's dark outside. It's fucking dark.
I'm 30 now. It's crazy.
I'm 30 now. Yeah, we have each aged. The Saints just took Fadil Diggs, the edge rusher from Syracuse.
Nice player. Someone that I considered for the Chargers in some of the mock simulations in like the 6th was not a guy that really lasted until the 7th and most of the PFF sims. But
Yeah. Hi, Soli.
My puppy.
Hi, Soli.
Hi, buddy.
Okay, the pick is in for the Houston Texans. So now we're really zooming through here. Obviously, the Chargers are next up after that. Craig says it's midnight where he is, so he feels the pain. Yeah, you've been with us all day, so. All right, the Chargers are on the clock with their last pick. Like I mentioned, we are going to see a movie at 4:30, so we're going to log off pretty quick after the Chargers do select. So we'll do a quick little wrap up and call it good for tonight. And then Tyler and I will be back with our usual episode on Tuesday for kind of a deep dive into all the picks. And we kind of did depth chart analysis today, but we'll do another one on Tuesday once everything is nice and settled. Luckily, the movie theater we're going to is only like 15 minutes away, so.
Very nice. Plenty of time.
The Houston Texans have selected tight end Luke Lachey from Iowa.
Good for him.
Yeah, good.
He is a guy
that's a room where he has some opportunity.
Because they have Schultz and the kid from Florida or Miami, Brevin Jordan, right?
Yeah, Brevin Jordan.
And that's it.
All right, I'm
pretty
exiting.
overall.
Yeah.
But
Not
he'll
looking
have
at-
a little bit of opportunity because Schultz is getting up there, and now that I think about it, I think they might have re-signed Brevin Jordan, but I can't remember. If they did, I think it was smallish.
What are you doing? All right. Chargers pick, and then we are done.
Boom, 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 boom.
They are showing Jesse Minter is talking to somebody.
Donovan
this,
Edwards it is.
Is this Tommy Hill? Is it
Jesse
Tommy
Minter
Hill,
looks
the basketball
happy.
player?
Jesse Minter has he's got a good fit going on. The pick is in for the Chargers. Pick 256
All right.
in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Cheating a little bit because we know that Minter was on the phone with them, but I am going to guess that it's Tommy Hill
Okay.
based on that.
Would they double dip at a defensive tackle?
Good.
Maybe.
I guess theoretically it doesn't necessarily have to be a defensive player.
Yeah, it could just be someone that Jesse Minter knows. Like Donovan Edwards.
Yeah.
Come on.
Are you on a commercial or something?
No, they're showing they're showing the fan crowds because it's the second to last pick, so they're doing like their own wrap up coverage and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're showing Packers fans chanting "Go Pack, Go" right now.
Right.
Okay, here's the Chargers' last pick of the 2025 NFL Draft.
With the 256th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trikweze Bridges, defensive back, Florida. This is a huge defensive back.
Okay,
Yes,
Trikweze Bridges, nearly 6'3".
196, yeah, 33.25-inch arms, ran a 4.45. That's listed at corner on the RAS. I was told safety. I don't know if eval was different, whatever. But yeah.
Yeah.
You got something, Katzen?
Yeah, sorry. My stream kind of lagged out for a second there. But yeah, Bridges is a guy that I've seen put at safety a ton. I think he kind of played both for Florida this past season. So kind of like another hybrid, like corner safety, will be a special teams type guy. You know, just like probably someone that they just want to get in the building as like another DB. You know, it's second to last pick in the draft, so you're looking for traits. You're looking for a guy that maybe you wouldn't necessarily be able to sign in UDFA. Bridges, if I remember right, was it Oregon before?
Yeah.
I think that's him, right? Yeah. So 5 seasons at Oregon, 1 season at Florida. He is, but he is like from Alabama. He's from Alabama and then like played this last year at Florida. So, not necessarily someone that would have like a ton of local ties to sign with the Chargers as a UDFA if presented with other options. So if Minter looks happy about it and Ficken wants, a developmental corner that you pick instead of signing as the UDFA, where you probably lose that negotiation, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so he did start at Florida as a safety. Looks like he split kind of time between corner and safety, according to Dane Brugler at the Beast. So he will be 25 in September. For what it's worth, at this point, I don't really care. But,
DJ Ukulele just signed with the Chargers.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That was quick.
Actually?
Yeah, Pelissero.
Okay.
All right.
I guess they were doing some stuff while. All right.
He started tweeting out a bunch of them, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go, folks. That is the end of the 2025 NFL Draft. I do have to leave, so we'll do some quick little thoughts here. But guys, just quickly, like wrapping up, your thoughts on the full 7-round class for the Chargers. If you can, just do like 30 seconds for me, that'd be great.
Good class, a lot of picks that make sense, that fit them. Day 3, understanding going tight end, a lot of defensive backs that they need for special teams. I really like the class overall. Can't wait to dive into the players I have not watched.
Insdorf, go ahead.
thank you to you guys. 877 of you are still here. I can't believe it. But thank you guys for coming out. Good class and a lot of stuff to dive into. So excited.
All right. Katzen, final thoughts.
Yeah, great class. My soul link with Joe Ortiz is broken for this year. As I joked while Steven was at lunch, just like Shedeur Sanders, I needed to be humbled during this draft process. So
1 out of
we'll
10.
come back at it stronger next year. And yeah, thank you guys for following the coverage all year. I know obviously like this is kind of like I said yesterday, Saturday is kind of my Super Bowl. So thank you to all 850 of you that are here watching that with us.
Yeah. We've had a great turnout all weekend long. Lots of super chats, lots of views. We greatly appreciate all of the support throughout the weekend. I can't thank the Alexes and Tyler enough for doing this with us. We are all draft sickos, and you guys listening and watching are all draft sickos, and we love it. So thank you so much for the support. Alex, Tyler, thanks for being here with me. Appreciate the heck out of you guys. This has been the episode and the end of the 2025 NFL Draft Stream from the Guilty as Charged podcast. We'll see you next time. As always, bolt up.